Chapter 594. The saber intent contained a strong saber intent, each strike stronger than the one before. At the start, Yu Chenxi was relaxed. The pressure slowly increased, and he started to move back. Without moving, Bai Qi circulated the essence in his body and turned it into the 18 heaven-breaking saber strikes, forcing Yu Chenxi back by more than 10 steps. 18th saber strike. Bai Qi roared ferociously. He had not moved since the start of the competition. Now, he finally moved. When he did not move, the saber lights were like a never-ending storm, forcing his opponent back. However, when Bai Qi moved, he was as still as a mountain. There was only a great spirit hidden in his saber. He turned into an ancient divine mountain that could suppress the sun, the moon, the rivers, and the stars. His movements were unpredictable. A grave look flashed in Yu Chenxi's eyes. When facing the final saber strike of the heaven-breaking saber technique, he brought out the might of the morning sun incantation to the 13th layer. A blazing sun slowly rose from behind him, materializing the state of the morning sun. Light illuminates the sky. With a ferocious roar, Yu Chenxi leaped up together with the blazing sun. The golden sun made her look as beautiful as a goddess. Everyone stopped breathing, not daring to breathe loudly lest they ruin this beautiful scene. At this moment, everyone seemed to have forgotten that this beautiful scene hid Yu Chenxi's huge killing move. Bang! A startling explosion rang out, pulling everyone out of the beautiful scenery. Surging shock waves spread out on the wind cloud platform. Beautiful purples and reds filled the air, surging majestically. Cracks appeared in the wind cloud barrier, looking like it would collapse at any moment. What a strong force! It looks like Yu Chenxi only used less than 70% of his strength in his fight with Nangong Ziyue. I can't see clearly. Has the victor been decided? Who exactly is stronger? If Bai Qi loses like this, it would be a pity. He still has the 4-season saber technique that he has not used yet. That should not be the case. Bai Qi will not lose so easily. Who knows? All I can say is that anything is possible. Before he stepped onto the platform, did you expect Yu Chenxi to burst forth with such an intense fist wind? In the spectator stands, everyone stood up and circulated their essence to their eyes. They wanted to find the figures of the two people in the multicolored chi waves. However, the thickness and density of the shock wave far surpassed their expectations. They could not see anything at all, so the group of cultivators could not help feeling anxious. The spring water flowed leisurely, warm at first, then cold at the next. Amid the heavy shock waves, everyone heard a familiar sound. It was Bai Qi executing the 4-season saber technique. It looked like the final move of this heaven-breaking saber technique lost to Yu Chenxi's light illuminating the heavens. Otherwise, he would not have used the 4-season saber technique. A delicate shout rang out from the airwaves as well. Yu Chenxi was fearless in the face of this saber that contained the power of reincarnation. It was hard to tell whether it was warm or cold. As the light exploded, a punch that was even more powerful than the light illuminating the heavens burst forth. Since there was no way to know whether it was cold or warm, then he would directly use force to break through. Whatever Nangong Ziyue could not do, she would do it for Yu Chenxi. Morning sun breaks dawn, heaven-shattering punch. Boom. Boom, 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 boom. Continuous explosions rang out in the shock waves. The sounds were like mountains collapsing and the ground sinking. A huge storm spread out from the center of the exchange. In an instant, the storm blew away the layers of shock waves that filled the arena. The scene on the wind cloud arena reappeared before everyone's eyes. They saw Yu Chenxi standing on a rainbow bridge. The morning sun flickered behind her, giving off a faint radiance. The wind cloud platform looked peaceful. However, her complexion was extremely red, causing her beautiful face to appear somewhat sickly, causing people to involuntarily feel a sense of worry in their hearts. In front of her, Bai Qi's long robes fluttered as he slowly moved back. Then, he slowly floated to the ground like a willow leaf. Bai Qi's complexion looked much better than Yu Chenxi's. However, his expression turned completely sullen. He retreated. Everyone immediately became excited. Bai Qi, who executed the first move of the 4-season saber technique, was actually knocked back by Yu Chenxi. Breaking technique with brute force. This is breaking technique with brute force. Although it is called coincidence, Bai Chi's first saber strike contained the power of the cycle of seasons. Just the power of the cycle of seasons is not something that ordinary people can block. However, not only did Yu Chenxi knock back the power of the cycle of seasons, but he even broke the other party's state of spring water. Strong. He can still break the strongest martial technique under heaven rank. A woman does not lose to a man. With this move, Yu Chenxi can put us to shame. All the cultivators in the spectator stands became excited at this moment. The first move of the four-season saber technique was actually knocked back. Everyone was filled with shock, their faces filled with disbelief. Their expressions were very excited. Spring is over, and summer is coming. The flowing fire mercilessly illuminates the world. My heart is higher than the blazing sun. When Bai Chi landed on the ground, he did not hesitate. He shouted and executed the second move of the four-season saber technique. Spring is over, and summer is coming. The flowing fire of the seventh month burns mercilessly. However, there was a boundless fighting spirit in Bai Chi's heart. It was even stronger than the blazing sun of the seventh month. His heart was higher than the sky. This was the state that the Saber Emperor, Bai Shireha, had obtained from summer. Bai Chi copied it and executed it. When the boundless carelessness turned into a saber technique, it became a dazzling fiery light. There was a valiance that could swallow mountains and rivers. Pointing at the sky and stepping on the ground, there is only one saber. Bai Chi's voice was not loud. However, the instant he executed the saber technique, his aura suddenly magnified infinitely. It was very tyrannical. The hearts of the crowd in the spectator stands could not help but tighten. They had already taken the place of Yu Chenxi long ago. When they saw Bai Chi's horrifying second saber strike, they could not help but worry for Yu Chenxi. The sun rises from the east, red like fire. How can the blazing sun be defeated so easily? The lofty aspirations in my heart will never extinguish. I dare to go up to the 9 heavens to grab the bright moon. A red sun illuminates the 9 provinces. The light of the rivers for thousands of kilometers will never be extinguished. Yu Chenxi's flushed face glowed with pride. A lofty aspiration burst forth from her chest. A 7-colored pillar of light appeared behind her. Scarlet, orange, red, green, azure, blue, and purple formed a miraculous 7-colored light. She turned into the blazing sun and shot out from the multicolored light. A fist several times stronger than the one before clashed with Bai Chi's tyrannical saber strike. Bang! The moment they clashed, the multicolored light behind her shattered, turning into a multicolored light that scattered over the wind cloud platform. She vomited a large mouthful of blood, and her complexion turned even redder. Only the dim morning sun continued to rise proudly behind her. On the other side, Bai Chi was in an even worse state. In an instant, he was knocked back 100 meters. His speed did not decrease as he continued crashing into the wind cloud barrier. Once again, Yu Chenxi knocked back the second move of the four-season saber technique. Good. The crowd was very excited. The hundreds of thousands of cultivators in the spectator stands cheered in unison. Their shouts pierced through the clouds, and the entire wind cloud platform seemed to tremble. They were so excited that they could hardly contain themselves. Bai Chi broke another punch. The Haotian sect's Yu Chenxi might really be able to create a miracle. He might use brute force to break technique and defeat the famous four-season saber technique, becoming the greatest dark horse of this 5-season saber tournament. The wind is heartless, and summer is coming to an end. The people are like leaves, too sentimental. Even at death's door, they still cling to the branch. The autumn wind rustles endlessly, sweeping away all the lovers in the world. Just as Bai Chi was about to crash into the wind cloud barrier, he forcefully turned around. He pushed off the wind cloud barrier and executed the third move of the four-season saber technique. The world is heartless, the great Tao is heartless. This saber strike is cold and filled with love. It sweeps through the world with the might of the autumn wind. Can Yu Chenxi block it? Outside the wind cloud platform, Xiao Chen's eyes flickered with a brilliant light. His mind quickly tried to simulate Bai Chi's four-season saber technique. From the moment Bai Qi executed long-lasting spring water, Xiao Chen placed all his attention on him. Xiao Chen's already much stronger spiritual sense pierced through the wind-cloud barrier and turned into specks of light hidden in the air. He paid close attention to Bai Qi's every move. Bai Shirehe truly lives up to being a saber emperor. It looks like he held back against me, a junior, in the ancient desolate tower. Otherwise, with the four-season saber technique, I would not even be able to block one move from him. Xiao Chen quickly analyzed in his heart. However, when Bai Qi executed it, it lacks some spirituality. It seems more artificial. How unfortunate. Not to mention Xiao Chen, the other giants, Shenyuan Zhantian, Chu Chaoyun, and even Sima Lingxian, all watched Bai Qi's every move without blinking. The four-season saber technique was too famous. It was rare for Yu Chenzi to help them push Bai Qi to this extent. If they did not properly comprehend the mysteries within, it would be a waste of this opportunity. It looks like I overestimated you. Your saber technique is pretty good, but your talent is still lacking. Sima Lingxian shared the same opinion as Xiao Chen. As he looked at Bai Qi on the wind cloud platform, a calm look flashed in his eyes. The confidence in his chest grew even stronger. Yu Chenzi's pretty face was extremely beautiful. Her bright red face looked like it would bleed at any moment. This was an extremely abnormal state. Clearly, she had already reached her limits. She might not be able to block the third saber strike. In the sky, the pitch-black curtain of night was like an overturned cauldron. It directly flipped over and shrouded this part of the world. Just like that, night fell quietly. Bai Qi had not given up yet. Yu Chenzi still wanted to persevere, so she executed the strongest state of the morning sun fist. In the darkness, Xiao Chen frowned slightly. He muttered, "This girl is pushing too hard." The deep night was boundless and boundless. It was so dark that one would not be able to see their fingers if they stretched out their hands. Humans had an innate fear and resistance to night. Hence, they called for the morning sun, hoping that the light would never be extinguished. Shio. Amid this boundless anticipation, the blazing sun broke through the night sky. Its boundless light shone on every corner of the wind cloud platform. Under the tempering of the night sky, this blazing sun looked different from the rest. Its light seemed eternal and inextinguishable. A red sun illuminated the 9 provinces, all the darkness could not be seen. When facing Bai Qi's four-season saber technique's third move, Yu Chenzi still chose to use brute force to break technique. She prepared to use the strongest power of the morning sun to break the emotionless autumn wind. Bai Qi's expression was cold. There was no emotion in his eyes. The emotionless autumn wind blew behind him. Then, he charged forward with this sweeping saber strike. Boom! A strong saber light flashed in the wind cloud platform. Following that, a dazzling light enveloped the entire wind cloud platform. Bai Qi looked at the crowd in the wind cloud platform. Aside from light, there was nothing else in his eyes. Chapter 595. There was neither silence nor scenery. There was no sound, no scene reflected in his eyes. All that was left was the pure light that drifted about. With a cracking sound, a resonant dragon roar rang out from within the light. The endless autumn wind blew gently, sweeping away the specks of light one by one. The autumn wind rose and fell. In midair, Bai Qi held his saber with one hand, drifting with the undulating autumn wind. Everyone looked up and saw Yu Chenzi lying weakly on the ground, her complexion completely pale. The morning sun behind her had already dimmed to the point where it did not give off any light at all. Only a pale glow remained, like a flickering spark that would be extinguished by the wind at any moment. A long crack appeared on the ground, splitting the wind cloud platform in half. As the electric light flashed, the wind cloud platform slowly healed. Bai Qi sheathed his saber, and the autumn wind in the arena spun around and returned to his saber. Bai Qi landed on the ground, and blood appeared at the corner of his lips. However, he was in a much better state than Yu Chenzi. It was clear who was stronger and who was weaker, who was the victor and who was the loser. Bai Qi's golden dragon roared ferociously and swallowed up Yu Chenzi's 23-meter-long golden dragon. After that, the golden dragon grew to 23 meters long, catching up to Sima Lingxian. Yu Chenxi, who was on the ground, tried to stand up weakly. Bai Qi knew his condition, so he sent out a cool breeze and gently helped Yu Chenxi up. Yu Chenxi said softly, "Many thanks." Bai Qi looked deeply at this girl who had caught 3 of his saber strikes. A trace of respect flashed in the depths of his eyes. He performed a cupped fist salute and said, "I have to thank you as well. You showed me some of the inadequacies of the 4-season saber technique. I hope that we can have a chance to exchange pointers in the future." Gladly. The earth-shattering and intense battle just now had turned into gusts of cool breeze amidst the conversation between the two of them, and the tense atmosphere was gone with the wind. Our generation of martial artists should be like this, winning fair and aboveboard, losing convincingly, being able to pick up and let go, being open-minded. The elders of the Haotian sect nodded and smiled. With Yu Chenxi's strength, it was certain that he would be in the top 5. This was the best result the Haotian sect had ever achieved. When the two of them walked off the dueling platform, the experts of their sects, who had been waiting for a long time, quickly received them. They used spirit pills and profound cultivations to heal the two of them, recovering their combat prowess. In this round, Xiao Chen's opponent was a personal disciple of one of the 10 great sects, Dongfang Yubai. The two of them had never fought before. In the face of Xiao Chen, who was extremely popular and had unfathomable strength, Dongfang Yubai held on to a sliver of hope. He believed that he still had some trump cards hidden, so he did not choose to admit defeat immediately. Xiao Chen was not in a rush. He exchanged a few moves with this person. After his opponent used up all his trump cards, there was no longer any martial technique that could pique his interest. So, Xiao Chen lost his patience and used his 60% comprehended saber intent. Then, he used the lightning tribulation saber technique to defeat his opponent in 3 strikes. The absolute strength caused Dongfang Yubai's heart to turn to ashes. After defeating Dongfang Yubai, Xiao Chen's golden dragon grew significantly. It reached 26 meters, only 1 meter away from 27 meters. However, there was still some distance between him and Bai Qi. This was due to Xiao Chen's insufficient accumulations. After all, he had not participated in the previous 5-nation youth competition and obtained more luck. However, Xiao Chen did not think too much about it. As long as he stood at the peak, his luck would naturally surpass everyone else's. Next match, Sima Lingxian against Wang Quan. After 20 moves, Wang Quan, who had used his cloning technique, could no longer hold on. Sima Lingxian did not even use his quintessence. Wang Quan only used his state of kingship and the Son of Heaven's sword technique, together with his 60% comprehended sword intent, to the point where Wang Quan could not retaliate. After losing to Xiao Chen, Wang Quan lost to Sima Lingxian. This time, it was difficult for Wang Quan to even get into the top 3. When the 94th round of matches came to an end, another match between giants arrived, Shenyuan Zhantian against Chu Chaoyun. For the sake of preserving their strength in the elimination round, the two had chosen to fight in a tacit manner. After one move, they ended in a draw. Draws were not allowed in the ranking matches. A victor had to be decided. Furthermore, at this moment, the two had not lost a single match. At this crucial moment, neither could afford to lose. If they lost, they would lose the chance to reach the top. They had to do their best. Shenyuan Zhantian comprehended the higher-ranked state of kingship from the state of the sea. Chu Chaoyun should have some trump cards that he has not revealed yet. The battle between these two should be about the same. It will be much more exciting than the battle between Sima Lingxian and Wang Quan. Their chances of victory are about the same. However, I still favor Shenyuan Zhantian. After all, he was the only one who dared to compete with Sima Lingxian back then. Clearly, the attention this battle received was much greater than that of Sima Lingxian and Wang Quan's battle. Xiao Chen could tell this from the discussions in the surroundings. Xiao Chen paid special attention to this battle as well. He had always feared Chu Chaoyun, finding him unfathomable. From the start of the battle until now, Chu Chaoyun had not revealed many of his trump cards. Now that Chu Chaoyun was facing Shenyuan Zhantian, he could see how strong Shenyuan Zhantian was. When Shenyuan Zhantian faced Chu Chaoyun, he showed a grave expression. He casually swung his heavenly war halberd, and a vast sea spread out from behind him. Shenyuan Zhantian brought out the vast state of water to its limits. Instantly, waves surged up and down. As Shenyuan Zhantian stood on that vast sea, he held up his heavenly war halberd and looked around arrogantly. "Rise!" Shenyuan Zhantian shouted, and a huge wave soared up from the sea. He held the heavenly war halberd with both hands and hacked down. Boom! A pillar of light descended from the sky and encased Chu Chaoyun. Within the golden light, Chu Chaoyun's aura was boundlessly holy. Every inch of his clothes and every strand of his hair gave off a faint golden glow. Xiu! A resonant sound rang out as Chu Chaoyun drew his sword. A sword intent spread out as he swung his sword in the wind, giving off a bright light. Before the heavenly war halberd could reach Chu Chaoyun, the golden sword easily blocked Shenyuan Zhantian's vast halberd strike. Berserk Dragon Burst. After his first move failed, Shenyuan Zhantian quickly switched to another move. The waves under his feet spun wildly, forming a huge whirlpool. He turned into a flood dragon and hid himself. The waves rolled, and the gales didn't stop. The powerful concept of water lingered and pervaded the entire arena, causing everyone to feel as if they were really in a vast ocean, and for no reason, a feeling of insignificance arose in their hearts. Chu Chaoyun smiled faintly and looked at the incoming Berserk Dragon Burst. Instead of advancing, he retreated. A bright light flickered in his deep eyes as he looked at the whirlpool of the water dragon. It was like everything before his eyes was just an illusion. Heaven-destroying sword. The light that drifted down from the sword suddenly condensed into a line, turning into a dense sword light that shot forward. With the support of the sword will, the golden light even tore thin cracks in the void. A muffled groan came from the water dragon burst. Shenyuan Zhantian, who was hidden within, brandished his heavenly war halberd and quickly retreated. When the berserk water dragon burst was within 2 centimeters of Chu Chaoyun, it shattered into droplets of rain and fell from the sky. They shattered and turned into droplets of rain falling from the sky. When they landed on the wind cloud platform, the droplets of rain exploded. The energy contained in the droplets of rain blasted out a horrifying shock wave, blowing out a boundless shockwave. Just a drop of rain had such power. It was very shocking. As the golden light spread out, before the strong raindrops could get close to Chu Chaoyun, they turned into hazy steam. Chu Chaoyun focused his gaze and seized the initiative. He did not hesitate to rush forward and launch a sharp counterattack. Dang! 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 The sea churned and the waves roared. Light filled the place. Amid the horrifying waves, the two quickly exchanged moves. In an instant, they each exchanged more than 100 moves. Chu Chaoyun was the kind of person who would find it hard to turn the situation around once he grasped hold of an opportunity. The longer the fight dragged on, the more opportunities he would have at the very beginning. Along the way, several of Chu Chaoyun's opponents had been forced into a corner by Chu Chaoyun. Before they could execute their best moves, they had already been defeated. Taking advantage of the opening in Shenyuan Zhantian's Berserk Dragon Burst, Chu Chaoyun launched his counterattack. Since then, he had been at the upper hand. He launched a chain of attacks accompanied by flickering golden light, not stopping at a single one. I can't drag this out. Shenyuan Zhantian felt wary. The situation had not reached a point where it could not be salvaged yet. However, if this continued, the rhythm of the battle would fall into Chu Chaoyun's control. At that time, even if Shenyuan Zhantian did not want to lose, he would be defeated. He might end up like the others, not even having the chance to execute his best moves. I am the yellow sky's son, the king of the 4 seas. The might of a king, sweeping through everything before me. Shenyuan Zhantian roared in his heart and finally brought out his state of kingship. In that instant, 81 pillars of waves shot up into the sky from the vast sea behind him. The entire sea surged up, and the vast state of kingship surged out. This caused Shenyuan Zhantian's aura to change. The heavenly war halberd swept out like a roaring flood dragon. Shock flashed in Chu Chaoyun's eyes. He immediately sent out a screen of golden swords before retreating. Boom! 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 The rage of a king, splattering the mountains and rivers with blood. The screen of swords that Chu Chaoyun sent out did not have any effect. The heavenly war halberd tore through the screen of swords without any fear and struck the sword in front of Chu Chaoyun's chest. The qi and blood in Chu Chaoyun's body trembled endlessly as he retreated. When he landed, he left 2-3 centimeter deep footprints in the ground. I did not expect his state of kingship to have already reached such a level. He does not even need a moment to change it. Chu Chaoyun adjusted his breathing for a while and thought to himself, if I make a mistake, the situation will be gone. After Shenyuan Zhantian brought out the state of kingship, his strength instantly increased. His aura reached an oppressive level as he looked coldly at Chu Chaoyun. Shenyuan Zhantian roared ferociously, receive my move. Point to the heavens, trample on the earth. The 4 seas surged as Shenyuan Zhantian pointed his heavenly war halberd at the sky. A berserk energy surged out. A formless energy shot out from the tip of the halberd and tore a small hole in the wind-cloud barrier. Even inferior-grade martial monarchs could not break the wind-cloud barrier. Unexpectedly, Shenyuan Zhantian broke it with one point of his halberd. The expressions of the several martial monarchs in the city lord's residence changed. Chapter 596. Dragon Sealing City's city lord, Zhong Liang, said sullenly, this fellow's strength and sharpness are comparable to some inferior-grade martial monarchs. The more horrifying thing was yet to come. Shenyuan Zhantian pointed his halberd forward and stomped heavily on the ground with his right foot. A long crack appeared on the wind-cloud platform and quickly spread out. The huge wind-cloud platform instantly split in half. Using the huge rebound force from his foot, Shenyuan Zhantian's speed broke through Mach 4, reaching the level of martial monarch. In a flash, he arrived before Chu Chaoyun. Life-extinguishing, blood-reversing sword. Chu Chaoyun's reaction was even faster than the eyes of the cultivators in the spectator stands. The instant Shenyuan Zhantian took 7 steps, Chu Chaoyun let go of his sword. Then, he quickly drew a golden circle with his right palm. In an instant, 8 beams of light descended from the sky. At this moment, Chu Chaoyun's eyes turned completely golden. He gave off a feeling of nobility, honor, strength, and pride. Go! Shenyuan Zhantian smacked his palm heavily on the sword hilt floating in front of him. The golden pillar of light quickly elongated, just in time to welcome Shenyuan Zhantian, who was charging over with an aura of supremacy. Dang! Shenyuan Zhantian moved so fast that no one could see him in the air. Under the pressure of the golden light, he reappeared with his shield. The sword that followed immediately struck Shenyuan Zhantian. The timing of that sword strike was extremely precise. It was like a spiritual sword strike, magnificent and unmatched. Chu Chaoyun had struck the weak point of Shenyuan Zhantian's move. Chu Chaoyun easily broke the halberd move that pointed at the sky and stomped on the ground in a few moves. Ha ha ha. Unexpectedly, you can break my point to the heavens, drawing earth like this. What an eye-opener. What an eye-opener. In that case, receive another move from me. Shenyuan Zhantian felt extremely delighted. He did not feel dispirited at having his trump card broken. He laughed loudly and sent out all sorts of strong trump cards with the support of the state of kingship. Amidst the surging waves, he attacked Chu Chaoyun. Every move of Shenyuan Zhantian's was not inferior to point to heaven trampling on the earth. Several cracks appeared on the wind-cloud platform. The speed at which the wind-cloud platform recovered could not keep up with Shenyuan Zhantian's speed of destruction. Chu Chaoyun didn't panic. His eyes were filled with endless golden light. 8 rays of golden light enveloped him. As he brandished his sword, he looked like a god walking in the world. Xiao Chen brought out the might of the state of light to an inconceivable level. He clashed head-on with Shenyuan Zhantian's state of kingship, not giving way at all, breaking all of Shenyuan Zhantian's moves. I have not felt so satisfied in a long time. You managed to break through 18 of my trump cards. Chu Chaoyun, if you can receive my next move, then I, Shenyuan Zhantian, can only concede defeat. Shenyuan Zhantian roared loudly and said, until the end of time, never ending. The surrounding ocean began to change strangely. First, it turned into a river, then into a lake, and finally into a small stream. In the end, the boundless ocean turned into an endless plain, and there were many farmlands on the plain. In that instant, all the cultivators watching saw time flow. The vast ocean slowly turned into mulberry fields. The strange transformation made people truly feel the meaning of the end of the world. The prosperity of the world was like a fleeting cloud. When facing such a long time, everyone felt insignificant for some reason. Even the vast ocean could turn into mulberry fields. What did a person count for? However, there was always an exception to everything. Amidst the vicissitudes of time, there was a person who never stopped. After the tempering of 10,000 years, the state of kingship on his body gained an ancient and heavy air, becoming several times stronger. In the blink of an eye, 10,000 years have passed. Until the end of time, I am still here. The state of kingship, never ending. Using the state of kingship, Enchanting tempered his state of kingship for 10,000 years in one breath. Then, he quickly made his move. Just thinking about it made everyone tremble in fear. How was one supposed to block such a horrifying attack? The ancient aura on the halberd made everyone feel incredibly heavy, like a mountain pressing down on them. The heavy state of kingship leaked out of Enchanting's control. This aura immediately tore small spatial tears in space. Sima Lingxian frowned slightly. This was the first time a martial technique that he could not understand appeared in the wind cloud platform. He could not help but sink into deep thought. Suddenly, inspiration flashed in his mind. Sima Lingxian muttered to himself, "So, that is how it is. I nearly got frightened by him. He is not a true sage. How can he materialize a 10,000-year mysterious phenomenon? He only copied the state of kingship and simulated it. This mysterious phenomenon can only last for 3 breaths. However, even so, it is already very strong. With the 10,000-year state of kingship, Chu Chaoyun will definitely lose." In contrast to Sima Lingxuan's opinion, Xiao Chen shook his head. He did not think highly of this move, but he did not say anything. When facing this peak halberd strike, Chu Chaoyun's expression finally turned grave. Chu Chaoyun's right hand quickly formed ancient hand seals, and the 8 pillars of light descending from the sky gathered together. Then, the light scattered and poured into Chu Chaoyun's body. This gave the golden light on Chu Chaoyun's body a texture. Xiao Chen was slightly stunned. He quickly sent out his spiritual sense and said softly, "Incredible." Unexpectedly, he managed to condense his essence into a solid state. I thought that I was the only one under martial monarch who could do that. At this moment, Chu Chaoyun was completely golden from head to toe. His holy and proud aura became even denser. As the light gathered, Chu Chaoyun did not move at all. He looked like a golden statue carved by a divine craftsman. Seeing his opponent not moving, Enchanting had a strange feeling in his heart. However, this 10,000-year state of kingship could only last for 1 breath. This was Enchanting's killing move. If his opponent did not lose, he would suffer a strong backlash and lose his combat prowess. He could only continue fighting. There was no other way. Kaka. When the heavenly war halberd was less than half a meter away from Chu Chaoyun, who had turned into a golden statue that looked like it had been there since ancient times, moved. The light gathered on Chu Chaoyun's body suddenly burst out. All 321 acupoints in his body gave off a bright light. Every acupoint gave off millions of strands of light. The 300-odd acupoints all merged together. The boundless light layered over each other, so many that it was impossible to count. There were millions, 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 billions. On the wind cloud platform, Chu Chaoyun was like a blazing sun, giving off a piercing golden light. Eternal light. Chu Chaoyun chanted softly. When he opened his mouth, golden syllables drifted out. They were like divine sounds, solemn, solemn, and inviolable. The sword in Chu Chaoyun's hand moved as fast as lightning. The complicated sword art should not have been able to be seen with the naked eye. However, under the endless layers of golden light, every one of Chu Chaoyun's actions was broken down. Every time Chu Chaoyun swung his sword, time paused. It was like another Chu Chaoyun had appeared in the world. Amid the layers of light, Chu Chaoyun swung his sword a total of 99,900 times. Every time he swung his sword, he used his full power. Unexpectedly, The eternal light and unending to the end of time had similar results. The cultivators in the spectator stands immediately felt the similarities and could not help but feel excited. Originally, they thought that Shenyuan Zhantian had used unending to the end of time, tempering his state of kingship for 10,000 years in the blink of an eye. Who knew, the silent Chu Chaoyun executed eternal light and also swung his sword 9,900 times in that instant. There was no way to tell who would win or lose. The countless figures merged together in the blink of an eye and gave off a bright light. Chu Chaoyun's eternal light, which contained the might of 99,900 sword strikes, clashed with Shenyuan Zhantian's unending to the end of time, which he had tempered for 10,000 years. Bang! A loud sound rang out. The crowd, who had been watching closely, could not react in time. They did not even have time to hear the sound of the explosion. The instant the two of them executed their killing moves, a strong energy burst forth. That energy surpassed the two's control. Shenyuan Zhantian did not have time to react. He shot back like a cannonball with a whoosh. He broke through the strong wind cloud barrier and landed in one of the spectator stands without losing any momentum. A rumbling explosion resounded, and many people were thrown off their feet. Several cultivators were caught up in the shockwaves, suffering from an unexpected calamity. They immediately fainted from their severe injuries. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. However, just as Chu Chaoyun was about to be knocked back by that energy, a beam of golden light descended from the sky and exploded. Then, another beam of golden light descended. A total of 9 beams of golden light soared into the sky. When the beams of light exploded, they managed to negate that unbelievably strong impact. Chu Chaoyun stood on the wind cloud platform with a pale complexion. He panted slightly, and his expression was extremely unsightly. His clothes were tattered. The golden light had already vanished long ago. His holy aura was no longer pure. Although he was in a sorry state, he still stood on the wind cloud platform. Compared to Shenyuan Zhantian, who had been knocked out of the wind cloud platform, his fate unknown, victory was clear. When the hundreds of thousands of spectators saw this scene, they were all dumbfounded. They had not expected a duel below martial monarch to cause such a huge commotion. Even the wind cloud barrier could not withstand it. The referee was extremely shocked as well. However, he was very experienced and quickly recovered his wits. He said, "Chu Chaoyun wins. You gain 2 points." Only after a long time did the crowd react. They all sighed. Things have really changed. A duel between half-step martial monarchs actually caused such a commotion. It is no weaker than an inferior grade martial monarch. Bai Qi's 4-season saber technique's third move nearly broke the wind cloud barrier. If he had used the 4th or 5th move, this wind cloud barrier would not have been able to stop him. That Sima Lingxian definitely has the strength to break the wind cloud barrier as well. If these fellows advance to martial monarch, then the martial monarchs of the older generation will not be able to compete with them. I have a feeling that the doors to the Kunlun realm will open in this 5-nation youth competition. The envoys from the previous 5-nation youth competition will come. Amid the clamor, Xiao Chen had already closed his eyes and started resting. Chu Chaoyun's strength had finally bottomed out. In this case, he would no longer fear anyone in this 5-nation youth competition. The path to the peak was within reach. Next match, Xiao Chen versus Bai Qi. In the 95th round, it was finally Xiao Chen's turn. This time, his opponent was the noble clan disciple known as the strongest bladesman of the younger generation, Bai Qi. Chapter 597. The two genius bladesmen finally clashed. Let's see how far Xiao Chen can push Bai Qi. There are still 2 moves of the 4-season saber technique that he has not used yet, the winter saber and the final cycle of seasons. I wonder what other trump cards Xiao Chen has. Without the 4-season saber technique, with Xiao Chen's 60% comprehended saber intent, he would be able to deal with Bai Qi. He would even have a good chance of victory. How unfortunate. They are both bladesmen, but he ran into Bai Qi, who has the 4-season saber technique. Being able to comprehend 60% comprehended saber intent is sufficient to prove that Xiao Chen's talent as a bladesman is stronger than Bai Qi's. However, the Heavenly Saber Pavilion's accumulations are weaker. Although Xiao Chen had a winning streak and the strength he displayed was unfathomable, the crowd still did not think highly of him against Bai Qi. This was because Bai Qi had the four-season saber technique and had practiced it to great perfection. There were many aspects to a cultivator's combat prowess. Cultivation was the foundation. Martial techniques could bring out this foundation to its greatest effect. For example, if a person's foundation was 1,000 martial techniques, if they had a strong martial technique, they would be able to bring out 100%, even 200%. Just a little bit more and he would only be able to bring out 70% of the martial technique's power, or even half of it. Strong martial techniques were the dreams of all cultivators. This was also one of the important reasons why the great sects could attract so many genius cultivators. Aside from some hidden places, waiting for people to discover the strong martial techniques in the world, the ones that were publicly known were all in the hands of the great sects. Without a doubt, the Bai clan was a noble clan that could rival a great sect. The four-season saber technique was a martial technique that could bring out 200% of its power, maybe even 3 times. In the crowd's opinion, if Xiao Chen did not have a 60% comprehended saber intent, he would not be a match for Bai Qi with the strength he displayed. He would not even be able to receive one move. 60% comprehended saber intent added some variables to this battle, attracting the crowd's attention. On the wind cloud platform, a strong fighting spirit burned in Bai Qi's heart. The sound of sabers humming appeared in the depths of his eyes. The sharp saber will turned into a ray of unparalleled sharpness, piercing through the obstruction of the void like a sharp knife, shooting towards Xiao Chen. The formless gaze seemed to have substance, bringing with it gusts of wind as it slowly moved towards Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen smiled faintly, and the saber intent gushing from his eyes whistled out. The slowly approaching wind stopped between the two of them, and then suddenly exploded. Clang! In the void, there was the crisp sound of weapons clashing. The berserk saber intent pierced through the wind cloud barrier and scattered in all directions. Several cultivators nearby could not help but tighten their grip on their weapons. They were evenly matched. In terms of aura, no one was able to gain any advantage. However, this was not the result that Xiao Chen wanted. Suddenly, he narrowed his eyes, and the saber intent that Xiao Chen sent out suddenly condensed into a line like an invisible saber. Kai kai! The saber intent tore through the air, giving off a piercing screech. It scattered Bai Qi's aura in one go and carried the might of the 60% comprehended saber intent as it flew forward. Surprise appeared in Bai Qi's eyes. Without much time to think, he could only tilt his head slightly. Hu Kai! The saber intent turned into a formless energy that brushed past Bai Qi's face. His fine black hair slowly drifted down. When Bai Qi saw his fine black hair drift down, he was extremely shocked. In a clash of auras, Xiao Chen defeated him without any suspense. Bai Qi looked at Xiao Chen again, becoming more cautious. He said, 60% comprehended saber intent. Your talent in the saber technique is indeed stronger than mine. If you have another 2 years and you become a martial monarch, I will not be a match for you. When one became a martial monarch, all the essence in one's body would be refined into quintessence. That would be sufficient to resist the power of the cycle of seasons. The advantage of the four-season saber technique would not be that great. Xiao Chen's expression remained calm. He did not deny the other party's words. He said calmly, "Do you want to wait another 2 years? You will know soon enough." When the cultivators in the spectator stands saw Xiao Chen's calm expression, they were surprised. They said doubtfully, "Strange, where does this Xiao Chen get such big words from? It is like he is very confident and does not care about Bai Qi at all." Seeing Xiao Chen's attitude, Bai Qi's face sank. He said coldly, "White-robed bladesman, don't overestimate yourself. I was just flattering you. Don't really think that you are my match." Xiao Chen placed his right hand on his saber hilt and said indifferently, "I have never overestimated myself. You are not my match now. 2 years from now, you will be even less of a match for me. Since you are not going to make a move, I will." Kaca. After Xiao Chen spoke, he drew his lunar shadow saber. Strong winds gathered from all directions. Clouds churned in the sky, heading for Xiao Chen's head. Winds blew everywhere, and clouds gathered. This was the starting stance of the lightning tribulation saber technique. As Xiao Chen moved, he arrived before Bai Qi in a few flashes. Xiao Chen infused his 60% comprehended saber intent with the momentum of wind and clouds as he charged forward. Bai Qi quickly drew his saber and brought out his peak small perfection saber intent to its limits. He shouted, "Heaven-breaking saber technique, first move." Dang! The sabers clashed, and Xiao Chen pressed forward gently. A surging force surged over. Bai Qi felt the might of the 60% comprehended saber intent head-on and was forced back by more than 20 meters. Dang! 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 After gaining the upper hand in one move, Xiao Chen did not hesitate. His entire body turned into a saber, radiating a sharp light as he executed all sorts of attacks. When Xiao Chen brought out his 60% comprehended saber intent, its might was startling. Bai Qi, who was not mentally prepared, was caught off guard. Retreat! Retreat! Retreat again and again. Before Xiao Chen's overwhelming aura, Bai Qi could not gather the momentum of his heaven-breaking 18 saber techniques. In that instant, he retreated more than 200 meters. Bai Qi's expression turned cold as he no longer held back. He brought out the quintessence that he had successfully refined. The saber immediately gave off a dazzling blue light. As the saber light danced about, tiny, pitch-black cracks appeared in the air. This greatly increased the might of this move, and its aura more than doubled. Essence and quintessence. There was a difference of one word, but there was a world of difference. Just a fifth of quintessence already had such might. It was hard to imagine how horrifying the strength of martial monarchs who had refined all their essence into quintessence would be. Heaven-breaking 18 saber techniques. 16th saber technique, furious chopping the heavens. Back off! Bai Qi roared ferociously. He wanted to use the quintessence to turn the situation around. Xiao Chen did not show any fear. His eyes turned scarlet, and a horrifying state of massacre spread out. It merged with the peak state of thunder, and the lunar shadow saber gave off a strange purple-red light. The one retreating is you. Winds and clouds gather, thunder everywhere, heed my call. Earthly lightning tribulation, the 60% comprehended saber intent, the peak state of massacre, and the peak state of thunder all merged together. The earthly lightning tribulation of the lightning tribulation saber technique burst out at this moment. The strong energy contained in the saber was enough to make one tremble. Its aura was no weaker than Bai Qi's. In fact, it was slightly stronger. Boom! A purple bolt of lightning descended from the thundercloud whirlpool above. Xiao Chen's earthly lightning tribulation struck Bai Qi's saber heavily. Bang! 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 Sparks flew from the tip of the saber. Xiao Chen did not stop moving. He pressed his saber against his opponent's saber, forcing Bai Qi to move back frantically. Shock flashed in Bai Qi's eyes. He was very surprised. What cultivation technique does this fellow cultivate? His essence can actually turn solid. Even with the two states, 60% comprehended saber intent, and 1/5 of my quintessence, I still cannot block him. Xiao Chen has not even condensed quintessence, and he is already so strong. What will happen when he starts refining quintessence? Xiao Chen forced Bai Qi back again. The power of thunder behind Xiao Chen had already completely formed, reaching its peak. Thunderclouds churned, and the sky changed color. A heavy and oppressive atmosphere spread out, making everyone feel like a lightning tribulation was about to descend. Furthermore, Xiao Chen was the emotionless heavenly Tao that executed the lightning tribulation. Heavenly lightning chop. Xiao Chen executed the second move of the lightning tribulation saber technique. The white-robed Xiao Chen's body gave off a bright purple light. When he swung his saber, it turned into heavenly lightning descending from the sky. Bai Qi's eyes flickered. He finally made up his mind to temporarily give up on fighting Xiao Chen. He brandished his saber and took a defensive stance. Bang! Like a celestial being, Xiao Chen swung his saber horizontally. There was a dull sound, and blood leaked out of a corner of Bai Qi's mouth as he was knocked into the air. From the start of the competition until now, Xiao Chen's aura flourished, his sharpness unparalleled. Unexpectedly, Xiao Chen suppressed Bai Qi all the way, not giving him any opportunities. He forced Bai Qi into a sorry state, forcing him to retreat again and again without any chance to retaliate. Since the start of the elimination round, Bai Qi had never been in such a difficult and wretched state. The cultivators in the spectator stands were all startled. This seemed to be different from what they had expected. This Xiao Chen is extraordinarily strong. If he did not have the four-season saber technique, Bai Qi would have lost for sure. However, it is really unfortunate for Xiao Chen. Indeed, if Xiao Chen had another 2 years, the result of today's battle would definitely be different. Seeing Xiao Chen's strength, several people sighed softly, feeling even more pity for him. The moment the four-season saber technique was executed, the situation immediately turned around. Even someone as strong as Yu Chenzi could not change the result. How could Xiao Chen do it? Right now, Bai Qi was probably waiting for Xiao Chen to finish executing the lightning tribulation saber technique and his momentum to weaken. Then, he would execute the four-season saber technique to reverse the situation. As the crowd spoke, Xiao Chen finally executed the final move of the lightning tribulation saber technique, the divine lightning tribulation. Thunderclouds covered the sky, making it dark. It was like the end of the world. The heavy atmosphere made breathing difficult. When Xiao Chen swung his saber, there was only a flash of dazzling purple light in the sky. Countless golden deities in the thundercloud whirlpool above shouted, "Mighty heavenly might! All those who defy it will be killed without mercy." The sound waves spread out, adding a trace of divine might to the aura of Xiao Chen's saber strike. If it were the Heavenly Saber Pavilion's founding ancestor executing it, this saber strike would be covered in golden electric light, filled with divine might. Bai Qi's expression turned grave. He did not dare to be careless. He drew out all the quintessence in his body and formed a thick quintessence shield in front of him. Bang! Xiao Chen, who was high in the sky earlier, landed before Bai Qi with a flash of electric light. The divine lightning tribulation arrived as planned. Chapter 598. A startling explosion resounded. In that instant, the saber Qi tore a long crack in the tough wind cloud platform. The crack continued to extend, and in the blink of an eye, it split the wind cloud platform in half. This saber strike knocked Bai Qi back like a cannonball. Cracks spread across the quintessence shield on his body. It lasted for 3 breaths of time before shattering. However, because of these 3 breaths of time, the might of this divine lightning tribulation decreased significantly. Bai Qi crashed into the wind cloud barrier and vomited a large mouthful of blood. Then, he fell to the ground with a pa sound. The electric light vanished, and the strong wind stopped blowing. After Xiao Chen executed the divine lightning tribulation, the might of the wind and thunder slowly vanished. The wind cloud platform regained its calm. Only the dragon Qi that came out from the crack still showed the horrifying might of the earlier move. Ha ha ha. The lightning tribulation saber technique truly lives up to its reputation. However, in the end, it did not kill me, Bai Qi. Bai Qi's hair was disheveled, and his clothes were in tatters. However, he started laughing maniacally, venting all the grievances he had suffered since the start of the competition. Bai Qi's eyes were filled with vigor, and a strong fighting spirit spread out in his heart. He did not feel dispirited at all. Xiao Chen, since I became famous, I have never been in such a sorry state. You have thoroughly infuriated me. Now that your momentum is exhausted, prepare to suffer my, Bai Qi's, rage. The first spurt of energy was like a tiger's. The second spurt of energy weakened, and the third spurt of energy exhausted. This was the effect that Bai Qi wanted. He was waiting for Xiao Chen's aura to reach its peak. Once Xiao Chen's aura reached its peak, Xiao Chen would not be able to defeat him. The instant Xiao Chen's aura fell, Bai Qi would use the four-season saber technique to deal a lightning-quick strike. Then, everything would be over. Xiao Chen would taste the feeling of falling from heaven to hell in an instant. This was the best way to deal a heavy blow. Not only could he defeat his opponent in the wind cloud platform, but he could also cause his opponent to lose confidence, planting a heart demon in him and preventing him from making any progress in his saber techniques. It's over. Bai Qi is going to execute the four-season saber technique. Someone in the spectator stands could not help but sigh. The result was obvious. The many elders of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion all showed extremely anxious expressions. Jiang Kai said helplessly, "Our Heavenly Saber Pavilion has wronged him. If we had a martial technique that could rival the four-season saber technique, Bai Qi would not be able to be so arrogant." Bai's pure and adorable face was filled with worry. Her bright eyes were glistening with tears, and her brows were filled with worry. Kim Tai-ho flapped his golden fan and sighed. He covered his eyes with the fan and said, "Sigh, forget it. I'm not going to watch anymore. Little brother Xiao Chen still doesn't understand the essence of being a person. If it was me, I would just disdain to fight and admit defeat. That would piss that guy off." The spring water flowed leisurely, warm at first, then cold at the next. Bai Qi muttered as he silently executed the first move of the four-season saber technique. The sound of gushing water immediately resounded in the arena. The surging river seemed both warm and cold. Bai Qi's clothes fluttered, and his essence surged without end. Using the surging power of the cycle, Xiao Chen charged at the weakened Xiao Chen, who had a weakened aura. Perhaps it was because Bai Qi had been beaten up by Xiao Chen earlier, to the point where he could not retaliate at all. He felt too sullen. Bai Qi's originally gentle saber strike was filled with resentment. The power of the cycle could not be blocked by a celestial being. When this saber strike was executed, a boundless shockwave surged towards Xiao Chen. The wind and clouds gathered in the wind cloud platform again. Xiao Chen had a calm gaze. He did not feel any joy or sorrow when facing the first move of the four-season saber technique. His heart remained calm and unperturbed. However, when the saber was 1 meter away from him, Xiao Chen casually took a step forward. One step, just one step. Xiao Chen's aura, which had already fallen to rock bottom, suddenly erupted with a might even more ferocious than the divine lightning tribulation. Boom! Thunder roared. In that instant, everything came to life. Birds and beasts cried out. Xiao Chen swung his saber, executing the four-season saber technique's spring thunder chop as well. Puci, puci. The sound of a flowing river resounded. When the two sabers clashed, an even stronger power of the cycle containing an even more perfected state of spring blasted Bai Qi back again in one breath. Bai Qi's momentum was ferocious. However, the momentum of his flying back was even faster than his momentum. No one could react in time. Bai Qi's body crashed into the wind cloud barrier. The force was so great that cracks appeared in the wind cloud barrier behind him. What's going on? What just happened? Did I see wrongly? Why is it Bai Qi who flew back again? Shouldn't Xiao Chen be in trouble after he executed the four-season saber technique? However, why is it that the one knocked back is Bai Qi? Everything happened too quickly. The spectators were dumbfounded. They could not understand what happened. They were not the only ones who could not understand. The martial monarch powerhouses in the city lord's residence exchanged glances with each other, not daring to be too sure. However, the expressions of the Bai clan elders changed drastically. The first elder, who led the group, stared blankly. He muttered to himself, "Four-season saber technique? How can this be?" Bai Qi vomited a mouthful of blood and looked at Xiao Chen. He muttered, "That's impossible. How did you learn my Bai clan's four-season saber technique? Furthermore, you are stronger than me. I don't believe it. Spring is over, summer is coming. The merciless flowing fire illuminates the world. My heart is higher than the blazing sun." Bai Qi roared ferociously and executed the second move of the four-season saber technique. He was like the blazing sun, his aura swallowing up everything. His heart was higher than the sky as he charged forward with a boundless aura. Spring is over, summer is coming. A blazing sun stands high in the sky, burning through the world. Xiao Chen shouted and took another step forward. He turned into the blazing sun, burning through everything. The light he gave off was several times brighter than Bai Qi's. Bang! The two blazing suns clashed with the power of the cycle of seasons. Two strands of saber qi flew to the side, and a crack immediately appeared on the wind cloud platform. Together with the earlier crack, the wind cloud platform split into 4 pieces. The blazing sun that belonged to Bai Qi lasted for a while before it scattered. Xiao Chen's burning to desolation knocked Bai Qi back with a loud bang. The wind-cloud barrier cracked, looking like it would shatter at any moment. I don't believe it. I don't believe it. Wounds covered Bai Qi's body from head to toe. His eyes filled with disbelief. Originally, Bai Qi thought that after he executed the four-season saber technique, he would be able to turn the situation around. Unexpectedly, he ended up in an even more miserable state than before. Such a huge drop was like falling from heaven to hell. How could Bai Qi be willing to accept this? The merciless wind, summer is coming. The world is like a leaf, too sentimental. Even at death's door, they still cling to the branch. The autumn wind rustles endlessly, sweeping away all the lovers in the world. The autumn wind rustles. The heavenly Tao is merciless. Despite his severely injured body, Bai Qi executed the third move of the four-season saber technique. The wind rustles, the rain falls incessantly. The cool wind blows, and the autumn waters ripple. The fated person smiles faintly. I'll give you a gentle saber strike. Do you dare to receive it? Xiao Chen executed his third move at nearly the same time as Bai Qi. Two soft hums rose and fell on the wind-cloud platform, layered over each other, giving everyone a vague poetic feeling. Boom! Before Bai Qi could get close to Xiao Chen, a strand of white saber qi from the lunar shadow saber knocked him back. That seemingly soft saber qi hid a boundless toughness. When it faced the unyielding, merciless autumn wind, it broke the hardness with gentleness. It shattered Bai Qi's saber technique and struck Bai Qi's body. The force from the gentle wind knocked Bai Qi back with a shio sound. Bai Qi crashed through the wind-cloud barrier and turned into a beam of light. Then, he landed in the spectator stands with a huge force. Before the cultivators could react, they were all severely injured. When the hundreds of thousands of cultivators saw this scene, they were all dumbfounded. Bai Qi was a genius bladesman. He was ranked second in the previous five-nation youth competition. He had a powerful saber technique, the four-season saber technique, and could compete with Sima Lingxian. However, at this moment, someone knocked him off the wind-cloud platform. His fate was unknown, he was utterly defeated. As for the white-robed bladesman in the arena, his clothes fluttered in the wind. He had a calm expression, not showing any excitement at all. It was like he did not care about Bai Qi from the start. It is as he said. He did not overestimate himself. Bai Qi is indeed not a match for him. The difference is too great. Indeed. From the start to the end, he did not gain any advantage at all. He did not even get a chance to execute the final two moves of the four-season saber technique. With such strength, he is qualified to challenge Sima Lingxian. Aside from Chu Chaoyun, there is now another person who can fight against Sima Lingxian. We did not come to this five-nation youth competition for nothing. The crowd thought back to what Xiao Chen said before the fight started. He did not overestimate himself. When the crowd thought back, they discovered that he was not boasting. He had just been indifferent. No one had expected such a scene to occur. In the spectator stands, Sima Lingxian, who had maintained a relaxed expression, could not help but stand up. As he looked at Xiao Chen, he felt that he was unfathomable. His confidence, which had never wavered at this moment, stirring up a boundless storm around him. Amid the surging wind, the Sima clan's first elder's face sank. He waved his long sleeves and collected the wild storm back into his sleeves. Then, he said indifferently, "Lingxian, your heart is in a mess." Sima Lingxian recovered his wits and calmed his emotions. He said, "Many thanks to First Elder for making a move. However, it is good that my heart is in a mess. If I am always like an unmoving ancient well, I will not be able to strengthen my mental state. This Xiao Chen is indeed a good whetstone." The First Elder smiled faintly and said, "It is good that you think that way." As Chu Chaoyun looked at Xiao Chen, a golden flame flashed in his eyes. He revealed a grave expression. It was unknown what he was planning. Xiao Chen wins. You gain another 2 points. The referee announced the results of the match unhurriedly. At this moment, Xiao Chen's golden dragon had finished swallowing up Bai Qi's 25-meter-long golden dragon. His golden dragon flickered with light. Now, it was 27 meters long, equal to Sima Lingxuan's. When the Heavenly Saber Pavilion's people saw this scene, they revealed dreamy expressions. Jiang Kai muttered, "I can't see through it. I really can't see through it at all." Bai's eyes were filled with tears of excitement. His innocent face showed both crying and smiling. He hugged Mu Xinya, who was beside him, and said, "Elder sister Xinya, elder brother Xiao Chen won. He won." Mu Xinya shook her head slightly and revealed a bitter smile. She felt very complicated. Unexpectedly, the youth from many years ago had grown to such a level. Chapter 599. The Bai clan elders looked at Xiao Chen with hostile gazes. They wanted to capture him on the spot and force him to tell them how he learned the four-season saber technique. However, even though they were upset, they did not dare to act rashly. For the past 10,000 years, the sects that caused trouble during the 5-season competition all did not have a good ending. In the 95th round, after this battle, all the other battles were inferior, giving people a dull and uninteresting feeling. Even the remaining matches of the giants were not worth watching. Occasionally, they would cast their gazes at Xiao Chen, who was resting with his eyes closed. As they discussed in low voices, they were filled with anticipation for Xiao Chen's next appearance. Would he give them another pleasant surprise? After this round of matches ended, only 3 of the 8 giants remained with consecutive victories. They were Xiao Chen, Sima Lingxian, and Chu Chaoyun. The number of people who could climb to the summit had shrunk once again. The champion of this 5-nation youth competition would definitely be one of these 3. As for Bai Qi, whom everyone had placed their hopes on, he had completely lost his qualifications to compete. There were still 5 rounds left. The 3 of them would meet sooner or later. It was just that no one knew who would fight first. Next match, Xiao Chen vs Shenyuan Zhantian. Xiao Chen's match started once again. The previously silent atmosphere of the crowd immediately turned lively. All sorts of discussions broke out. Although Shenyuan Zhantian had lost to Chu Chaoyun and lost his qualifications to compete for the first rank, his strength was clear for all to see. No one dared to doubt him. Be it his strong state of kingship or that wondrous martial technique that lasted until the end of time, Shenyuan Zhantian was definitely within the top 3 of the younger generation. If Shenyuan Zhantian's opponent was not Chu Chaoyun, even if he fought against Bai Qi, everyone believed that he had a high chance of victory. If Shenyuan Zhantian fought against Xiao Chen, he might be able to force out some of Xiao Chen's strength, allowing everyone to see through Xiao Chen. Bang! Shenyuan Zhantian did not hold back at all. The instant the match started, he struck the ground heavily with his heavenly war halberd. A vast state of kingship spread out like the sea. Point to the heavens, trample the earth. The surface of the sea surged and 81 waves appeared. Shenyuan Zhantian pointed his finger at the sky and stomped the ground. He charged over with a berserk aura. Xiao Chen instantly merged the 2 states together with his 60% comprehended saber intent and executed Wu Kuei breaks the heavens. The saber created a long beam of light as it intercepted Shenyuan Zhantian in midair. Using technique to break force, Xiao Chen used the characteristics of Wu Kuei breaks the heavens to break the ferocious point to heaven and trample on the earth before its might reached its peak. Xiao Chen had never been a cultivator who only knew how to fight head-on. In terms of technique and eyesight, he did not lose to anyone. Taking the initiative, Xiao Chen continuously executed the lightning tribulation saber technique he had been storing up power for. Xiao Chen started an intense battle with Shenyuan Zhantian on the undulating sea. One side had the state of kingship, which ruled over the 4 seas. The other had a 60% comprehended saber intent and the state of thunder massacre. On the wind cloud platform, the 2 were locked in a stalemate. Waves surged and exploded wildly. Thunder rumbled endlessly as scarlet killing chi spread everywhere. Bang! The divine lightning tribulation knocked Shenyuan Zhantian back. Xiao Chen stood in midair, holding his saber with one hand as he faced the wind. Shenyuan Zhantian spun around and stabilized himself. Then, he wiped the blood off his lips and smiled. It looks like other martial techniques do not pose any threat to you. Be careful, I am going to use my killing move. In terms of pure offensive power, Unending Time is stronger than the first 3 moves of the 4-season saber technique. I really want to see how you will deal with it. Right after Shenyuan Zhantian spoke, the vast sea behind him started to turn into the state of changing the sea into mulberry fields. Time was merciless. 10,000 years passed in a blink of an eye. Unending time. Only the eternal state of kingship remained, unending for 10,000 years, everlasting. The strong mysterious phenomenon was completed in just one breath. The state of kingship wrapped around the heavenly war halberd, giving off an ancient and solemn aura. Xiao Chen shook his head to himself. This move was indeed strong. However, to him, its flaws were too obvious. 10,000 years passed in a blink of an eye. In that case, if Xiao Chen could attack in half a blink of an eye, the other party's mysterious phenomenon would break by itself. A fierce purple flame burned in Xiao Chen's right eye, forming a purple arrow that quickly elongated. This move was called the Purple Thunder Arrow. It was Xiao Chen's fastest martial technique. After his Purple Thunder Divine Incantation advanced to the 6th layer, his speed broke through the barrier of martial kings. There was no strong explosive force or offensive power. There was only a horrifying penetrative power and an even more horrifying speed. Xiao. Just as the time in the blink of an eye was about to pass, the purple thunder arrow shot out and a finger-sized bloody hole appeared in Shenyuan Zhantian's chest. The state of unending time also started to become unstable. Xiao Chen took advantage of this opportunity to rush forward. He executed the first move of the 4-season saber technique, the Spring Thunder Chop. Thunder rumbled, and the power of the cycle of seasons knocked Shenyuan Zhantian back, causing him to vomit blood. The so-called state of kingship that required 10,000 years to be tempered until the end of time easily broke before everyone's astonished gazes. 10,000 years is too long. I can only seize the moment. After defeating Shenyuan Zhantian, Xiao Chen's 27-meter-long golden dragon swallowed some of his energy. However, it did not seem to have changed much. Xiao Chen's golden dragon was already too big. Furthermore, Shenyuan Zhantian's golden dragon was weaker than Xiao Chen's. If there was any change, it would only be that it was brighter. The pair of golden dragon eyes sparkled with life. The golden dragon was very intelligent, giving off the feeling that it was alive. In this round, Sima Lingxuan's opponent was Wang Quan. Chu Chaoyun's opponent was Li Tianhua. Without any surprises, the two of them easily obtained victory. The 97th round began. While the cultivators in the spectator stands were admiring the exciting martial techniques, the people from the city lord's residence were anxiously discussing the order of their appearance. There were 3 cards on the main table. The names of 3 people were written in black: Sima Lingxian, Chu Chaoyun, and Xiao Chen. If there were no surprises, the champion of this 5-nation youth competition would be one of these 3 people. After this round of competition, there were only 3 rounds left in the competition. Which 2 of them would fight first was a matter that these people were discussing. The Dragon Sealing City's city lord, Zhong Liang, moved his right hand over the 3 cards. Clearly, this was not an easy decision to make. No matter which 2 of them fought first, the remaining one would inevitably gain some benefits. Zhong Liang withdrew his hand and said to the people beside him, "Did you all come to a conclusion? Let's hear it." A grey-robed old man said, replying to the city lord, "We all agree that Sima Lingxian needs to fight one of them first. From the start of the competition until now, he is the one who has revealed the least trump cards." Someone continued, "Xiao Chen revealed his 60% comprehended saber intent, the 4-season saber technique, the lightning tribulation saber technique, the state of massacre, and the state of thunder. Chu Chaoyun revealed his 50% comprehended sword intent, the peak state of light, the life-extinguishing blood-reversing sword technique, and the killing move, eternal light. As for Sima Lingxian, he has only revealed the Son of Heaven's sword technique, 60% comprehended sword intent, and the state of kingship. These are all powerful martial techniques that he learned 3 years ago. How could he have improved so little in 3 years?" Zhong Liang muttered to himself for a while. Then, he took out the card that represented Sima Lingxian. He asked, "Is the remaining person Xiao Chen or Chu Chaoyun? I feel that it is Xiao Chen. He defeated Bai Qi too easily." I feel that it is Chu Chaoyun. He even dared to clash head-on with Shenyuan Zhantian's spear strike. Even Xiao Chen had to resort to trickery to break this move. Should it be Chu Chaoyun or Xiao Chen? With this, the people in front of the platform immediately split into two groups and started arguing non-stop. Zhong Liang frowned and said unhappily, "Stop arguing. Those in favor of letting Xiao Chen go first, raise your hand and decide." The 8 old men each made their decision. Then, 4 of them raised their hands to express their agreement. It was still a draw. When Zhong Liang saw the situation, he said, "In that case, count me in. Let Xiao Chen fight Sima Lingxian first." After Sima Lingxian spoke, he stacked Xiao Chen's card on top of Sima Lingxuan's. A grave expression flashed in his deep eyes. Zhong Liang said indifferently, "Consider it as wronging you. However, there is no such thing as absolute fairness in this world. A true expert will not bother with such rules and regulations. They will just keep winning." At this moment, Xiao Chen, who had just ascended the wind cloud platform, did not know that the city lord's residents had just made a decision that was disadvantageous to him. However, even if he knew, he would not care too much. It was as Zhong Liang said, he would just keep winning. Looking at the opponent, Xiao Chen revealed a relaxed expression on his delicate face. This was because his opponent was another old friend. Yu Chenxi wore a long pink dress as she stood on the wind cloud platform. Her spirited eyes looked at Xiao Chen. She could not help but feel somewhat rueful in her heart. The affairs of the world were unpredictable. There were always some things that one could not predict. There were also some people that one could not figure out. 2 years ago, when Yu Chenxi faced Xiao Chen, she did not even need to use her state to fight him to a draw. Now, even if she used her full power and performed exceptionally well, she would not be a match for him. Yu Chenxi recovered her wits. She smiled and said, "I'm afraid I can't use my full power against you now. Let's stop here." Even if she used her full power, she would lose. Even if she did not use it, she would still lose. Since that was the case, there was naturally no need to use her full power. Xiao Chen smiled gently and said, "Up to you. You make the first move." Yu Chenxi leaped up gently and punched with a cool breeze. However, she did not use her state of light and cloud, relying only on her movement technique and the morning sun fist. Bang! Holding the lunar shadow saber, Xiao Chen casually touched the ground. The hard wind cloud platform was like tofu, the scabbard sinking deep into it. Yu Chenxi did not use her state. She did not intend to use her saber, either. Her figure flashed as she used the dragon claw fist to clash with her opponent. Berserk Dragon. Vital chi flowed through Xiao Chen's bones. He clenched his right fist, and an azure dragon head roared ferociously. Then, he clashed with Yu Chenxi. Bang! 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 The two fists clashed. The berserk dragon roared ferociously, and light exploded. Soon, the two exchanged dozens of moves. Yu Chenxi was somewhat astonished to discover that she would not be able to take down Xiao Chen within a short time if she did not use her state. After another 100 moves, she still could not do anything to Xiao Chen. So, Yu Chenxi had no choice but to activate her state of light and cloud. A morning sun rose from the clouds. When she punched out, she knocked Xiao Chen back 100 meters. Chapter 600. Yu Chenxi looked at the lunar shadow saber stuck in the middle of the dueling ground and sighed, "I lost. Hee hee. However, in terms of fighting techniques, you are still inferior to me." After Xiao Chen finished speaking, he did not give Xiao Chen a chance to speak. After admitting defeat, he drifted off the wind cloud arena. Xiao Chen shook his head and smiled helplessly. After the golden dragon finished swallowing, he gently raised the lunar shadow saber and returned to his seat. He then closed his eyes and rested. Countless noises resounded in his ears, and the martial stage was filled with apprehension. Along with the end of round after round of matches, everyone's emotions were unprecedentedly high. After another 3 rounds of matches, the victor of this 5-nation youth competition would be decided. Who was the true dragon? Who would ascend to the peak? Who would become the bearer of luck? Who would lead the changes of this era? All of this would be revealed. The stage had already been set up, and the curtains were slowly pulled open. All that was left was for the main character to appear, and the show had just begun. The cultivators in the audience all felt extremely excited. They could not wait for the three giants to start fighting immediately. However, Xiao Chen remained calm, quietly waiting for the final three battles. After that, he would defeat all his opponents and stand at the peak of this Sky Dome realm. Next match, Bai Qi vs Chu Chaoyun. In the 98th round, the referee's rough and heavy voice slowly announced the results of the match between the two. Xiao Chen opened his eyes and looked at the two people in the arena. His eyes revealed a contemplative look. Of the 100 participants, there were still 3 whom Xiao Chen had not fought yet. They were Chu Chaoyun, the noble clan's Li Tianhua, and the top seed, Sima Lingxian. In the 98th round, Li Tianhua had entered the arena very early, and now Chu Chaoyun had also entered the arena. That was to say, Xiao Chen's opponent in this round was Sima Lingxian. Suddenly, Xiao Chen felt a strong gaze on him. He turned his head and saw that it was Sima Lingxian, who exuded a strong self-confidence. A pair of sharp eyes with the intent of a king pierced through the void and stared at him oppressively. "I will defeat you within 10 moves. One more move means I lose." The other party condensed his voice into a line and left behind words of confidence in Xiao Chen's ears. Then, he retracted his gaze. Xiao Chen didn't mind. He said softly, "If you were really that confident, you wouldn't have left behind these words. If your heart is higher than the sky, why bother looking at us mortals?" Yun Kesin, who was at the side, felt that something was wrong. She said, "Xiao Chen, what's wrong? Did someone test you earlier?" Xiao Chen smiled and said calmly, "It's nothing. It's just that someone is trying to hide the fear in their heart. Let's watch the competition." The more confident a person was, the more they were afraid of failure. It was an unchanging principle since time immemorial. Now that Bai Qi had lost to Xiao Chen, there was basically no hope for him to fight for first place again. However, as long as he could defeat Chu Chaoyun, there was still hope for him to snatch the second place. Before Xiao Chen came, he had already expected that he would lose to Sima Lingxian. He had been prepared to only get second place. Although he had miscalculated and lost to Xiao Chen early, he still had to fight for the second place. Furthermore, he actually lost to an outsider in a competition of the 4-season saber technique. No matter what, he could not lose this match. He had to prove himself with his full power. Begin. Right after the referee spoke, Bai Qi immediately made his move. He executed the first move of the 4-season saber technique, unhurried spring water, suddenly warm then cold. Infused with the power of the cycle of seasons, Bai Qi turned into a surging river and surged towards Chu Chaoyun. Hu! Hu! A strong wind blew on the wind cloud platform. A boundless aura suddenly soared, allowing everyone to feel the strength of the 4-season saber technique once again. In the previous moment, everything was calm. In the next moment, when Bai Qi drew his saber, the winds and clouds changed. The sky changed color, and a boundless aura surged. Life-extinguishing, blood-reversing sword. Chu Chaoyun's gaze remained calm. He did not dare to be careless when facing this famous 4-season saber technique. His sword left his hand and floated quietly in front of him. Chu Chaoyun opened his right palm and quickly drew a circle with his sword in the air. When the circle of swords closed, 8 beams of golden light descended from the sky above and encased him. Within the golden light, every piece of Chu Chaoyun's clothes and hair glowed with a boundless radiance. Xiao Chen gently patted the sword in the circle of light, and a dazzling beam of light immediately shot out. In that instant, the golden beam of light shone on Bai Qi, who was in midair. Bang! One could clearly see that the space behind Bai Qi had paused for an instant. The might of the samsara power had been forcefully resisted by the power contained in the golden light. Chu Chaoyun's face turned holy and pure. He let out a soft chant that sounded like a divine sound, and the 8 beams of light merged together. His eyes, the only pitch-black color in his body, also turned completely golden. The Yuan Qi in his body had completely materialized at this moment. The sword that belonged to him in the circle of swords turned into a beam of light and shot out. Everywhere it passed, space shattered and a pitch-black crack appeared. From a distance, It looked like someone had used a pencil to draw a black line on a piece of white paper. It was exceptionally eye-catching. When the crowd saw this scene, they were horrified. The essence in his body solidified. Unexpectedly, its might is equal to that of an inferior-grade martial monarch's quintessence. What cultivation technique does this Chu Chaoyun cultivate? Xiao Chen did not show much shock in his eyes. He had guessed long ago that the cultivation technique Chu Chaoyun cultivated was a heaven-ranked cultivation technique passed down in the Qianwu dynasty. Furthermore, it was of an extremely high rank. Many large sects would have some heaven-ranked martial techniques. However, since the destruction of the Qianwu dynasty, there had never been any heaven-ranked cultivation techniques circulating in the world. Dang! When the horrifying energy in the sword clashed with Bai Chi's saber, it immediately gave off a loud sound that resounded through the 9 heavens. The sound was so loud that it was deafening, shaking everyone's eardrums and temporarily deafening them. Blood leaked out of the corner of Bai Chi's mouth as he retreated 100 meters in the air. The momentum of the river and the power of the cycle of seasons vanished before this startling sword strike. Eternal light. Chu Chaoyun was the kind of person who would not let his opponent overtake him once he seized the opportunity. He leaped into the air, leaving behind a golden afterimage. Then he grabbed the sword in the air and instantly executed eternal light. The 321 acupoints in Chu Chaoyun's body suddenly opened and gave off a bright light. Every acupoint gave off thousands of beams of light. The light from the 300-odd acupoints overlapped. The boundless beams of light layered over each other, forming millions upon millions of them. Chu Chaoyun turned into a blazing golden sun. When one looked at it, they felt pain in their eyes. They did not dare to look at it directly. With the boundless beams of light overlapping, Chu Chaoyun sent out 99,900 sword strikes in one breath. The countless figures quickly overlapped. This was the eternal light that could defeat Shenyuan Zhantian's unending world to the end of time. The instant Bai Qi landed, it charged towards him with a dazzling light. Flowing fire illuminating the world. Bai Qi felt helpless. He could only reduce the might of the four-season saber technique's second move by half and quickly clash. The time that Chu Chaoyun gave him was too short. He could not bring out the full might of the four-season saber technique. Boom! The golden light exploded, and Bai Qi vomited a mouthful of blood. Once again, Chu Chaoyun knocked him back. He crashed into the wind-cloud barrier. His clothes were tattered, and he was in a sorry state. Damn it! All of Bai Qi's internal organs were severely damaged and the skin on his body had been scorched by the light. Bai Qi felt extremely depressed and furious. Chu Chaoyun's strength had completely exceeded his expectations. He was almost at the same level as Xiao Chen. No, it was just the strength that Xiao Chen had shown. The current Chu Chaoyun was even stronger than Xiao Chen. The autumn wind rustled endlessly, sweeping away the lovers of the world. Bai Qi roared ferociously and drained all the remaining essence in his body. He seemed to have gone crazy, staking everything on this four-season saber technique's third move. The world was heartless, the great Tao was heartless, the autumn wind was endless, engulfing the world. Chu Chaoyun's expression did not change. As he floated in the air, he quickly formed ancient hand seals. Instantly, the thick, dark clouds above Dragon Ceiling City, which had not moved for 10,000 years, churned continuously, and a hole appeared. Inextinguishable divine light. After Chu Chaoyun finished forming the hand seals, he shouted. Immediately, 8 golden pillars of light descended from the hole, encasing him firmly. Divine might flowed on the pillars of light, forming an impenetrable defense. This was the move that had helped Chu Chaoyun stay on the wind cloud platform when he fought with Shenyuan Zhantian. Even the shockwave from the combined explosion of the unending to the end of time and the eternal light could not do anything to Chu Chaoyun. Keng Qiong. Bai Qi's saber struck the pillars of light and gave off a metallic clang. That pillar of light containing divine might actually turned solid. What defensive move is this? Unexpectedly, it is so horrifying. With such a defensive move, aside from a martial monarch, who can defeat Chu Chaoyun? Perhaps there is some hope for the four-season saber technique's final move. However, in Bai Qi's current state, even the third move would be difficult. This does not feel like something a martial king can do. The divine might contained in the formless light is already strong enough. Unexpectedly, it turned solid. Startled cries came from the spectator stands, all of them filled with expressions of disbelief. The group of martial monarchs in the city lord's residence were all dumbfounded. They had not expected that the unremarkable move from back then would have such a strong defense. Zhong Liang looked at the cards on the table on which Xiao Chen and Sima Lingxian were stacked. He revealed a helpless expression and sighed, "Unexpectedly, even I made an error in judgment. Sima Lingxian probably chose the wrong person for this match. It is too late. The next match between Xiao Chen and Sima Lingxian is about to begin. There is no more time to change it." Based on Chu Chaoyun's appearance, he definitely still has trump cards that he has not used yet. The move he is using now is exactly the same as when he fought Shenyuan Zhantian. The other old men sighed as well. No matter what the result of the match between Xiao Chen and Sima Lingxian was, the two of them would have to reveal their greatest trump cards. With all their trump cards exposed, they would definitely be at a disadvantage when facing Chu Chaoyun in the final match. Zhong Liang glanced at Chu Chaoyun, who did not suffer any damage from Bai Qi's third saber strike. He said softly, "Perhaps this is luck. However, in the end, it is still strength that speaks. He has the initiative, but he might not have the last laugh." Chapter 601. Bang! When the light scattered, Chu Chaoyun faced the weakened Bai Qi, who had exhausted his mind. Chu Chaoyun sheathed his sword and kicked Bai Qi away like he was a sandbag. Suppressing the shock in his heart, the referee announced the victor of this match. Then, he said softly, "Next match, Xiao Chen vs Sima Lingxian." Xiao Chen was the greatest dark horse of the five-nation youth competition. Since the start of the elimination rounds, he had been victorious. Be it the inheritors of the 10 great sects, the absolute geniuses of the 8 noble clans, or even the newcomers, no one could defeat him. 60% comprehended saber intent, the 4-season saber technique, the state of massacre, and the state of thunder. No one knew how many trump cards he had or how deep his accumulations were. This was a disciple from a small sect in the great Qin nation. No one knew how many secrets he had. Sima Lingxian was the champion of the previous 5-nation youth competition. He was the undisputed first seed of this 5-nation youth competition. Sima Lingxuan's state of kingship and Son of Heaven's sword technique had not been revealed since the start of the ranking competition. No one could see through him. Only the strong self-confidence in Sima Lingxuan's heart never wavered. He seemed to have a withdrawn glow. When the crowd looked at him, he stood out like a crane in a flock of chickens. Everyone could not help but lean closer to him. The accumulations of the Sima clan, Sima Lingxuan's exceptional talent, the reputation of the top swordsman of the great Jin nation, and all sorts of glory made Sima Lingxuan's self-confidence grow. Instead, he gave off a feeling of arrogance and conceit. There were only 3 rounds left in the 5-nation youth competition. Now, these two finally fought. After this match, one of them would not be able to become the champion. Neither of them could afford to lose. As long as they lost one match, they would immediately fall behind the other in points. They would not be able to catch up even if they wanted to. The moment the two of them appeared on the wind cloud platform, they instantly attracted everyone's attention. A super newcomer against a veteran giant. Who would emerge victorious? If this were before Xiao Chen defeated Bai Qi, no one would be optimistic about the outcome of this match. However, now that he executed the 4-season saber technique, which was even stronger than Bai Qi's, no one dared to come to a conclusion about this match. Even if they felt that Sima Lingxian had a higher chance of victory, they would not say it out loud. After more than 100 battles, Xiao Chen had created too many miracles. Every time when everyone thought that his winning streak would come to an end, he would reverse the situation in one fell swoop. This caused those cultivators who had predicted that Xiao Chen would lose to be slapped in the face and rendered speechless. At this moment, how could they still dare to jump to conclusions? The scene was dead silent. No one made a sound, only countless gazes. He stared at the two people in the field with a fiery gaze, not daring to relax for even a moment. He was afraid that he would miss some wonderful scenes and regret it for the rest of his life. Xiu. Sima Lingxian waved his hand, and a simple and heavy black scabbard sheathed his sword. With a kaka sound, it embedded itself deep into the wind cloud platform between the two of them. Cracks spread out in all directions. Strands of dragon chi soared up from the wind cloud platform, accompanied by dragon roars, making the plain sword look extraordinary. The moment Sima Lingxian entered the wind cloud platform, he showed off his skills. The hard wind cloud platform was like mud to him, unable to withstand a single blow. You are very strong. Unfortunately, you ran into me, Sima Lingxian. No matter how strong you are, you can only fight for second place. It was like this for Bai Qi 3 years ago. It will be the same for you and Chu Chaoyun 3 years later. Nothing will change. Xiao Chen's delicate and handsome face did not change at all. He said indifferently, I'm afraid that I will have to disappoint you this time. Sima Lingxian laughed loudly and said, I have not made a move for a long time already. It seems like anyone dares to speak arrogantly to you. As I said earlier, if I cannot defeat you in 10 moves, I, Sima Lingxian, will lose this match. Hoo. A strong wind blew and the clouds churned. Sima Lingxian reared his head back and laughed, appearing wild and unruly. As the winds blew and clouds churned, the vast state of kingship, together with the confidence in his heart that was even higher than the sky, formed a strong aura surging towards Xiao Chen. The heavy aura could make mountains bend and rivers flow in reverse. The mountains and rivers for thousands of kilometers were all under his control. Everything under the sky belonged to the king. If one dared to disobey, heaven and earth would not tolerate it. A clear ripple could be seen on the wind cloud platform. It compressed the space behind Sima Lingxian as it rushed towards Xiao Chen. If it were an ordinary person, just this aura would suppress them to the ground, unable to move at all. Just one gaze would be enough to make his opponent tremble in fear and defeat him. The power of wind and clouds, the state of kingship. Is Sima Lingxian going to use his full strength? He wants to defeat Xiao Chen in 10 moves. Only Sima Lingxian would not find it a joke if he said that. Let's wait and see if it is as he says. The moment the aura appeared, the cultivators outside the wind cloud platform immediately felt the power contained in it. They were all shocked. When they heard Sima Lingxian's words, they immediately felt excited, their blood surging. Who was Xiao Chen? He was someone who could easily defeat Bai Qi. Yet, Sima Lingxian said that he would defeat him in 10 moves, mocking him for being arrogant and not worth mentioning. A strong wind blew. Before the aura, everything would vanish like smoke. It was like even heaven and earth could not tolerate Xiao Chen standing alone. Xiao Chen's long hair fluttered in the wind, revealing the blue strip of cloth tied around his forehead. Xiao Chen gently tugged on it, and the blue strip of cloth immediately flew with the wind, floating high in the sky. The scarlet throne mark on Xiao Chen's forehead flickered with a red light. The state of massacre in the throne was no longer suppressed, it was unleashed without restraint. As the red light spread out, a powerful aura gathered behind Xiao Chen as well, the aura of massacre. The endless murderous intent was like a torrential flood, overflowing in all directions. With just one glance, it made one's heart palpitate. All sorts of negative emotions, massacre, death, berserk, exploded in one's mind. How painful. What kind of state of massacre is this? How can one cultivate killing chi to such a level? I don't even dare to look at it, the cultivators on the wind cloud platform exclaimed. Bang! With the obstruction of the viscous red light, Sima Lingxian's aura stopped 100 meters in front of Xiao Chen with a bang, unable to advance any further. A loud sound rang out like 2 mountains crashing into each other. The sky shook, and the entire wind cloud platform trembled. This is not enough, far from enough. Xiao Chen's gaze sank, and he suddenly took a step forward. Then, he unleashed his state of thunder. Thunderclouds covered the sky above, and an eternal and immortal will spread out. This was the immortal state of thunder that Xiao Chen comprehended from Thunder Emperor Valley. The state of massacre from the ancient throne that slaughtered 100,000 demons and the immortal state that Thunder King Sang Mu inherited, these 2 states that surpassed the limits merged in that instant. How could they fear the state of kingship of the mundane world? Xiao Chen's aura soared several times over. As he took a step forward, he instantly forced back Sima Lingxuan's aura of kingship. The sound of mountains crumbling resounded endlessly. Long, sinister cracks spread out on the wind cloud platform. Before the fight even started, the vast wind cloud platform had already shattered into pieces, leaving it in a sorry state. Sima Lingxian dared to say that he could defeat me in 10 moves, insulting me. However, I, Xiao Chen, have never lost to someone of the same generation since I became famous in the Skydome realm. Heaven was unfair, preventing Xiao Chen from condensing a martial spirit at the age of 16. If he had another 16 years, he would not even care about this Sima Lingxian. Even so, the current Xiao Chen was not someone that Sima Lingxian could humiliate. A strong wind blew, and a scarlet light spread out. Xiao Chen remained expressionless as he said in a cold voice, "Make your move. Let me see how you are going to defeat me in 10 moves. I really want to know who is the arrogant one here." At this moment, Xiao Chen's aura shattered Sima Lingxuan's aura. He no longer had the insufferably arrogant attitude he had earlier. When Xiao Chen's cold voice reached Sima Lingxuan's ears, it made him feel somewhat uncomfortable. Right now, Xiao Chen's attitude was slightly higher than Sima Lingxuan's. When he spoke, he gave Sima Lingxian a feeling of looking down on him. "Since you want to be defeated that badly, I will grant your wish." Sima Lingxian snorted coldly and gently waved his right hand. The plain sword stuck in the wind cloud platform immediately came out of its scabbard. Sima Lingxian leaped into the air and grabbed the sword. Then, he shouted, "First sword strike, sovereign descending to the 9 heavens, wind and clouds arise." With the support of the sword intent, the 1-meter-long sword hummed endlessly. When Sima Lingxian swung his sword, it was like he was the son of heaven descending from heaven. Wind and clouds gathered under his feet. In that instant, he rode the wind and clouds. Mountains, rivers, cities, and villages for thousands of kilometers around all the living things in the world materialized the state of a sovereign descending to the 9 heavens. One sword raised wind and clouds, materializing the state of a sovereign. Riding the wind and clouds, he stood on mountains and rivers. Sword momentum, state, and sword intent are all perfect and flawless. This sword strike is completed in one breath, with no flaws at all. When Liu Xiaoyun, who was in the spectator stands, saw this sword strike, he revealed an expression of admiration. He praised it from the bottom of his heart. Break. Xiao Chen's figure flickered, and he drew his saber. Purple and red lights intersected on the saber as he swung his saber at an extremely fast speed. Xiao Chen struck the place where the wind and clouds gathered. A saber light flashed, and the wind and clouds split in half. The wind was wind, and the clouds were clouds. The state of a sovereign for thousands of kilometers around vanished into thin air. All this happened in an instant. Right after Liu Xiaoyun spoke, Xiao Chen cleanly broke this move. Liu Xiaoyun opened his mouth but could not say anything. His eyes sparkled as he said in astonishment, "The sword raises wind and clouds, materializing mountains and rivers for thousands of kilometers around. Then, there is the state of a sovereign descending to the world. As long as one breaks the wind and clouds, the state of a sovereign descending to the world will cease to exist. Why did I not think of that?" The drifting snow sword sect's first elder shook his head and said, "That won't do. Even if you thought of it, you would not be able to do it so quickly or be so decisive. However, Sima Lingxuan's wind and clouds are already very close together. How did he find the point of fusion and then separate the wind and clouds? This is really strange." With his sword move broken, Sima Lingxian circled around and retreated 100 meters. Then, he looked cautiously at Xiao Chen. Who knew, Xiao Chen did not chase after him. He held his saber with one hand and looked calmly at Sima Lingxian. He said, "Just make your move. I will break every move you make. I will not chase after you. I want to see how you will defeat me in 10 moves." What a fellow. Sima Lingxian is already arrogant enough. Unexpectedly, this Xiao Chen is even more confident than him. Breaking every move he makes. Even after breaking, he does not follow up with another attack. It looks like Sima Lingxuan's attitude has really angered Xiao Chen. Haha. It has probably been many years since someone spoke to Sima Lingxian like this. Interesting, very interesting. Chapter 602. The moment Xiao Chen spoke, a huge commotion broke out in the crowd. This was even more shocking than Sima Lingxuan's declaration of defeating his opponent in 10 moves. Everyone had their own pride. Xiao Chen looked calm and indifferent. However, deep in his heart was a pride that no one knew about. He would not allow anyone to profane it. Good. 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 Sima Lingxian said good 3 times in a row. With each word, his expression turned more sullen. A murderous intent even appeared in his eyes. Heart of a king, sword illuminating the world. Sima Lingxian did not say anything else. He immediately sent out a second sword strike. The sword flickered with a bright light, immediately filling the arena with light. It was like this sword illuminated the world. Sima Lingxian, who was floating in the air, seemed to have a heart burning in his chest. Even through his clothes and flesh, a fiery red light could be seen leaping about. When Shenyuan Zhantian saw this sword strike, he immediately revealed an expression of extreme shock. He said, "He is burning the heart of a king." This is a technique that can only be grasped after reaching great perfection in the state of kingship. The might of this sword strike has increased by at least 3 times. Let's see how you break it. Sima Lingxian shouted ferociously. His figure flashed, and he instantly arrived before Xiao Chen. There was nothing strange about this sword strike. It simply used the world as its faith and burned the heart of a king to attack the enemy. Aside from receiving it head-on, there was no way to break it. Xiao Chen's spiritual sense found the weakest spot in his opponent's sword strike. Then, he immediately executed the roaming dragon's 9 transformations. His body trembled and split into 9. The 9 figures merged 2 states and each sent out a saber strike. Every saber strike landed on the weakest spot of the sword strike. Although it was said to be weak, that was only relative. The force at the weakest spot could easily shatter a small mountain. Bang! 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 The sword might was too strong. Every one of Xiao Chen's clones could not block it for even a moment before they shattered into pieces. However, when Sima Lingxian broke the 8th clone, he suddenly felt that something was wrong. He discovered that the might of this sword had decreased by half without him realizing it. You discovered it as well, right? However, it is too late. Break! Xiao Chen's main body shouted. The crystalline purple essence in his body turned into a sharp saber light. Infused with his 60% comprehended saber intent, he chopped at the weakest spot. Boom! When the energy shot out, it created an intense shockwave. Everyone saw Sima Lingxuan's body quickly hit the shockwave. He spun a few times in the air before he stabilized himself. However, Xiao Chen did not move at all. Only the terrifying red glow around him and the immortal state of thunder above him intertwined with each other, making his handsome face look extremely demonic. Sima Lingxian did not believe it. He executed the later moves of the Son of Heaven's sword technique to their limits. The king's heart in his chest burned even more ferociously. Xiao Chen's spiritual sense circulated, breaking the other party's sword techniques one by one. He really could not find any flaws. Xiao Chen directly used the 4-season saber technique to clash with his opponent, using force to break his opponent's saber technique. The 6th move has been broken. There are only 4 moves left. The 7th move has also been broken. There are only 3 moves left. The 8th move has also been broken. There are only 2 moves left. The 9th move has been broken. There's only 1 more move left. The cultivators in the spectator stands watched excitedly. If Xiao Chen really did as he said and let Sima Lingxian attack, Xiao Chen would not chase after him or take the initiative to attack. He only cared about breaking the sword. They wanted to see what gave Sima Lingxian the confidence to say that he could defeat Xiao Chen in 10 moves. 10th sword technique, crossing 1,000 peaks. Sima Lingxuan's expression turned terrifyingly sullen. He burned all the remaining quintessence in his body and executed the 9th move of the Son of Heaven's sword technique. Thousands of mountains appeared in the air. Sima Lingxian infused them into his sword technique, making the might of this sword technique incredibly heavy. Everywhere the sword passed, pitch-black cracks appeared in space. When the sword moved diagonally, a sword light exploded before it. In an instant, it seemed like thousands of towering mountains pressed down on Xiao Chen, covering the sky and covering the sun. Moonlight like frost, flowing water hurts, beauty grows old, where can one find one's home? In the face of danger, Xiao Chen did not panic. He calmly executed the four-season saber technique's fourth move, Grieving Frost. Strands of frost silently seeped into the towering mountains. The faint saber intent made it almost impossible to detect anything strange. When Sima Lingxian saw the situation, the sullen expression on his face disappeared. He laughed loudly and said, "The mountains press down on you. Let's see where you can hide." Xiao Chen withdrew his saber and stood upright. He said indifferently, "Why the need to hide? Kaca, Kaca." Suddenly, crunching sounds came from all the mountains in the sky. The mysterious phenomenon that Sima Lingxian materialized broke from the inside out. It turned into sand and pebbles flying everywhere, scattering with the wind and returning to nothing. How can it be like this? Sima Lingxuan's expression changed slightly in disbelief. The white-robed Xiao Chen held the lunar shadow saber in his hand as he pointed it at his opponent. Under the illumination of the light, he said calmly, "The 10 moves are over. I am standing here. How are you going to defeat me? I only ask you, who was the one speaking such arrogant words? One can be arrogant, but one must never be conceited. Since you spoke rudely and considered everyone beneath you, I do not mind ruthlessly slapping your face in front of everyone. Who cares if you are a noble clan disciple or the top genius of the great Jin nation?" The many cultivators in the spectator stands all had incredulous expressions on their faces. They had not expected Xiao Chen to break his opponent's 10 moves. This time, Sima Lingxian was truly embarrassed. The vast wind cloud platform was riddled with thousands of holes. At this moment, it was a complete mess. Originally, the wind cloud platform had an automatic repair function. Otherwise, it would not be in such a dilapidated state. However, when the two fought, they were simply too strong. The saber intent and sword intent contained in their martial techniques lingered for a long time. There was no way for the wind cloud platform to repair itself properly. However, Sima Lingxuan's heart was even more disordered than this dilapidated wind cloud platform. He had not expected Xiao Chen to be so strong. Xiao Chen's strength, martial techniques, states, and techniques did not lose to him at all. Damn it! I did not lose. The one who lost is you. After 10 moves, Sima Lingxian did not admit defeat like he said he would. He had a crazed expression as he circulated his essence. Then, he charged over with a ferocious aura. Scram! This time, Xiao Chen took the initiative to attack. The solidified essence in his body covered every acupoint, bone marrow, and blood in his body. In that instant, Xiao Chen's entire body gave off a dazzling purple light. Even his pitch-black eyes turned a deep purple, flickering with electricity. Bang! Sima Lingxian no longer had any technique. His attack was full of openings. Xiao Chen grasped his saber with both hands and swept it across. Amid the dazzling purple light, he used absolute force to knock his opponent off the wind cloud platform. Bang! Xiao Chen's saber strike knocked back the insufferably strong Sima Lingxian. He crashed through the wind cloud barrier and flew out. A Sima clan superior grade martial monarch's figure flashed over in an instant. He caught Sima Lingxian just before he crashed into the ground, preventing him from ending up in a sorry state like Bai Qi and saving his last bit of face. One should not boast. Even Sima Lingxian is no exception. If he was careless, he would have been slapped in the face in front of everyone. The newcomers these days are too horrifying. Even Sima Lingxian fell. The last contestant of the 10 great sects and 8 noble clans is gone. All the geniuses of the great Jin nation have fallen. Currently, only Xiao Chen and Chu Chaoyun are left. I wonder where these two people came from. I have never heard of them before. The moment they appeared, they caused such a huge commotion. This is unbelievable. What is even more unbelievable is yet to come. These two people are actually contestants from the Great Qin nation. Their sects are probably laughing even in their dreams. This 5-nation youth competition had brought too many surprises to the crowd. Even someone as strong as Sima Lingxian was defeated before he could even make it to the final round. The impact of this was indescribable. Every generation had its own geniuses. Each wave was taller than the one before. In this great age of cultivators, anything could happen. This made everyone sigh and sigh endlessly. On the dilapidated wind cloud platform, Xiao Chen, whose entire body flickered with a purple light, sheathed his saber. The light vanished, and his strong aura vanished. His entire being returned to ordinary. The scarlet throne mark on Xiao Chen's forehead gave his delicate face a sinister and tyrannical aura after he removed the blue strip of cloth. This was very different from how he usually looked. When the other half-step martial monarchs, Jiang Kai, saw Xiao Chen after Xiao Chen walked off the wind cloud platform, his heart trembled. Her heart trembled, and the radiant smile on her face vanished. Unexpectedly, she could not speak to Xiao Chen calmly. When Xiao Chen saw the expressions of the surrounding people, he startled to his senses. He took out another blue strip of cloth from the universe ring and tied it around his forehead, covering up the scarlet throne mark. Xiao Chen's demonic and tyrannical aura immediately vanished. He turned back into the calm and indifferent white-robed bladesman Xiao Chen. Jiang Kai did not know what to say for a while. After thinking for a while, he said, "Xiao Chen, you should rest first." When Murong Chong, Yun Kusin, and the others looked at Xiao Chen, they were all shocked. Although they had guessed that Xiao Chen was strong, they had not expected him to be this strong. Sima Lingxian, whom they did not even dare to look at directly, lost to Xiao Chen in such a manner. He had been ruthlessly slapped in the face before everyone. When Xiao Chen saw everyone's expressions, he sighed silently to himself. No matter what, it is fine as long as I remain the same. Even if I step onto the great Tao in the future and look down on everyone, I will still walk the world with reverence in my heart. On the platform, Dragon Sealing City's city lord, Zhong Liang, picked up Sima Lingxuan's card and waved it casually. A faint flame flared up on the card, and it quickly turned into ashes, vanishing into the air. Only 2 cards remained on the table. One had Xiao Chen's name on it and the other had Chu Chaoyun's name on it. Zhong Liang said softly, "There are really many surprises. What do you all think?" When the old man on Zhong Liang's right heard this, he smiled and said, "Xiao Chen versus Chu Chaoyun. This is the final match. The suspense will last until the end." Indeed. Who could have imagined that this Xiao Chen state of massacre is only a fine line away from the will of massacre? Furthermore, his state of thunder contains the immortal attribute. The most horrifying thing is that his essence has completely solidified. He has not even reached peak half-step martial monarch, and his essence can already solidify. I wonder what fortuitous encounter this little fellow had. If he advanced to martial monarch, the quintessence that he refined would make several of the older generation pale in comparison. Chapter 603. Chu Chaoyun is not simple either. His peak state of light contains divine might. His essence can also be condensed into a solid form. The martial technique he practices is also very strong. The two of them are about the same age and come from the same nation. Their strengths are similar. Having them fight the final battle is definitely the best result. Zhong Liang smiled and nodded, "That is for the best. As I said earlier, there is no need to care about the rules. If you have the strength, just keep winning." Both of them are proud sons of heaven, a pair of absolute geniuses. This old man is very curious as to who will have the last laugh. After the match between Sima Lingxian and Xiao Chen ended, an hour passed before the next match resumed. This was because the wind cloud platform was severely damaged. There was no way for a normal match to take place. They could only wait for it to recover on its own. After the 98 matches were over, the 99 matches began. The first match was between Gong Yangyu and Liu Xiaoyun. This match was very crucial to both of them. As long as one of them lost, they would immediately fall out of the top 10. The matches were very intense and very exciting, attracting a lot of attention. In the end, Gong Yangyu relied on his killing move, tossing heaven and earth, to obtain a spot in the top 10 after much difficulty. After 10-odd matches, it was Xiao Chen's turn. His opponent was Li Tianhua. He did not give his opponent much of a chance, ending the match within 20 moves. Xiao Chen easily obtained victory. Next match, Chu Chaoyun against Sima Lingxian. Sima Lingxian, who had just been defeated, had already recovered from most of his injuries. However, his confidence had vanished completely. He looked very dispirited, giving off a feeling of being in low spirits. He was like a different person from the previous Sima Lingxian. His aura was completely different. Sima Lingxian had fallen from the clouds to the bottom of the valley, defeated by Xiao Chen in 10 moves. Furthermore, it was an extremely humiliating defeat. Sima Lingxian could not do anything about it. He could not digest the difference in his heart. The strong confidence that he had accumulated over the past 20-odd years had been shattered by Xiao Chen in an instant. A huge flaw appeared in his mental state. Now, when facing the strong Chu Chaoyun, Sima Lingxian could not retaliate at all. He no longer had his previous glory. How hateful. After losing to Xiao Chen, it will be difficult for Lingxian to get into the top 3, the Sima clan's first elder said angrily. Sima Lingxuan's ranking in the ranking matches directly affected the Sima clan's luck for the next 100 years. His dream of winning 3 championships in a row had been shattered, and now he couldn't even get into the top 3. He couldn't help but feel depressed. As he looked at Xiao Chen, a heavy murderous intent flashed in his eyes. He said sullenly, "The Sima clan will make things difficult for whoever makes things difficult for my Sima clan." The elders of the Bai clan, one of the 8 noble clans, were currently discussing Xiao Chen's matter. Their words were filled with murderous intent. The 4 clans Xiao Chen Saber Bai Qi. The Ling clan's Chen Xiao Wu clan's spirit. The 4-season saber technique is the foundation of our Bai clan. We absolutely cannot reveal it. No matter how this person obtained it, we have to figure it out after the 5-nation youth competition. Furthermore, this person's 4-season saber technique is clearly stronger than our Bai clan's. We have to find out how he cultivated it. The second brother of the Bai clan's clan head, Bai Qinghe, said sinisterly as he sized up Xiao Chen with a malicious gaze. When Bai Qinghe, the second brother of the Bai clan's clan head, heard these words, he frowned slightly. He felt that something was wrong. If a person's luck was extremely strong, it would be very difficult to catch them. Heaven would be watching over them, and they would not be fated to die. Not only would Bai Qinghe's second uncle's ideas not achieve the desired effect, but they might even attract an enemy who might become a martial emperor in the future. Chu Chaoyun wins. You gain another 2 points. The referee announced the results unhurriedly. After a round of swallowing, Chu Chaoyun's golden dragon grew to 29 meters long, equal to Xiao Chen's. As for Sima Lingxuan's golden dragon, it was no longer as dazzling as before. After 2 consecutive defeats, his golden dragon shrunk to 27 meters long, only slightly longer than Bai Qi and the others. Roar! Roar! Just as Chu Chaoyun was about to get off the stage, the golden dragon above his head suddenly roared ferociously. It charged at the golden dragon circling above Xiao Chen, bearing its fangs and claws. A ferocious light radiated from it, looking extremely sinister and horrifying. The golden dragon above Xiao Chen's head also fought back, not giving way at all. The 2 golden dragons flew out of Xiao Chen's control. Suddenly, they flew together and started fighting each other, shocking the onlookers. The final battle has not started yet, and the 2 golden dragons are already fighting. How interesting! Only one true dragon can exist in this world. It will not allow 2 true dragons to exist together. Now that only the final battle remains, the 2 golden dragons probably feel a sense of danger. No matter how many geniuses there are, no matter how outstanding they are, there can only be one main character in each age. To the other geniuses, this glorious age is a tragic age. People like Bai Qi, Yu Chenxi, Liu Xiaoyun, and Shenyuan Zhantian would definitely be the main characters of any age. However, in the age of geniuses, they could only play a supporting role. Xiao Chen and Chu Chaoyun were also terrifyingly strong. They were clearly stronger than the other geniuses. They were rarely seen, and it would not be an exaggeration to call them the absolute proud pair. However, such proud sons of heaven might not be able to become the main character of this great age. This was because there could only be one true dragon. An 89-meter-long golden dragon was just short of 30 meters. 9 was the limit of numbers. As long as it reached 30 meters, it would immediately become a true dragon. The luck that a true dragon obtained was not something that the other false dragons could compare to. The luck of this age of the Sky Dome realm would be added to it. Countless fortuitous encounters, spiritual fortuitous encounters, and all sorts of mysterious phenomena that were not meant to happen would happen to the true dragon. Who was the true dragon? At this moment, only one step remained. Only one final battle remained. Ferocious roars rang out in the sky as the two golden dragons fought. A ferocious aura spread out, scaring the other golden dragons into trembling and hurriedly dodging. Chu Chaoyun and Xiao Chen were both somewhat surprised. They had not expected such a thing to happen. Chu Chaoyun narrowed his eyes and revealed a faint smile on his calm face. He said softly, "Come back." Chu Chaoyun's golden dragon roared in dissatisfaction. Then, it slowly returned to Chu Chaoyun's head, circling left and right, dancing up and down. Xiao Chen gently waved his hand, and his golden dragon returned with a xiao sound. Everywhere it passed, the golden dragons of the other participants dodged, not daring to block its sharpness. After the 99th round of matches ended, the organizers let all the participants rest for 2 hours to prepare for the final round of matches. Time slowly went by. At some point, dusk had already arrived, leaving a dim yellow setting sun in the western sky, scattering a mottled glow. The organizers had purposely arranged for the match between Xiao Chen and Chu Chaoyun to be the last match. Shua, shua, shua. The entire place fell silent. Only the sounds of the matches on the wind cloud platform could be heard far away. This was very strange. Normally, even in the worst matches, there would be cultivators who would comment on them, giving their own opinions and insights. However, at this moment, the place fell completely silent. No one said anything, they just watched the matches quietly. The matches that had been bustling for the past few days had calmed down just like that. There would always be a peaceful night before a storm. The sky, the dark clouds, the sound of the wind, the sound of breathing, and even the fights on the wind cloud platform all gave off a sense of tranquility. The matches of the final round slowly came to an end. By the time the 49th match was over, the sky had already turned dark. Since the start of the Five-Nation Youth Competition, there had never been a night match. However, the final match had already piqued the interest of countless people. Clearly, they could not wait another night. Zhong Liang, who was on the platform, waved his right hand. Bang! 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 The other 9 wind cloud platforms around the largest wind cloud platform lit up with flames. Hoo! Hoo! The flames made that tall and vast wind cloud platform look mysterious. The 4 referees flew out from the various platforms. However, they did not ascend the wind cloud platform like they usually did. Instead, they floated in the air, as though they were afraid of the 2 people who would fight later. The final match begins now. Heavenly Saber Pavilion's Xiao Chen and Misty Sword Sect's Chu Chaoyun quickly enter the arena. The 4 referees shouted in unison in the silent night. Their voices were like thunder, resounding in all directions. Everyone could hear them clearly. The emotions that had been calm for a long time immediately surged. After 3 years of waiting, more than half a month of competition, and 180 matches, the final match was finally about to begin. Xiao! Xiao! 2 figures soared into the air in the darkness. Their clothes were very ordinary. However, the darkness of the night did not seem to be able to hide the glow of their bodies. Among the millions of people, they shone brightly, allowing everyone to see them clearly at a glance. Their gazes unwittingly started to follow the trajectory of the 2 in the air. Keng Qiong. The 2 drew their sabers and swords and brandished the weapons in their hands. Dense saber chi and sword chi tore through the night sky and tore 2 holes in the wind cloud barrier with a KACA sound. The tough wind cloud barrier was as thin as a cicada's wings in the 2's hands. It did not have any resistance at all, easily breaking apart with a casual strike. The 2 gently drifted down and put away their weapons. Without making any sound, They landed on the ground at the same time. Chu Chaoyun always had a calm expression on his face. There was a faint smile in his eyes, but it was indistinct. No one could see through it. The two did not say anything. They just stared at each other, building up their auras. Under the pressure of their auras, the air in the air turned viscous, almost solidifying. Suddenly, Chu Chaoyun said, "Don't you feel that this is very strange? 4 years ago, you could not even receive half an attack from me. Now, you can stand here and compete with me for the luck of the Sky Dome realm." Xiao Chen said calmly, "What is so strange about that? There will definitely be a fight between us. It is just a matter of time. No one in this world can understand the loneliness and solitude that I have endured. The people who defeated me 4 years ago have already lost to me. You will not be an exception." Holding his scabbard with his right hand, Chu Chaoyun casually leaned against the ground. Then, he combed his hair back and smiled faintly. After some thought, he said, "In that case, draw your saber. Let me see how much you have grown for you to be so confident." Chu Chaoyun's tone was calm and serene. However, it hid an overwhelming fighting spirit. Right after he spoke, the aura that he had been storing up turned into a strong wind that roared at Xiao Chen. Chapter 604. Xiao Chen's clothes and accessories instantly gave off a resplendent golden light. His golden hair fluttered in the wind, and his pitch-black eyes turned golden as well. Tens of thousands of rays of light burst forth from his body, causing the colorless and odorless wind to shine with a golden light, radiating sharpness in all directions. Faintly, the sound of countless swords humming in the wind was singing a tune that no one could understand. As the strong wind howled, the light was piercing. This heavy night was like a thick piece of cloth being torn apart by this golden light, turning into countless shards. Xiao Chen's delicate face did not change at all. Even if the sky fell and the earth cracked, he would face it calmly. There was no fear in Xiao Chen's heart because he had a saber in his hand. Xiao Chen said softly, "As you wish." Kaca. Xiao Chen drew the lunar shadow saber by 1 centimeter. Instantly, boundless electric light turned into a leaping purple light. Then, it burst out together with the aura that Xiao Chen had been storing up. The white clear breeze robe and the accessories on it all turned into pieces of sparkling and translucent purple. His deep eyes turned into endless lightning, and in the deepest part of his eyes, there were countless blades trembling and cheering. The strong wind behind Xiao Chen, compressed by his aura, howled. Countless electric lights leaped about in the wind, crackling endlessly. Bang! The golden and purple gales collided with each other, causing a deafening explosion in the silent night. It was deafening and indescribable. The two of them raised their auras, and the strong wind formed a semicircle of light. One golden and one purple, they clashed with each other, not giving way at all. The golden semicircle of light had millions of strands of light reflecting off each other, giving off a dreamlike radiance. Countless berserk electric lights leaped about on the purple semicircle of light. When the electric lights exploded, vague ripples appeared in space. The golden light and the purple electric lights clashed, giving off an extremely strong energy that caused countless tiny cracks to appear in the wind cloud platform. In the blink of an eye, the huge wind cloud platform looked like a spiderweb, cracks spread everywhere. Boom! The two auras were evenly matched, neither gaining the upper hand. The two of them lost the patience to continue waiting. They drew their sabers and swords again. The golden and purple semicircular balls of light exploded in an instant, emitting a deafening explosion. The instant the two drew their weapons, the 1,000-meter-wide wind cloud platform shattered. Countless hard rocks floated in the air. Before they had even made their move, half of the wind cloud platform had already been destroyed. The spectating martial artists were dumbfounded. Such a scene was completely unimaginable. Even the other giants, Bai Qi, Liu Xiaoyun, Wang Quan, and the others, were filled with shock. They felt like something was stuck in their throats, making it hard for them to speak. Fight! The two of them let out a long roar. They held their treasured swords and brandished their long sabers. With boundless battle intent, he charged towards the other party with lightning speed. Clang, clang, clang. When the saber and sword clashed, countless sparks flew. The two in midair moved as fast as the wind and the sun. Ordinary cultivators could only see two blurry beams of light, one gold and one purple, crisscrossing in the air, flying up and down, leaving behind countless afterimages as they flickered. As the condensed saber chi and sword chi moved about, tiny cracks appeared in the void. The two's materialized saber chi and sword chi had actually reached a level that some inferior-grade martial monarchs could not achieve. They even tore space apart. The surrounding wind-cloud barrier immediately shredded into countless pieces like it was made of thin paper. Wind and thunder roared, and the light scattered. After several dozen moves, the wind-cloud barrier was completely destroyed. The 10 dragon pillars around the wind-cloud platform could no longer spit out energy. Flowing light passing shadows. Suddenly, Chu Chaoyun, who was in an intense battle, shouted. His body turned into a beam of light, leaving 81 afterimages at Xiao Chen's side. Each afterimage sent a sword strike at Xiao Chen. Each sword strike used a different move. Some chopped, and some stabbed. Golden light flashed on the swords. The 81 flickering golden lights merged into one, dazzling everyone's eyes. Before this sword strike, Xiao Chen's 5 senses became mere decorations. He could not see clearly at all. Roaming Dragon's 9 transformations. Transform, transform, transform. Xiao Chen shouted, and his body split into 9. The crystalline essence in his body spun continuously as he executed the Roaming Dragon's 9 transformations. 81 clones appeared in the air as well. Each of the clones also sent out a saber strike, blocking the sword techniques of Chu Chaoyun's afterimages. Kang, kang. In that instant, countless sabers and swords clashed together, forming a horrifying sonic boom. They turned into surging shock waves that surged into the surroundings like a raging river. The expressions of the 4 referees floating 500 meters away from the wind-cloud platform turned grave. They quickly made their move, each sending out a quintessence shield to block the shock waves. The 4 old men were shocked. They exchanged glances and projected their voices. What a strong shock wave. Even a newly advanced martial monarch would not be a match for these two. If this shock wave had spread out, the spectators in the first 5 rows would have been significantly injured. Fortunately, the city lord had foresight and told us to take precautions outside. Otherwise, many cultivators would have died in this 5-nation youth competition. Merge. However, the 2 people in the air above the wind-cloud platform were not in the mood to care about the gazes of others. They shouted at the same time. 81 figures merged back together in that instant, giving off a bright light. In the pitch-dark night, the two's light burst forth. At this moment, the darkness was completely suppressed by their light. The dueling ring became as bright as day. Dang! The saber and sword chopped at each other at the same time, fast, accurate, ruthless, and callous. The golden sword light and the purple saber light clashed. Boundless energy spread out and tore the space around the two into pieces. A huge force rebounded. The two, who had just merged back together, separated in an instant. They both spun around and vented out the energy flowing in their bodies. Xiao Chen stabilized himself and gently floated up. He stood on the dragon head of a dragon pillar and held his saber with one hand. His white clear wind robes fluttered in the strong wind. On the other side, Chu Chaoyun stood on a dragon pillar as well. The light on his body was withdrawn. Only his sword occasionally emitted golden sword chi. The two were separated by a kilometer. The wind cloud platform in the middle was in a sorry state. It was riddled with holes and was in a sorry state. There was not even a place to stand. The dragon chi that leaked out was also turbid. The shock waves from the two's exchange sliced it into millions of pieces. It did not even have a chance to let out a dragon roar. Chu Chaoyun tightened his grip on his sword. He revealed a rarely seen wildness on his face. He smiled and said, "I have not fought to my heart's content in a long time. Xiao Chen, you are indeed qualified to say such words. However, the show is just beginning. Did you know? Boundless light, vast and mighty divine might." Chu Chaoyun shouted, and the thick clouds in the sky suddenly parted. A blazing pillar of light descended and tore through the night sky, encasing Chu Chaoyun. This was not the first time the crowd saw Chu Chaoyun execute the state of light that contained divine might. However, when they saw it again in the dark night, they had a different feeling. In contrast to the night sky, the blazing golden pillar of light looked even more piercing and dazzling. Divine might spread out, and a dignified aura spread out. Everyone could not help but feel a desire to worship Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen tore off the strip of cloth covering his forehead. A peak state of massacre surged out from the immortal state of thunder. The two merged and formed a strange purple-red light, blocking the other party's divine might. Clouds move in all directions, wind and lightning gather. With the two states merged, Xiao Chen executed the starting stance of the lightning tribulation saber technique, taking the initiative to attack. The wind blew from all directions and the thunderclouds above his head churned. Compared to usual, the thunderclouds above his head had an additional sharp killing intent. When Chu Chaoyun saw this, he thought to himself, using the peak state of massacre to make up for the lack of my state of wind and cloud, he will be much more difficult to deal with. As Xiao Chen thought, he quickly sent out his first saber strike. Chu Chaoyun stood on the dragon pillar, not intending to move. He sent out many golden sword images. The flashes of the sword images were very unusual. It was like there were many Chu Chaoyun sending out hundreds of moves at the same time. Unexpectedly, this sword strike contained the shadow of the eternal light. It was similar to the eternal light sword technique, but it was much less mighty. However, it was faster and easier to execute. Chu Chaoyun did not move from his original position. When he swung his sword, he knocked back Xiao Chen. Its might actually surpassed that of Xiao Chen's, who carried the momentum of the lightning tribulation. When Xiao Chen saw this, he was not surprised. He pushed off the air and did a somersault, sending out a second saber strike. Chop, chop, chop. Xiao Chen sent out 5 saber strikes, each one stronger than the one before. Although Chu Chaoyun still did not move, cracks appeared on the dragon pillar under his feet. The lightning infused with the state of massacre gave off a desolate state of massacre. It was very similar to the cold and emotionless aura of the heavenly Tao. Earthly lightning tribulation. The momentum of the lightning tribulation finally reached its peak. The lightning attributed spiritual energy on the ground resonated with the lightning whirlpool in the sky. Xiao Chen roared ferociously and turned into the heavenly Tao, sending down the first lightning tribulation. Extreme Light Realm. Knowing the might of this saber strike, Chu Chaoyun did not dare to use saber intent. He sent out thousands of light screens in front of him, layering over each other and forming a thick mirror of light. Bang! There was a loud explosion, but the mirror of light did not shatter. However, the dragon pillar under Chu Chaoyun's feet completely shattered. Unexpectedly, the power of the saber could penetrate the light mirror and still be so mighty. Chu Chaoyun's complexion paled slightly as he scattered the extreme light realm. Then, he turned into a beam of light and headed for another dragon pillar. What a strong lightning tribulation saber technique. It infused the state of massacre, raising its might to another level. The lightning tribulation destroys all life. Actually, it is killing. This state of massacre is completely compatible with the lightning tribulation saber technique. Unexpectedly, when Xiao Chen fought Bai Qi earlier, he did not use it. Just by relying on this lightning tribulation saber technique, Xiao Chen can probably defeat Bai Qi. He really hid it well. Chu Chaoyun is at a disadvantage. If he does not use eternal light and inextinguishable divine light, he will not be able to block it. After witnessing the horrifying might of the lightning tribulation saber technique, several cultivators started discussing it. The previously evenly matched situation finally showed some signs of change. Heavenly lightning tribulation. Xiao Chen roared ferociously again as he descended from the sky, bringing with him heavenly might. His expression was emotionless, as though Chu Chaoyun was a sinner who violated heavenly might. Chapter 605. I have to break his momentum. The lightning tribulation saber technique is somewhat out of my expectations, Chu Chaoyun thought to himself as he watched Xiao Chen grow stronger the more he fought. Xiao. The golden long sword in his hand suddenly turned in a circle, and the radiance that filled the sky condensed into a heavenly sword that shot toward the blood-colored lightning vortex above Xiao Chen's head. There is righteousness in heaven and earth, and it is called awe-inspiring. Above are the stars, and below are the mountains and rivers. With the bright heaven and earth, how can we be afraid of demons? Under the vast curtain of night, a loud and clear song suddenly rang out. The song was resounding and impassioned, as if there were tens of thousands of voices rising and falling between heaven and earth. In the pillar of light, Chu Chaoyun's lips moved as he led the chanting of tens of thousands of people. Abundant awe-inspiring sword chi gathered on the light sword along with the song, causing the brilliance of the heavenly sword to be dazzling. Chu Chaoyun's expression was solemn, and he condensed a vast amount of divine might to emit a divine voice that resounded in the surroundings. The heavens and the earth are unfair. They can't differentiate between good and evil, and they distort black and white. Since it's like this, then what's the use of the heavens? With an awe-inspiring righteousness in his chest, his heart is as magnanimous as a gentleman's, fearless of evil and fearless of the heavens. Chu Chaoyun stopped chanting and shouted. He waved his hand and the dazzling heavenly sword drew a space crack that was darker than the night sky and disappeared in a flash. Shio! The spatial crack drawn by the heavenly sword did not disperse for a long time. With a whoosh, it split the terrifying thundercloud vortex in the sky into two. As Chu Chaoyun played and sang, he waved his hand to destroy the heavens, instantly destroying the foundation of the lightning tribulation saber technique, the power of the heavenly Tao. Under the pillar of light, Chu Chaoyun's movement seemed to be frozen in time. He was like a god walking in the world, holy and dazzling, righteous and eternal. His words were justice. If he said to destroy the heavens, then it was definitely the heavens that were unfair. It wasn't that he was being rebellious and offending the heavens. Seeing this shocking scene, everyone was speechless for a long time. They could not think of any words to describe their current feelings. The final battle was simply too shocking. First, the two of them fought evenly for 100 moves. Then, they easily reduced the wind cloud platform to rubble. A regular inferior-grade martial monarch would not be able to break the wind cloud barrier. Yet, the two of them casually broke it without any difficulty. Xiao Chen had just gained the upper hand, using the might of the heavenly Tao to suppress Chu Chaoyun, making everyone think that victory was tilting towards him. Chu Chaoyun immediately made a move and destroyed the heavenly might in an instant, turning the situation around in one fell swoop. The spectators didn't even have time to adjust their emotions. Up in the air, Xiao Chen's expression immediately changed. The aura of the saber vanished, not even a trace remained. With his foundation destroyed, his aura was affected as well. His internal organs churned, and he couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. Retreat! 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 Xiao Chen paused and held his saber horizontally in front of him. Then, he pushed off with his feet and flew backward. The friction between his body and the air gave off sonic booms. Chu Chaoyun's somewhat pale face smiled gently and said, "You think you can retreat? Sword, come." Xiao Chen stretched out his hand, and the sword floating in the air immediately flew over. He pushed off the dragon's head and leaped into the air. Then, he grasped his sword tightly with his right hand. Divine might, eternal light. After Chu Chaoyun grasped his sword again, he narrowed his eyes. In that instant, he drained half of the remaining substantial essence in his body. Seizing the initiative that the opponent lost, he firmly grasped the advantage and slowly expanded it. This was how Chu Chaoyun had always done things. Now that Xiao Chen seized the initiative, he immediately executed the enlarged version of Eternal Light. Boom! 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 9 beams of golden light shot down from the sky. When each beam landed, it illuminated Chu Chaoyun's figure in the night sky. It was like he teleported in the air. Chu Chaoyun covered 100 meters with each step. He took 9 steps in a row. With each step, he executed a beam of eternal light, sending out 99,900 sword strikes. He held them in and waited for the 9 steps to be completed. Chu Chaoyun caught up to Xiao Chen. The light from his body was as dazzling as the sun. At this moment, night turned into day. When the sword was drawn, the light was eternal. Space shattered. There was no way to dodge. With the support of the divine might, the 9 beams of eternal light miraculously merged together. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Just one beam of eternal light could severely injure an ordinary inferior-grade martial monarch. When 9 beams merged together, they could even destroy one. You are too much. Do you really think that I, Xiao Chen, cannot retaliate? You want to severely injure me in one move. If you want to clash head-on, then so be it. Xiao Chen's face sank. He quickly executed the final move of the 4-season saber technique, Cycle of Seasons. In spring, thunder roars, birds and beasts cry. In summer, the blazing sun blazes in the sky, burning the surroundings. In autumn, it drizzles, people smile faintly. In winter, the frost is like the moon, the flowing water hurt. In that instant, spring, summer, autumn, and winter, the 4 seasons that belonged to Xiao Chen alone quickly materialized. All sorts of mysterious phenomena appeared and disappeared at a speed that the naked eye could not capture. 100 cycles manifested, materializing the boundless power of the cycle of seasons. The world ages, the blue sea turns into mulberry fields. After 10,000 years, only the cycle of seasons does not change. The heavenly Tao does not stop. Cycle of seasons. The force of the saber caused space to distort. The shattered space that Chu Chaoyun's sword strike actually retreated strangely. When the Bai clan elders saw this scene, they could not help but stand up. They muttered, "How can this be? How can the might of the cycle of seasons be so strong?" In the Bai clan, only the core disciples and inner sect elders could practice the 4-season saber technique. Although they could not be like Bai Qi, who grasped it at the age of 23, they could not help but stand up. However, there were many people who had studied the 4-season saber technique for decades. They could execute the cycle of seasons as well. However, compared to Xiao Chen, the might of this cycle of seasons was worlds apart. Although they were several cultivation realms higher than Xiao Chen, if they really competed with this cycle of seasons, they would undoubtedly lose. This was because that state was too compatible with Xiao Chen. They even had the misconception that the 4-season saber technique was a martial technique created solely for Xiao Chen. Bai Qi's expression was unsightly. He had never felt such a great sense of defeat before, not even when he lost to Sima Lingxian. In the hands of an outsider, the inherited saber technique of the Bai clan was actually 10 times stronger than the Bai clan's. Boom! The Divine Might's eternal light clashed head-on with Xiao Chen's cycle of seasons. There was a loud sound, and a 3-kilometer-tall shockwave soared into the clouds. Amid the shockwave, thousands of lights exploded, water flowed, thunder roared, a blazing sun appeared, and all sorts of mysterious phenomena appeared. Under the clash of the two, the entire wind cloud arena crumbled. The fragments contained a huge force. The shockwaves tore space apart and shot towards the spectator stands like a torrential storm. The 4 referees would not be able to block such a large-scale shockwave. Zhong Liang's expression changed drastically. He said sullenly, "Wind, cloud, thunder, lightning, autumn, wind, frost, and moon, heed my command. Quickly make your move. Make sure not a single fragment lands on the spectator stand." Roger. The 8 old men on the platform released their peak martial monarch auras. They did not hold back at all. Their figures flashed, and they vanished. Bang! 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 The appearance of the 8 elders immediately allowed the 4 referees to heave a sigh of relief. They quickly increased their strength and punched the fragments flying out. Unexpectedly, the 8 elders under the Dragon Sealing City's city lord all moved out. What kind of monsters are those 2? This is too horrifying. The quality of the final battle of this 5-nation youth competition is probably the strongest in the past 3,000 years. No one will surpass it even in the next 1,000 years. Sima Lingxian and Bai Qi's defeat at the hands of these 2 is not undeserved. They have already gone too far. Looking at the 8 people fighting in the air above the arena, the hearts of the spectators were in a mess, and they could not help but sigh in amazement. How strong must they be for the 8 peak martial monarchs to attack together to ensure that the shockwaves would not reach them? After a long time, the chaotic shockwaves dissipated completely. The light on Chu Chaoyun and Xiao Chen's bodies had vanished. Their clothes were also tattered. Blood leaked out of the corners of their mouths, and their complexions were incredibly pale. The wind cloud platform under their feet had vanished long ago, leaving only a bottomless hole. Who knew what was hidden there? Although the two were in a sorry state and covered in wounds, their eyes shone with a bright light. However, their eyes shone brightly. Their fighting spirit burned like a raging fire. Their thirst for victory did not stop at all. Suddenly, Xiao Chen laughed loudly, laughing heartily to his heart's content. Chu Chaoyun casually sent out a flower with his sword. He revealed a suspicious expression as he asked, "What are you laughing at?" Xiao Chen smiled and replied, "I'm laughing at how the heavens are so kind to me. I have experienced all the loneliness and worries of the world. What I seek is not to be unrivaled but to reach the peak of the martial way, to become a hero like the Thunder King. No one in the same generation is a match for me. Those who defeat me are all my defeats. Only you, Chu Chaoyun, have not been defeated by me. If not for you, how would I be lonely in this vast sky dome realm? 2 years ago, at the foot of Desolate City, you invited me to decide victory in one move. 2 years later, I will return these words to you. I only ask you this, do you dare to decide victory in one move again?" Chu Chaoyun laughed loudly, and his sword gave off a sharp light. He said, "Why not? Hu Kai. Hu Kai." Outside the wind cloud platform, the other 9 small wind cloud platforms blazed with flames. The leaping fire reflected on Xiao Chen's and Chu Chaoyun's faces, flickering. When the hundreds of thousands of cultivators in the spectator stands heard that the two wanted to decide victory in one move, they did not dare to blink. They did not even dare to blink as they circulated their essence in their eyes and stared fixedly at the two people above the hole. This is too intense. Even that wind cloud platform was destroyed by the two of them. To think that the victor has not been decided yet. Chu Chaoyun has not used the inextinguishable divine light yet. I wonder what other trump cards he has not used. Could he have an even more horrifying martial technique than the cycle of seasons? He probably does. Otherwise, he would not say that. However, it is hard to imagine what martial technique that is. However, that inextinguishable divine light condensed the divine might into something solid. Even a full-powered strike from a peak inferior grade martial monarch would not be able to break it. I still do not dare to believe that someone below martial monarch can break Chu Chaoyun's inextinguishable divine light. Chapter 606. There was still one more move before the champion of this 5-nation youth competition would be revealed. Everyone was very excited as they discussed this. The 4 referees and the 8 great elders of the City Lord's mansion who were floating outside the martial arts competition stage had heavy expressions on their faces. They were ready for battle, afraid that the two of them would cause some big commotion and harm the innocent. It has been a long time since such an outstanding talent appeared. The quality of this 5-nation youth competition is probably second only to the battle between the Thunder King and the Saber Demon 5,000 years ago. That year was also a golden age for cultivators. The Saber Demon and the Thunder King also fought with sabers and swords. The wind cloud platform was also destroyed by the attacks of the two. The 10-odd old men floating outside used their voices to form lines. As they stared at the two, they sighed and chatted idly. Rumble. Just at this moment, something strange happened. The entire dueling ring suddenly shook violently. The cultivators in the spectator stands were caught off guard, and many of them fell to the ground. Less than half of the people reacted quickly and jumped to the ground in an instant. The ground within 10 kilometers of the dueling ring was like a small boat in a huge wave. It tossed and turned without any pattern. Without being a martial king, one could not hover in the air. 80% of the cultivators who came to spectate were not martial kings. When they fell to the ground, they could not get up again. What's going on? What happened? The scene immediately turned chaotic in the dark night. Anxious cries mixed together, making the situation even more chaotic. The seal on the dragon vein has loosened. The expression of the dragon sealing city's city lord, Zongliang, changed slightly. He immediately stood up and a surging energy spread out from under his feet. This caused the ground within a kilometer to calm down, a stark contrast to the surroundings. Roar. A dragon roar came from the hole under Xiao Chen and Chu Chaoyun's feet. The dragon's roar was even louder than heavenly thunder. In an instant, it drowned out all the noise. When the weaker martial kings in the air heard this roar, their aura became unstable. Blood leaked out of the corner of their mouths as they fell from the sky. Roar, roar, roar. There were another 3 dragon roars. Dragons might spread everywhere. Only a few martial kings remained standing in the air. The ground shook even more intensely. It was like the end of the world, terrifying everyone. Zhong Liang waved his right hand, and a golden medallion appeared in his hand. The medallion was rhombus-shaped and had ancient and complicated patterns carved on it. The golden medallion gave off a faint light in the dark night, giving off a mysterious and ancient energy. Zhong Liang, don't be in a hurry to use the dragon sealing token. The seal on the dragon veins hasn't loosened. It's just that all 4 dragon veins have awakened. Just as Zhong Liang was about to use the dragon sealing token, an aged voice rang out in his mind. Zhong Liang paused slightly. Clearly, he was very surprised by the voice in his head. He replied respectfully, "Great-grandfather, the ley line has awakened." "Do you mean?" Zhong was stunned. "Dragon Zhong Dragon. Dragon King. Dragon Zhong Zhe Dragon Lord, Zabel Zhong." He put away the dragon sealing medallion and said, "So that's how it is. It looks like I was overthinking." At the same time, a loud dragon roar came from the seals used to suppress the dragon veins in the 5 great empires 5,000 kilometers away. The 9 dragon veins roared in unison, resonating with each other. The sound pierced through space and time and gathered in Dragon Sealing City, causing the ground to shake even more intensely. Above the hole, Xiao Chen had already moved to the side. He looked down at the deep hole and revealed a doubtful expression. After a long time, the roar containing Boundless Dragon might slowly faded into the air. The entire dueling ground regained its calm. That was definitely dragon might earlier. The dragon veins have awakened. This is too shocking. There were a total of 4 dragon roars. All 4 dragon veins have awakened. One of these 2 must be a monarch-grade true dragon. You heard wrong. There were 9 dragon roars, not 4. Only a king-grade true dragon can cause such a huge commotion. Controlling the 9 dragon veins, a king-tier true dragon. Isn't that as famous as the Thunder Emperor back then? Could it be that one of them will be the future Thunder Emperor? After the crowd calmed down and understood what had happened, the fear in their hearts naturally disappeared. They looked at Xiao Chen and Zhong Zhe with a fervent gaze. What kind of person was the Thunder King? He was the strongest Emperor Wu after the destruction of the Qianwu dynasty. He was unrivaled in his era. Even in the Kunlun realm, where there were many emperors, he ranked highly. Ever since the 9 dragons escaped and the spirit veins fell into chaos, he was the only true expert in the Qianwu continent who could stand firm in the Kunlun realm. In the Qianwu continent, Zhong Zhe was a legend. His story was a legend. Now, these 2 people before Xiao Chen might one day be as famous as the Thunder King. Holding his sword with one hand, Chu Chaoyun smiled gently and said, "I forgot to tell you. There is no Earth-ranked martial technique that can break the defense of the inextinguishable divine light, not even the cycle of seasons." Xiao Chen smiled faintly and said indifferently, "Since I am confident of defeating you, naturally, I will not speak carelessly. Just make your move." Without saying anything more, a golden light reappeared on Chu Chaoyun's body. Then, he pointed his sword at the sky. A divine voice came from the sky. That was the voice of a deity. It contained the might of an ancient deity. As it spread out, everyone felt a boundless pressure. Xiu. A circular golden pillar of light descended from the sky and encased Chu Chaoyun. The light instantly turned solid. Divine might flowed out, making that pillar of light look like an eternal pillar supporting the heavens. However, Chu Chaoyun, who was in the pillar of light, did not passively defend. He shouted ferociously and held his sword above his head with both hands. Then, he used the might of an ancient deity and hacked at Xiao Chen. The solid pillar of divine might connected the sky and earth. Unexpectedly, it turned into a huge, unparalleled sword light, chopping down the world. I never said that the inextinguishable divine light can only be used for defense. Fall for me. Chu Chaoyun looked coldly at Xiao Chen. No matter what, he had to obtain the king-grade true dragon's luck. Such a strong martial technique can be used for offense. This is too heaven-defying. Such a startling sword strike tore space into countless pieces like it was a piece of cloth. Everyone was horrified, not daring to imagine it. When the sword light arrived, Xiao Chen was as insignificant as an ant. It felt like he could be squashed to death. Xiao Chen, who had been holding his saber with one hand, placed his left hand on his saber's hilt. His expression was calm as he said, "An earth-ranked martial technique cannot break it. Unfortunately, I am not using an earth-ranked martial technique. The heaven-ranked martial technique exclusive to the Blue Dragon martial spirit, the dragon subduing / first move, the return of the Blue Dragon, circulated quickly in Xiao Chen's body. A boundless sea materialized behind Xiao Chen. This sea was even vaster than Shenyuan Zhantian's state of water. All Xiao Chen saw was the vast sea. The water was boundless and boundless, giving off a spirit of swallowing up the world. What is he doing? Why is he not executing the cycle of seasons and resisting the inextinguishable divine light? What is the mysterious phenomenon of the sea? Indeed, the inextinguishable divine light is such a strong martial technique. If he uses the cycle of seasons, he might still have a chance of survival. If he does not use it, isn't he just seeking death? The many cultivators in the spectator stands could not understand what Xiao Chen was doing. The hearts of the elders and brothers of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion leaped to their throats. At such a crucial moment, how could Xiao Chen be so rash? Shun Manjun, who had been silent all this while, frowned heavily. Suddenly, she said to Jiang Kai and the others, "Later, Xiao Chen might be severely injured or killed in one move. I am preparing to catch Xiao Chen in advance." Jiang Kai's expression changed drastically as he said, "Is it that serious?" Shun Manjun sighed softly and said, "That Chu Chaoyun used a secret technique to raise his state of light to the will of light in a short time. Whether I can catch Xiao Chen or not is a question mark." While the two of them were conversing rapidly, the sky-raising sword had already swept over with a sword light that reached the heavens. The void shattered, and cracks spread out. The dark night was chopped into pieces by this sword, and space became chaotic. Xiao Chen's expression remained calm. At this critical moment, he did not panic at all. He only spread out the crystal-like essence in his body, maintaining the vast and boundless sea. Blue Dragon goes to sea. When the startling sword light was within 100 meters of Xiao Chen, the aura that Xiao Chen had been storing up erupted with a loud roar. Bang! 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 A chain of explosions resounded in the vast sea behind Xiao Chen. 3,000 pillars of water soared into the sky. Each pillar of water contained boundless energy, tearing 3,000 black holes in space. All the sounds merged together, and the sky paused. At this moment, the world suddenly fell silent. The whistling of the sword light, the howling of the strong wind, and the discussions of the crowd all fell strangely silent. Suddenly, a clear dragon roar resounded in this silent world. A blue dragon leaped out of the sea under Xiao Chen. A horrifying dragon might spread out. It was no weaker than the might of the dragon vein. Dragons lurked in the deep abyss, kings of the four seas. They soared into the 9 heavens, lords of the sky, omnipotent. Chapter 607. Do not bully a blue dragon when it is trapped in a shallow pool. Do not bully a ferocious tiger when it is on the plain. One day, the water of the dragon will cause the rivers to flow in reverse. When the winds and clouds gathered again, the blue dragon leaped out of the sea. Heaven-ranked martial technique. This is a heaven-ranked martial technique. The hundreds of thousands of people present all cried out and stood up at the same time. Shock filled their eyes. They had not expected Xiao Chen to be able to execute a heaven-ranked martial technique as a half-step martial monarch. This completely surpassed everyone's expectations. Shun Manjun, who had been preparing to make a move at any moment, was stunned as well. She muttered, "What fortuitous encounter did this child have?" The pitch-black lunar shadow saber burst forth with a 3-kilometer-long light. The light turned solid, containing a boundless dragon might. Standing on the blue dragon, the silent Xiao Chen soared into the air. As the dragon roared, he sent out a 3-kilometer-long saber light before everyone's eyes. Bang! 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 The blue dragon clashed with the inextinguishable divine light. The saber light clashed with the sword light. The dragon might clashed with the divine might. An inconceivably strong force burst forth in an instant. The surrounding shattered space immediately turned into a mess like fallen leaves. Spatial tears littered the place. The two pillars of light clashed intensely. The dragon roar and the divine sound turned into azure and golden rings of light. They spread out for 500 kilometers, spreading out like ripples on water. The clash of the dragon gods resounded in the sky and ground, tormenting the cultivators with lower cultivations below. They all circulated their energies to shut off their sense of hearing or worked together to resist the two auras. KACA. The saber light and the sword light, which were 3,000 meters long, shattered and scattered into thousands of splendor. The expressions of the 12 martial monarchs below changed drastically. They all executed their best moves and flickered in the air, shattering the beams of light in advance. The light exploded, and in that instant, the night sky gave off a bright purple light. It was as beautiful as fireworks. However, the cultivators below were pale. They covered their entire bodies with essence to protect themselves. Everyone knew that this beautiful thing could easily take the life of a martial saint if it landed on their body. In the gorgeous night sky, Xiao Chen and Chu Chaoyun, who were at the center of the storm, were pale. Their weapons clashed with each other, neither giving way to the other. Blood trickled down the corner of Chu Chaoyun's mouth. He gripped his sword with both hands and blocked Xiao Chen's blade. Then, he pushed forward, forcing Xiao Chen to step back in the void. Chu Chaoyun's lips curled up slightly. He smiled gently and said, "Forcefully executing a heaven-ranked martial technique must be very painful, right? If you give up now, you might still be able to keep your life. My light has already transformed into my will, and you will definitely collapse before me. Even if you struggle to hold on, you will only taste the bitter fruit of failure." The after-effects of executing the blue dragon returns to the sea had already started to show. Xiao Chen's bones, flesh, and blood felt like they were being drilled by knives. His skin burst open, revealing thin wounds. Chu Chaoyun's strength surpassed Xiao Chen's expectations. Unexpectedly, the blue dragon returns to the sea did not defeat him instantly. Chu Chaoyun's words seemed to have a magical power. "I might as well admit defeat and forget the pain of being pierced by thousands of arrows." "Never." The other party forcefully raised the state of light to a will. "How can the pain he has to endure be any less than mine? As long as I have a saber in my hand, I will never admit defeat." Xiao Chen clenched his teeth and endured silently. The blue dragon returns to the sea felt Xiao Chen's will and let out a long roar. Its slightly weakened aura rose again, preventing Xiao Chen from retreating. Unexpectedly, another force came from the saber. Never admit defeat. Even if you are trapped in a shallow pool without water, being mocked by the world, being humiliated by the weak, do not give up the pride in your heart, because you are a dragon among men. However, a worm is a worm. No matter how cocky it is, it will never become a dragon. When the tide rises and falls, a dragon will eventually soar into the world. Xiao Chen rejoiced in his heart. Never admit defeat. So, this is the true meaning of the blue dragon returns to the sea. Only by comprehending the true meaning could one bring out the greatest might of the blue dragon returns to the sea. Otherwise, it would just be for show. The 3-kilometer-long light on the saber condensed again. There was a move within a move, a saber within a saber. Xiao Chen smiled softly and said, "Chu Chaoyun, you are the one who will lose." Once he comprehended it, the winds and clouds rose again. The saber light that condensed again was twice as powerful as the initial one. Its aura flourished, vast and boundless. Chu Chaoyun's calm expression suddenly changed. Bang! Xiao Chen grasped his saber with both hands and pressed it forward. The blue dragon roared and the golden light on Chu Chaoyun's sword broke. The scattered golden light fell like rain. The area where the golden light fell was too wide. The 12 martial monarch old men were not strong enough. Some of the golden light fell towards the spectator stands. The cultivators below immediately soared into the air and fled in all directions. Rumble. The golden light landed and blasted deep holes in the spectator stands outside the dueling ring. It was a ghastly sight. Defeat. Xiao Chen shouted and the saber light hacked at Chu Chaoyun, who was flying back. Bang! Chu Chaoyun could not dodge in time. He vomited a mouthful of blood and fell to the ground like a willow catkin. The light on his body turned into thousands of tiny golden lines and quickly left his body. This final ray of light reflected a magnificent sea of light in the night sky. Chu Chaoyun looked like a deity that had fallen to the mundane world. His long hair fluttered in the wind, and his handsome face was filled with a loneliness that was hard to understand. The moment Chu Chaoyun was defeated, he lost his divine might. When the light completely vanished from his body, the deity-like Chu Chaoyun finally became an ordinary person. As Xiao Chen gazed at Xiao Chen, a golden flame burned in the depths of Chu Chaoyun's eyes. However, after a while, Chu Chaoyun gave up on resisting. The golden flame in his eyes vanished, and his body drifted downwards. Once Chu Chaoyun executed the heavenly flame, his identity would be exposed. Furthermore, with only a tenth of the heavenly flame, he might not be able to defeat the imposing Xiao Chen. This is just the beginning of the story. The ending is already decided. However, the process is somewhat unexpected. The 12 martial monarchs attacked together and shattered the remaining golden light, creating countless fireworks. Chu Chaoyun closed his eyes amid the fireworks filling the sky. Then, he slowly disappeared into the night. Xiao Chen quickly swallowed up the golden dragon formed by Chu Chaoyun's luck. After he finished swallowing, Xiao Chen's golden dragon finally reached 23 meters. The 30-meter-long golden dragon gave off a bright light. Layers of golden scales quickly grew on its body, and 2 horns grew on its head. It seemed like it had turned into a living creature. Shio, shio, shio. The 4 dragon veins under the wind cloud platform each shot out a strand of golden dragon chi at the 30-meter-long golden dragon. At the same time, the seal that the 5 great empires' royal courts used to suppress the dragon veins loosened. A strand of golden dragon chi seeped out and transcended time and space, heading for the golden dragon above Xiao Chen's head. When the 9 strands of golden dragon chi poured into the golden dragon's light immediately became extremely resplendent, as dazzling as the blazing sun in the night sky. A dragon roar resounded, and the king-grade dragon's might spread out. Some of the weaker cultivators below suddenly felt fear in their hearts. Their bodies moved out uncontrollably. With Jin Lin's body and 2 horns on his head, he controls 9 dragons. He even forcefully snatched a portion of the luck of the various royal courts. This is indeed a king-grade true dragon. Seeing that the golden dragon's might did not scatter, the crowd exclaimed. In the night sky, everyone watched the white-robed bladesman standing in the air. A king-grade true dragon, an outstanding talent that could rival the Thunder King. The main character of this age of the Sky Dome realm was finally born. The other genius cultivators, Bai Qi, Sima Lingxian, Yu Chenxi, Shenyuan Zhantian, Liu Xiaoyun, and Gong Yangyu all revealed sad expressions. If not for this age of geniuses, they would all be the main characters of their age. Unfortunately, in this age of geniuses, when facing an outstanding talent like Xiao Chen, no matter how strong a genius was, they could only feel sad. There were as many geniuses as the carps in the river, endless. The heroes were like the stars in the night sky, innumerable. This was the best age and also the worst age. This was because there could only be one main character in an age. In the air, the after-effects of the blue dragon's return to the sea had already erupted. His entire body was in incredible pain. His bones gave off cracking sounds, and his skin cracked. His complexion was very frightening. Endure a little longer. With the true dragon's body, all your injuries will recover immediately. Inside the lunar shadow saber, Ao Jiao clenched her fist tightly. Anxiety filled her pretty face, but she still spoke up to encourage Xiao Chen. Back then, on the lone peak outside Dragon Sealing City, Xiao Chen had asked Xiao Chen if he could execute the blue dragon's return to the sea one more time before he advanced to martial monarch. Ao Jiao's answer was yes. However, the prerequisite was that Xiao Chen obtained the final victory. With the 30-meter-long true dragon's body, no matter how severe his injuries were, he would be able to recover instantly. This was the case for the Thunder King back then. However, if Xiao Chen failed, not only would he suffer damage from his opponent's killing move, but he would also have to forcefully execute the blue dragon's return to the sea 3 times in a row. No matter how strong his body was, it would still crumble. Others could only see Xiao Chen's splendor at this moment. They could not see the price and effort he had put in. When Xiao Chen was young, he was mocked and mocked. The noble clans of the great Qin nation ordered him to be killed outside Whitewater City. He cultivated day and night on Qingyun Peak. He went through many tests in the ancient desolate tower. He went through endless massacres in the deep-sea battlefield. In the final battle, he gambled his life on the killing move. Xiao Chen was the white-robed bladesman who would never admit defeat. He hid his pride in his heart and walked step by step. He tasted the bitterness of the world and endured the loneliness. After falling behind others by 16 years, Xiao Chen finally reached the peak of the Skydome realm. The 30-meter-long king-grade true dragon with 2 horns on its head roared and turned into a beam of light. Then, it entered Xiao Chen's sea of consciousness through his forehead. Whoosh! Instantly, countless warm, golden energy flowed through Xiao Chen's body, quickly healing his injuries. With the help of the warm, golden energy, Xiao Chen's external and internal injuries, as well as many hidden injuries that were hard to detect, instantly healed. All sorts of comfortable feelings were indescribable. They made Xiao Chen look brand new. The wounds on his skin vanished, and his face regained its luster. He did not look fatigued at all. The most important thing was that with the healing of this warm, golden energy, Xiao Chen felt his physical body grow stronger. He directly reached the peak of the firmament body tempering ART's 5th layer. Vaguely, Xiao Chen gained a new understanding of his various martial techniques. Finally, all the warm energy gathered in the qi whirlpool in Xiao Chen's dantian. His cultivation soared, going from small perfection half-step martial monarch to peak great perfection half-step martial monarch. He was now only a step away from peak consummation. The benefits brought to him by the true dragon in an instant were equivalent to more than 2 years of bitter cultivation. Chapter 608. Everything happened in the space of a single breath. Even Xiao Chen was astonished by the sudden change. The nervous Ao Jiao, who was in the lunar shadow saber, heaved a sigh of relief. She smiled and said, "Don't be so shocked. This is the benefit of a king-grade true dragon. As the previous champion, Sima Lingxian did not even have 20% of your effect. You and the Thunder King are second only to the Tianwu Emperor." When Xiao Chen heard this, he smiled faintly and sheathed his saber. His figure flickered in the air, and he landed in front of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion's people in high spirits. When Shen Manjun saw the uninjured Xiao Chen, she said in astonishment, "Strange, why are you not injured at all? Even if that inextinguishable divine light did not injure you, your final move should have injured you significantly." Xiao Chen did not hide anything. He told Shen Manjun about the various benefits of a king-grade true dragon. Only then did she reveal an expression of relief. When Xiao Chen looked around, he discovered that everyone else had an expression of reverence for him. They did not dare to meet his gaze. Even Jiang Kai and the other half-step martial monarchs did not dare to. Only Shen Manjun was not affected, able to speak to him freely. At this moment, the scarlet mark on Xiao Chen's forehead had been baptized by the king-grade true dragon. The original demonic aura had vanished, leaving behind an even stronger aura of a king. Now, Xiao Chen's aura was completely different from the original Xiao Chen. After thinking about it, Xiao Chen understood. With a thought, he withdrew the aura of a king. With the king-grade true dragon, Xiao Chen could control his aura as he pleased. He no longer needed to wear the blue strip of cloth. However, out of habit, he still wore another strip of cloth, making it look no different from usual. Xiao Chen performed a cupped fist salute to the elders of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion and said, "Fortunately, I did not fail." Xiao Chen obtained the first rank for the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. Only now did everyone reveal a sincere smile. In the end, Xiao Chen had not changed. Even though he obtained the first rank, he did not show any arrogance to his friends and seniors. Even though he maintained some distance, he was polite and didn't put on any airs. Jiang Kai laughed loudly and said, Let's not talk about this first. Let's go celebrate after we return to the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. The True Dragon ranking will be released in 3 days. You will be very busy for the next few days. Go back and rest first. From sunrise until midnight, everyone was a little tired. After congratulating Xiao Chen, they prepared to return home. The other spectating cultivators all said that this trip was not in vain. Their surging emotions could not calm down for a long time. But the banquet would eventually come to an end. Since the competition was over, it was time to go back. Hu Kai. Just as everyone was preparing to leave, the thick, never-dissipating clouds 10 kilometers above Dragon Ceiling City suddenly split in half. A gentle white light shone down from the sky, turning the entire Dragon Ceiling City into day. The night completely disappeared. Amidst the sounds of celestial music, a ship that was as white as jade and glowing with extraordinary splendor appeared before everyone's eyes. As the jade ship descended, a myriad of rainbow-colored lights drifted down like snowflakes. The cultivators preparing to leave all stopped. After being stunned for a while, someone cheered excitedly, "It's an auspicious sign." Auspicious signs fill the sky. The person on the jade ship must be an envoy from the Kunlun realm. Hu Kai. Hu Kai. In that instant, countless figures soared into the air. Their faces filled with excitement as they flew towards the auspicious signs descending from the sky. The auspicious signs contained abundant spiritual energy. Furthermore, these were auspicious signs from the Kunlun realm. Just obtaining a few of them would allow one to increase their cultivation significantly. A handsome man in embroidered clothes stood on the bow of the ship. He was no more than 24 years old and looked very handsome. He gave off an elegant air and a dignified air. Coupled with his innate elegance, he exuded a boundless charm just by standing there quietly. When the man in embroidered clothes saw everyone fighting for the auspicious signs below, he revealed a mocking smile. He said indifferently, "Just a grain of light and they are fighting so hard. No wonder the Sky Dome realm is ranked last among the 3,000 great realms." Shio. A figure moved at lightning speed. Just a moment ago, he was a kilometer away. In an instant, he stood on the bow of the ship. It was Dragon Ceiling City's city lord, Zongliang. Zongliang glanced at the man in embroidered clothes on the bow and felt that he was too young. He asked uncertainly, "Are you the envoy that Bushan Palace sent to receive us?" Not just anyone could become an envoy. Coming and going would result in a relatively high reward. If one could receive a super genius, the benefits would be even more unimaginable. The man in embroidered clothes nodded slightly. He was only an inferior grade martial monarch but did not show any respect to a peak martial monarch, Zongliang. He said softly, "I don't seem to sense the presence of a martial monarch. It looks like the Sky Dome realm is still the same as before. I will give you 3 months. I will not wait for you if you are late." Zongliang was not in a rush to refute the other party's words. He frowned slightly and said, "According to the previous rules, don't we have to wait for half a year? When the participants obtained luck, it would not show its effects immediately. Hence, before going to the upper realm, there would be at least half a year to bring out the effects of luck to its fullest." The Bushan Palace controlled more than 600 great realms. There would be many geniuses in each realm. With so many geniuses and the geniuses of the Kunlun realm itself, the intensity of the competition was easy to imagine. Only by raising one's strength to the peak would one be able to obtain more resources and have more initiative in making their own choices. 3 months was not enough time for Zongliang to bring out the full effect of luck, which was why he asked this question. The man in embroidered clothes said impatiently, "Is the insignificant Sky Dome realm worthy of me waiting for half a year?" "Ha ha ha. WN Feng, you made a mistake this time. The Sky Dome realm has completely turned things around. They have produced a king-grade true dragon genius." Vigorous laughter came from the warship's hold as a white-haired old man slowly walked out. The expression of the man in embroidered clothes changed slightly. He said in astonishment, "Master, the Bushan Palace controls 600 great realms. In this once-in-5,000-year great age, less than 10 king-grade true dragons appeared. How can the Sky Dome realm have a king-grade true dragon?" The white-haired old man smiled and said, "Ha ha, This Sky Dome realm is not simple in the first place. In the previous Great Age, a person like the Thunder King appeared. Furthermore, if you think about it carefully, your roots are in this Sky Dome realm. Don't underestimate this Sky Dome realm. Who knows? Naturally, Wn Fong did not believe that he would be defeated in this insignificant Sky Dome realm. However, this old man was his master. Wan Fong's strength was unfathomable. This old man was considered a top character in the Kunlun realm. He had obtained the position of welcoming envoy only because of this old man's help. Hence, Wn Fong did not dare to show any disrespect on the surface. The white-haired old man went over and patted Zhong Liang's shoulder. He smiled and said, "Let's go. Bring me to meet your great-grandfather. I have not seen this old fellow for several hundred years." After saying that, the white-haired old man waved his hand, and a pitch-black spatial tunnel appeared in space. Then, he leaped into it with Zhong Liang. When the spatial tunnel slowly closed, the two of them were already 500 kilometers away. Wan Fong casually looked down and saw several cultivators fighting over the auspicious signs. He revealed an expression of disdain as he waved his hand and returned to the warship's hold. At this moment, Xiao Chen, who was on the ground, withdrew his gaze from the Jade warship. There was a barrier around the Jade warship, preventing Xiao Chen's spiritual sense from listening in on their conversation. However, he could clearly see the expression of the man in embroidered clothes. A sense of disgust appeared in Xiao Chen's heart. He said to Jiang Kai, First Elder, "This auspicious sign is useless to me. I'll go back first." Jiang Kai nodded and smiled. "In that case, you go first. For now, you will not be able to meet with the envoys of the upper realm. If there is any news, I will let you know." 3 days later, Xiao Chen practiced his saber techniques alone in an elegant courtyard, digesting the insights he gained from the consecutive intense battles. In these close to 200 battles, Xiao Chen had met with all sorts of opponents. No matter how strong or weak they were, as long as they had something special, Xiao Chen would remember them. For example, the Divine Saber Gate's Blood Shadow Saber Technique, Gong Yangyu's Everlasting Heaven and Earth, Lin Fei's Earth Vein Saber Technique, and Shenyuan Zhantian's Unending to the End of Time. These people's martial techniques all had their own strengths. When Xiao Chen compared their martial techniques with his, he would discover some areas where he was lacking. Now that he calmed down and thought about it, it was of great help to him. Xiao Chen had never treated the Five-Nation Youth Competition as the end. His goal had always been clear, to follow in the Thunder King's footsteps and climb to the peak of the martial way. There was still a long way to go. There were still countless experts in the Kunlun realm waiting for him to challenge. Who defeated the Thunder King, Sang Mu, in the Kunlun realm back then? What kind of existence did the three holy masters' holy land have in the Kunlun realm? Was the ancestor of the Xiao clan one of the holy lands? These were all questions waiting for Xiao Chen to find out. However, if Xiao Chen wanted to solve these mysteries, he would not be able to do so with his current strength. He needed to continue working hard and could not relax for even a moment. Thunder Shadow Chop. Xiao Chen shouted and took 7 steps in the spacious courtyard. With each step, an afterimage appeared on the ground. Each afterimage sent out a saber strike. Their expressions were all different: rage, sorrow, agitation, or excitement. A scarlet electric light leaped on the saber's edge. It contained a cold killing intent amidst the berserk. When one looked at it, it seemed to have many similarities to Gong Yangyu's Everlasting Universe Staff Technique, but there were also some differences. Gong Yangyu's Everlasting Heaven and Earth Staff Technique did not merge his state into it. However, not only did Xiao Chen merge his 2 states into it, he even added his own understanding. This was mental state. Xiao Chen's mental state was different with every saber strike. 7 steps, 7 saber strikes. Every saber strike gave off a completely different feeling. If Gong Yangyu were here, he would be so shocked that his jaw would fall off. Being able to send out 7 sabers in 7 steps already required extremely high comprehension ability. Furthermore, Xiao Chen could merge 2 states into each saber strike. Furthermore, his mental state was different. This talent could only be described as demonic. PUCI. The The 7 after-images merged together. Xiao Chen swung his saber at the air. The formless space was like an invisible wall. With a Kai-La sound, the saber light split it in half. Xiao Chen smiled faintly and sheathed his saber. He was very satisfied with the might of this saber strike. This was the thunder shadow chop that Xiao Chen comprehended from Gong Yangyu. He did not materialize his essence. Instead, he only used half of it. To be able to achieve such might, splitting space in half, was something that Xiao Chen could not do before he came here. Chapter 609. Jiang Kai, who rushed over from outside the courtyard, happened to see this scene. He was startled and thought to himself, this Xiao Chen is becoming more and more unfathomable. Xiao Chen had noticed Jiang Kai long ago. He wiped the sweat off his forehead and walked over. First Elder, are you looking for me? Jiang Kai recovered his wits and smiled. Yes, let me tell you about the Kunlun realm first. This time, the top 20 of the True Dragon ranking are all qualified to enter the upper realm. After cultivating for half a year, they can follow the envoy to the Kunlun realm. A contemplative look appeared in Xiao Chen's eyes as he muttered to himself, there is only half a year. I wonder if I can break through to Martial Monarch. Although Xiao Chen's cultivation was only a step away from peak consummation half-step Martial Monarch, he felt that it was still very far away. His essence did not feel like it was reaching a bottleneck. Jiang Kai took out a few more things and said, this is the True Dragon ranking list. You can take a look. The remaining ones are the invitations of the 10 great sects. Aside from the Evil Moon Pavilion, the other 9 great sects have been requesting to meet you. In the past 3 days, there had been an endless stream of people seeking to meet Xiao Chen. Aside from the invitations of the 10 great sects, Jiang Kai rejected all the others. If Jiang Kai wanted to meet everyone, Xiao Chen would not be able to rest in peace. As for the Evil Moon Pavilion, there was too much enmity between them and Xiao Chen. Even though Xiao Chen was a king-grade True Dragon genius, he could not lower himself to meet the Evil Moon Pavilion. However, Xiao Chen did not care about this. He first held the True Dragon ranking list in his hand and looked at the invitations of the other great sects. Xiao Chen was not in a rush to receive them. After thinking for a while, he accepted the invitation of the Haotian sect. He had no desire to look at the invitations of the other great sects. Seeing that Xiao Chen had made his choice, Jiang Kai did not linger any longer. He took his leave after saying goodbye. The True Dragon ranking list had golden borders. The main body was scarlet, and the words True Dragon ranking were written on the front. Xiao Chen opened it and took a look. There were not many words on the first page, only a drawing. The background of the drawing was the deep night sky. A white-robed person stood in the air. This was Xiao Chen himself. A 30-meter-long golden dragon hovered above his head. The painter's skill was very high. He managed to vividly portray Xiao Chen's king's aura at that time. The atmosphere was rendered to perfection. It was obvious that the entire painting was meticulously crafted. The artist was very skilled. He managed to bring out Xiao Chen's king very well. The atmosphere was very perfect. Xiao Chen, the champion of this 5-nation youth competition, a disciple of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion's Qingyun Peak. He became famous in the Heavenly Saber Pavilion with one battle, defeating the disciples of the Holy Lands and the noble clans of the great Qin nation by himself. Xiao Chen had not lost to anyone of had Xiao Chen's Kai, had not lost. Since the start of the elimination rounds of this 5-nation youth competition, Xiao Chen had won all the way, never tasting defeat. Be it sect geniuses or noble clan scions, he defeated them all. Xiao Chen smiled faintly and continued reading. Needless to say, the second rank was Chu Chaoyun. So, he skipped to the third rank. The third rank was somewhat strange. It was held by Shenyuan Zhantian and Sima Lingxian. The two of them had only lost 3 matches in the ranking matches. Hence, they had the same number of points. However, this was not too surprising. There had been similar cases in the past 5-nation youth competitions. Aside from the champion, the other rankings were all the same. As for the previous runner-up, Bai Qi, he only obtained the 5th rank. Close behind him were the Haotian sects Yu Chenxi, 7th and 8th, Wang Quan, and Li Tianhua. Gong Yangyu and Liu Xiaoyun were the most interesting. Their rankings were the same as the previous five-nation youth competition, 9th and 10th respectively. Xiao Chen carefully looked at the top 10 rankings. The 8 noble clans' monopoly on the top 8 had been broken this time. Xiao Chen and Chu Chaoyun were the biggest dark horses. The two of them were from small sects in the Great Qin nation. However, they had been in the limelight in the competition, taking first and second place. After the top 10, the name list only had 4 people on it. It did not have the same treatment as the top 10. Even so, when the cultivators from the various corners of the Qianwu continent spread the name list, the cultivators with their names on it would gain some fame. In the future, they would most likely become the first elder of a sect or a hero. This small name list recorded all the people who could do anything in the Qianwu continent in the future. For example, Murong Chong. His name was ranked 87th. If he was willing, the position of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion's Jiang Kai would definitely be his. After memorizing the names of Bai, Kim Taiho, and the others, Xiao Chen put away the name list. Then, he focused his gaze on the Haotian sect's name list. Xiao Chen could roughly guess why the 10 great sects of the Great Jin Nation came to look for him. The 10 great sects of the Great Jin Nation were called super sects. One of the main reasons was that these sects still had their main sect in the Kunlun realm. The Qianwu continent was just a branch of their main sect, used to gather geniuses and expand the strength of their main sect. Back when Xiao Chen was on the island in the western shallow sea, the supreme elder of the Haotian sect had already extended an invitation to Xiao Chen, giving him a small Haotian medallion. However, Xiao Chen had not been in a rush to pick a side back then. Hence, he did not immediately agree. Now, Xiao Chen's strength had been thoroughly verified. He was a king-grade true dragon genius. If they could send Xiao Chen to the main sect of the Haotian sect in the Kunlun realm, it would undoubtedly strengthen the Haotian sect. The branch of the Haotian sect in the Qianwu continent would also gain many benefits. The sect master and elders would also receive many benefits. Xiao Chen, if you go, just agree to the other party. If Sang Mu had a strong backer back then, he would not have ended up like that, Ao Jiao said softly from the lunar shadow saber. Her tone was filled with helplessness. When Xiao Chen heard this, he was slightly stunned. He asked, who exactly did the Thunder King offend in the past? Ao Jiao shook her head slightly and said, you don't have to care about this. You are not strong enough. Knowing will not do you any good. In the Kunlun realm, no matter how talented you are or how extraordinary your luck is, it is best not to be a lone ranger. I don't know about the other sects, but the Haotian sect has already become one of the 9 ranks of the great families, second only to the 3 holy masters 3,000 years ago. It is definitely not an ordinary small sect. After carefully considering Ao Jiao's words, Xiao Chen made a decision. He grasped the name card in his hand and said, in that case, let's go and take a look first. After the True Dragon ranking list was released, Dragon Sealing City would close its gates the next day. The next time it would open for guests would be 3 years later. On the last night of Xiao Chen's stay in Dragon Sealing City, it was even livelier than usual. The streets and alleys were filled with people in groups of 3 to 5, touring the countless historical sites in the city. After putting on a black cloak, Xiao Chen slowly walked through the crowd. Occasionally, he heard discussions about the True Dragon ranking list. His name was mentioned time and time again in an admiring tone. All sorts of praises rang out. Under the hood, the shadow of Xiao Chen's face was hidden. He withdrew his aura. No one knew that the person they were talking about had just passed by them. When Xiao Chen arrived at Ignorant About Tea, he stopped for 9 steps. The interior of the tea house was brightly lit. There was an endless stream of people going in and out. The hall on the first floor did not have many rules. The people who came here were not true tea drinkers. As they drank, they did not stop talking at all. Participants from 2 small nations obtained first and second place at the same time. TSK, this is probably the first time in the history of the 5-nation youth competition. It is indeed the first time. The Great Chu Nation is indeed a nation with an expert like the Thunder King. After 5,000 years, a king-grade true dragon has appeared in the Great Qin Nation again. Ha ha, The elders of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion will probably be grinning from ear to ear. The rise of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion is already predictable. That's right. Just based on Xiao Chen's name, who knows how many bladesmen will be attracted to join? The bladesmen of the other nations will probably fight to join as well, to see if they can catch up to Xiao Chen's luck. The most discussed topic in the hall was the same as the one on the street. It was still the True Dragon ranking list. Furthermore, it was much more lively here. Sir, are you here to drink some tea? Unfortunately, we are already full. How about you go over there and wait for a while? The moment Xiao Chen appeared at the entrance, an enthusiastic waiter walked over with a smile on his face. After handing over the Haotian sect's name card, Xiao Chen said calmly, I already have an appointment. Lead the way. The waiter received the name card. When he saw the inscription and the contents of the name card, he immediately knew who Xiao Chen was. He revealed an extremely shocked expression. He could not recover his wits for a long time. Xiao Chen frowned and said, the name card says that we will meet tonight. Could it be that the Haotian sect's people have already left? The waiter reacted and suppressed the excitement in his heart. He quickly said, no, no. Please follow me. Under the waiter's lead, Xiao Chen arrived at a booth on the top floor. Then, he casually pushed the door open and entered. A fragrance wafted in the elegant booth. Yu Chenxi and an old man in his 70s sat at the table, quietly drinking tea. That old man wore simple linen clothes. His long hair draped over his shoulders, and his eyebrows were white. However, his eyes sparkled with a divine light. He did not look old at all. Xiao Chen used his spiritual sense to check the other party's cultivation. He could not help but feel slightly shocked. Unexpectedly, the other party was just an ordinary person who did not practice martial arts. Returning to one's natural state, this was a peak martial sage expert. Ordinary martial sages could not compare to him. You are here. Have a seat. The old man had noticed Xiao Chen's arrival long ago. However, he took a leisurely sip of tea before turning his head to greet Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen removed his cloak and sat across from the old man. Yu Chenxi leaned over and whispered, Xiao Chen, this is the sect master of our Haotian sect. For the sake of meeting you, he ended his closed-door cultivation early. A strange look flashed in Xiao Chen's eyes. A peak martial sage was willing to give up his closed-door cultivation to meet him. The Haotian sect was very sincere. Many thanks, Senior, for taking the time out of your busy schedule. The other party was very strong and could easily crush Xiao Chen to death with one finger. He spent a lot of time comprehending the great Tao. Given his limited lifespan, he had to cultivate bitterly at all times, hoping to reach the peak of cultivation. To them, time was extremely precious. They were definitely worthy of Xiao Chen's words. The hemp-robed old man's deep eyes flickered with an intelligent light. He smiled gently and said, Little friend, don't overthink. Since you already rejected the invitations of the other sects, my Haotian sect naturally has to give you the highest reception. Chapter 610. Furthermore, I will probably never be able to enter Emperor Wu's gate in this lifetime. So, I am not busy or not. Who knows, I might need your help in the future. If you do not mind my old bones, you can just call me Old Feng. We are of the same generation. Xiao Chen felt embarrassed in his heart. The other party was much older than him, and his cultivation was many times higher. How could he dare to be so unbridled? Senior Feng must be joking. No one knows what will happen in the future. How can I compare my future accomplishments with Senior? Old Feng saw that Xiao Chen's attitude was sincere, his tone neither servile nor overbearing. He did not have the arrogance of a king-grade true dragon genius or the fawning attitude of a senior expert. Xiao Chen controlled his attitude very well. That aura was definitely not something he faked. Normally, without a strong mental state, he would not be able to achieve such an effect. Old man Feng nodded in his heart. Only with such a state of mind could one go further. He had said those words on purpose. In his long life, Old man Feng had not been able to go far. In his long life, he had seen many geniuses, even emperor-grade true dragon geniuses who were stronger than Xiao Chen. There were many proud people who set their sights high but were not capable. They died prematurely, no matter how good their talent was. Old Feng put down the teacup in his hand and smiled faintly. As long as the king-grade true dragon geniuses did not die prematurely, they would definitely reach peak martial sage. Actually, I am not exaggerating. The conversation with the old man was not as formal as Xiao Chen imagined. Old Feng did not put on any airs. He even answered several of Xiao Chen's questions about martial cultivation. Xiao Chen, do you know why the Bushan Palace wants to bring you people to the Kunlun realm? Old Feng started to bring up the main topic of the day. After thinking for a while, Xiao Chen answered, the Bushan Palace might have competitors in the Kunlun realm, so they need to replenish their youth generation genius cultivators to strengthen themselves. Old Feng smiled faintly and said, it is pretty good that you can think of this. However, aside from this, there is another reason. This Sky Dome realm cannot afford to raise geniuses like you. Xiao Chen looked at the old man and asked doubtfully, you can't remember? That's right, we can't afford it. Old Feng pointed at Yu Chenxi and said, take Chenxi as an example. Once her talent reaches the martial monarch realm, she still wants to maintain a fast cultivation speed. She probably consumes at least 10,000 superior grade spirit stones a year. In less than 50 years, she will use up all the superior grade spirit stones that the Haotian sect accumulated. Xiao Chen was quick-witted as he thought about it. If it were not the age of geniuses, it would be fine to nurture a genius cultivator like this. This was because if the other sects did not have a worthy opponent, Yu Chenxi would definitely be able to fight for more benefits for the Haotian sect after he grew stronger, and he would be able to plunder many other sects' spiritual veins and resources. However, in the golden age of martial artists, there were countless geniuses like her. If she didn't grow up to be an invincible existence, it would be impossible for the sect to recover the resources that they had spent on cultivating her. When Old Feng saw Xiao Chen's expression, he knew that Xiao Chen understood. He nodded and said, hence, she has to enter the Kunlun realm. Only the resources of the Kunlun realm can nurture geniuses like you. Furthermore, the resources of the Kunlun realm are not in the hands of the Bushan Palace. They are still in the hands of the strong sects. Xiao Chen said, in that case, what does the Bushan Palace do? Old Feng explained, the Kunlun realm is boundless. It is not just filled with cultivators. The Bushan Palace represents all the cultivators. It fights for all sorts of resources in the Kunlun realm and fights against the other strong factions. I cannot explain it to you in a few words. If you really want to compare it, it is like the Heavenly Extermination Union in the ancient desolate land. However, it is much larger. You will understand when you go to the Kunlun realm. Xiao Chen remained calm and collected. He knew that the other party was about to get to the main topic, so he waited quietly for him to continue. Indeed, Old Feng smiled and said, when the 20 of you go to the Bushan Palace, your bone age will be tested and your talent will be redetermined. After that, there will be countless sects waiting for you to choose. The stronger you are, the more choices you will have. However, with your talent, there is no need to worry. There will definitely be many large sects fighting to pull you in. These are the conditions that the Haotian sect can offer you. You can take a look first. There is no rush to reply to me. The other party handed over a stack of envelopes. Xiao Chen was not in a rush to open them. Instead, he carefully put them away. Old Feng smiled faintly and said, I will take my leave first. No matter what choice you make, the Haotian sect will never make things difficult for you. The little Haotian medallion that you once obtained will always be effective. Regardless of the strength of the Haotian sect, just Old Feng's bearing and the way he spoke were already very admirable to Xiao Chen. Xiao. Right after Old Feng spoke, a spatial whirlpool appeared behind him. With a shua sound, it sucked him in. When the whirlpool vanished, it was like the old man had never been there. Xiao Chen, what do you think? Yu Chenxi, who was at the side, asked with some anticipation. Xiao Chen smiled and said, perhaps after we go to the Kunlun realm, you will have to address me as senior brother. Xiao Chen did not know anyone from the 9 great sects. At the very least, there was Yu Chenxi in the Haotian sect. Although the two had only known each other for a short time, they understood each other's characters. Furthermore, Ao Jiao also approved of Xiao Chen going to the Haotian sect. Choosing the Haotian sect might not be the best outcome for Xiao Chen, but it was definitely not the worst choice. At the same time, as Xiao Chen was chatting with the Haotian sect's sect master, Kim Taiho was also meeting with a major character. That major character was none other than the welcoming envoy, Wan Feng. Wan Feng fiddled with a spirit core brimming with light and spiritual energy in his hand. An azure flaming bird could be vaguely seen in the spirit core, flapping its wings and crying out loud like it was alive. After Wan Feng put away the spirit core, he said, "Not bad. The spirit core of a rank 10 spirit beast, Azure 1. Even in the Kunlun realm, it is still somewhat valuable." Kim Taiho cursed in his heart. What do you mean by somewhat valuable? This thing would be a priceless treasure even in the Kunlun realm. Do you think this fat lord does not know anything? Furthermore, Wan Feng cultivated a fire-attributed cultivation technique. The value of this Azure 1 spirit core could no longer be measured in terms of value. However, Kim Taiho could not lose his temper since he had a favor to ask of the other party. He smiled and said, "In that case, can you leave the business in Dragon Sealing City to our Golden Rock Merchant Association to manage in the future?" Fatso did not lie to Xiao Chen. He was indeed here to discuss business. Furthermore, he was very ambitious. He wanted to swallow up all the business in Dragon Sealing City in one go. Although Dragon Sealing City had only been open for a month, the people who came this month were all peak cultivators of the continent. The income from spending 1 million peak cultivators was equivalent to a year's worth of business for the Golden Rock Merchant Association. It was definitely worth fighting for. Right now, all the business in Dragon Sealing City was in the hands of the top merchant association, the Wan clan. However, with just a word from Wan Feng, the owner could be changed to him, Kim Taiho. When Wan Feng heard this, his expression suddenly turned cold. He said in a frosty voice, "Scram. Don't mention this topic. Who do you think this young master is?" Kim Taiho was somewhat stunned. He could not understand why the other party suddenly turned hostile. It was clearly the other party who released the news first. That was why he brought the Azure 1 spirit core over. "Cousin, are you receiving a guest?" Just at this moment, laughter rang out. Kim Taiho turned his head and saw the Wan Clan Merchant Association's young master, Wan Shan, walking in with a smile. "Cousin." Wan Feng, Wan Clan Merchant Association, both surnamed Wan. Kim Taiho suddenly understood something. He said angrily, "You two bastards. How dare you gang up on me? Return my Azure 1 spirit core to me. Did you not hear me? I already told you to scram." Wan Feng snorted coldly and sent out a strand of quintessence with a flick of his finger. A pitch-black crack appeared in space as it flew towards Kim Taiho. Kim Taiho was startled. He quickly took out the coffin lid and placed it in front of him. Ding-dang. The huge force knocked Kim Taiho back by 10 steps. "Hey!" Seeing that the coffin lid was undamaged, Wan Feng's eyes lit up. He said, "There is actually an emperor's might spreading out." This time, Kim Taiho learned his lesson. He quickly put away the coffin lid and ran away as fast as he could. Then, he said, "You two brats, this fat lord will remember you this time. There is no one else in this world who can take advantage of me, Kim Taiho." Wan Shan laughed loudly and said, "How delightful. I finally managed to mess with this fatso. He has snatched away a lot of our Wan clan's business in the Great Jin Nation." However, Wan Feng, who was seated, had an incredibly calm expression. He said indifferently, "He is just a minor character. There is no need to bother with him. However, this Azure 1 spirit core is really good stuff." After chatting with Yu Chenxi about some irrelevant matters, Xiao Chen prepared to take his leave. Yu Chenxi stood up to send Xiao Chen off. She smiled and said, "We will meet again in half a year. If you are willing, you can come with me to the Haotian sect now. With the spirit vein that the Haotian sect controls, it will be easier for you to break through to martial monarch." Xiao Chen understood what she meant. The Kunlun realm's Haotian sect definitely had its own geniuses. They would also absorb geniuses from other realms. At that time, there would be competition. Once they reached Martial Monarch, they would be able to avoid some unnecessary trouble. They would also receive more resources. The Heavenly Saber Pavilion only controlled one spirit vein. Naturally, it could not compare to the Haotian sect. However, to Xiao Chen, there was no difference between the two. The Purple Thunder divine incantation that Xiao Chen cultivated required a vast amount of essence, at least 10 times that of a regular genius cultivator. Be it the Haotian sect or the Heavenly Saber Pavilion, Xiao Chen would not be able to advance to Martial Monarch within half a year. The former would be faster than the latter, but it would still take at least a year. If Xiao Chen wanted to advance to Martial Monarch within half a year, he could only think of other methods. Xiao Chen thanked him politely and rejected the other party's invitation. After 15 minutes, Xiao Chen returned to the courtyard of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion and opened the letter that Old Feng gave him. The contents of the letter gave a rough introduction of the Haotian sect situation in the Kunlun realm. Xiao Chen explained it to Ao Jiao and left it for her to decide. Ao Jiao muttered, "Your choice was not wrong. I did not expect that after 5,000 years, the Haotian sect's sect master would advance to the greater Heavenly Emperor Wu. In that case, the Haotian sect's position in the 9 ranks of the great families will definitely rise." That was good. At least when Xiao Chen went to the Haotian sect, he would not have to worry about the resources the sect controlled. There was a black spatial ring in the letter. Xiao Chen scanned it with his spiritual sense and saw all the treasures in the spatial ring. There were more than 50,000 superior-grade spirit stones. This was very shocking. The Heavenly Saber Pavilion was unable to do this. Chapter 611. Back then, when Xiao Chen agreed to fight for the Heavenly Saber Pavilion, Jiang Kai had taken out nearly half of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion's savings and only managed to gather 10,000 superior-grade spirit stones. However, the Haotian sect casually gave out 50,000 superior-grade spirit stones. Aside from that, there were all sorts of natural treasures and 1,000-year-old spirit herbs for nourishing qi. There were at least 100 of them, each of them more than 2,000 years old. There was also a faint blue inner vest at the back. Based on the flickering light and spiritual energy, it should be a defensive superior-grade secret treasure. It would probably increase Xiao Chen's defense by at least 20%. Haha. Brother Xiao Chen, these are just a small greeting gift. 50,000 superior-grade spirit stones should be enough for you to use for half a year. If you go to the upper realm, there will be even more generous gifts waiting for you. This was the last line of Old Feng's introduction letter, showing the strong accumulations of the Haotian sect. Early the next morning, the Heavenly Saber Pavilion's group made their preparations and prepared to return. Everyone was in a good mood. The Heavenly Saber Pavilion could be said to have a bountiful harvest in this 5-nation youth competition. They achieved an unimaginable goal. Not only did Murong Chong and Yun Kusin enter the True Dragon ranking, but Xiao Chen also obtained the first rank for the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. Furthermore, Xiao Chen obtained the first rank for the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. With the King-grade True Dragon luck, there was no doubt that the Heavenly Saber Pavilion would rise in the future. After the group left the city, they boarded Jade Maiden Peak's golden jade glazed ship and soared into the air, heading back to the Great Qin Nation. When the group looked around, the sky was filled with warships and crowds. As these people left, the grand occasion of this True Dragon ranking would spread to every corner of the continent. The names of the geniuses on the 5-nation youth competition would spread far and wide. Many years later, when people recalled this 5-nation youth competition, it would be a legend. On the bow of the warship, Xiao Chen explained his promise to the Haotian sect to the first elder, Jiang Kai, in detail. Jiang Kai was not surprised. The Heavenly Saber Pavilion did not have a faction in the Kunlun realm. They would not be able to trap a true dragon like Xiao Chen. Being able to help the Heavenly Saber Pavilion obtain the first rank was already a pleasant surprise for Jiang Kai. How could he ask for more? A gentle breeze blew as the golden jade glazed ship moved through the clouds. Although it looked slow, it was actually moving at an incredible speed. 5 days later, in the sky above a mountain range at the border of the Jin state and the Qin state, a group of rank 8 spirit beasts, demonic flame eagles, 3,000 meters in front of them blocked their way. A rank 8 spirit beast was as strong as a great perfection half-step martial monarch. Furthermore, it was much faster than a regular cultivator. When fighting a rank 8 spirit beast in the air, a cultivator of the same rank would find it hard to defeat it. Jiang Kai frowned slightly and counted carefully. There were a total of 8 demonic raging flame eagles. The one in the middle was the largest, and its aura was much denser. This is problematic. There is actually a demonic raging flame eagle leader here. Even a peak consummation half-step martial monarch would not be a match for it. Jiang Kai said to Liu Suifeng, who was behind him, "Suifeng, go and ask Martial Uncle Shen to come out. If we take a detour, it will take us another half a day." Xiao Chen walked over and looked at the demonic raging flame eagles in front. He said, "Wait, let me give it a try first." Right after Xiao Chen spoke, the others looked over in shock. There were 8 spirit beasts in front that were even stronger than a great perfection half-step martial monarch. Among them, the leader of the demonic raging flame eagles was a peak consummation half-step martial monarch. A regular inferior grade martial monarch would find it hard to subdue it. Jiang Kai said worriedly, "Xiao Chen, it is better to let Martial Uncle Shen make a move. Don't be too rash." Xiao Chen wanted to test his strength after the true dragon merged with him. He smiled and said, "First Elder, don't worry. I know what I am doing. If I cannot defeat them, I will immediately retreat. I will not be rash." Seeing Xiao Chen so insistent, Jiang Kai could not say anything more. He said, "In that case, be careful. Second Elder, bring some people and follow behind. If anything happens, you can rush over immediately." Xiao. Xiao Chen gently pushed off the bow of the warship, and his figure drifted, kicking up a strong wind in the air. In the blink of an eye, Xiao Chen arrived within 500 meters of the demonic raging flame eagles. Black flames burned on the broad wings of the demonic raging flame eagles. Their hook-like beaks flickered with a cold light. When their cold eyes discovered Xiao Chen, they immediately flapped their wings and let out a shrill cry, sending out a surging heat wave. Xiao Chen placed his right hand on the saber hilt and quickly scanned the 8 demonic raging flame eagles. After he clearly saw their flight trajectory, he attacked with lightning speed. Thunder Shadow Chop. Because Xiao Chen was worried that he would cause too much damage, he did not use his full essence to execute this move. At this moment, there were no more worries in the air. The surging crystalline essence surged towards the lunar shadow saber like a river. In that instant, it gave off a dazzling purple electric light. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. Xiao Chen took 7 steps, leaving behind 7 realistic afterimages in the air. Each afterimage sent out a saber strike. With the true dragon, Xiao Chen's cultivation instantly rose from small perfection half-step martial monarch to great perfection. When he unleashed his essence at full power, its might was startling. Boom, boom, boom. 7 miserable cries resounded. The saber lights that Xiao Chen sent out from the afterimages split the 7 demonic raging flame eagles in half. The elders behind, who were preparing to make a move, were all dumbfounded. Merge. The 7 afterimages merged, and electric light burst out from Xiao Chen's body. His aura surged, making him look like a thunder god descending from the sky. Saber chi surged out and tore a long crack in space. The leader of the demonic raging flame eagles was startled. It flapped its wings anxiously and tried to flee. It did not dare to face the might of this saber strike head-on. Puci. However, the crack extended too quickly. Even though the demonic raging flame eagle did its best to dodge, the crack still tore its right wing in half. The strong defense of the demonic raging flame eagle became mere decoration. It cried out miserably and fell to the ground. Xiao Chen killed 8 demonic raging flame eagles in the blink of an eye with 1 thunder shadow chop. This stunned Jiang Kai and the others on the warship. Xiao Chen sheathed his saber. However, he was not satisfied. This was because his final attack had not instantly chopped the leader of the demonic raging flame eagles in half. This proved that this thunder shadow chop still had many improvements. When the group landed back on the deck, Jiang Kai and the others exchanged glances. They discovered that they could not see through Xiao Chen at all. With such strength, Even a regular inferior-grade martial monarch would not be able to match him. Suddenly, Xiao Chen said, "There is a warship behind us. It is heading in our direction at Mach 5. Jiang Kai and the others were slightly stunned. They soared into the air and quickly looked back. Indeed, a huge black warship tore through the air and headed in their direction. Its target was very clear. It wanted to stop Xiao Chen and the others before they could leave the Great Jin Nation. After the group landed, Jiang Kai said with an unsightly expression, "They are coming with ill intentions. It is the Bai clan's warship." Xiao. Just as the group was about to cross the border, the huge black warship of the Bai clan overtook them. The warship swept through the air and tyrannically blocked the path of Xiao Chen and the others. Shen Manjun walked out of the warship's hold and looked at the Bai clan's warship. She asked doubtfully, "Jiang Kai, what's going on?" "I'm not sure. The Bai clan's people did not say anything and just stopped us." When Jiang Kai saw Shen Manjun walk out, he calmed down. After all, the other party was a half-sage. As long as the Bai clan's clan head did not come, it would not be easy for the others to stop them. "Everyone, there is no need to be anxious. I am Bai Feng, the current Bai clan's clan head. I just want to meet the white-robed bladesman you all speak of." A middle-aged man wearing light blue robes appeared on the warship's bow. He was like a treasured saber drawn from its scabbard, radiating a sharp light. The moment he appeared, everyone in the Heavenly Saber Pavilion felt a huge pressure. When the other party looked down, it was like a sharp saber hanging above everyone's heads. Saber Sage. A sage of the saber. Only a martial sage who had comprehended saber intent to the limit could be called a saber sage. Regular martial sages would not be a match for them. A saber sage could easily deal with 10 martial sages of the same cultivation. This Bai clan's clan head, Bai Feng, was such a person. Bai Feng smiled faintly and said, "I remember handing over my name card. However, it seems like little brother does not think highly of me, so I can only use such a presumptuous method." As Xiao Chen looked at the other party, a yearning appeared in his heart. A sage of the saber. Xiao Chen wondered when he would be able to reach such a level. After calming himself, Xiao Chen took a step forward and asked, "I wonder why Senior is looking for me." Bai Feng smiled and said, "Come up and speak. It is not convenient to be down there. Senior brother Xiao Chen, don't go up. They are definitely up to no good," Yun Kasin said from behind. Yun Kasin said from behind. Liu Suifeng and the others did not say anything, but the meaning in their eyes was the same. Xiao Chen said softly, "It's fine. Given his status, he will not go so far as to make a move against a junior like me. Everyone will laugh at him." Xiao. After Xiao Chen spoke, he pushed off the ground and boarded the Bai clan's black warship. He stood across from Bai Feng and looked straight at him without any fear. Bai Feng smiled gently and said, "Young man, you are rather courageous. I'll get straight to the point. Where did you learn the 4-season saber technique? This concerns the foundation of my Bai clan. I have to figure it out." Xiao Chen had expected the other party to say this long ago. He replied, "I once met Senior Bai Shureha in the ancient desolate tower. He was the one who taught me the 4-season saber technique. However, don't worry. I already swore on my heart demon that the 4-season saber technique will not leak out." Bai Feng revealed an expression of "as I expected." He said, "It is as I expected. I have a presumptuous request. Little brother, can you write down your comprehension of the 4-season saber technique that you comprehended and give me a copy?" Xiao Chen said straightforwardly, "Sure." Bai Feng was slightly stunned. He had not expected Xiao Chen to agree to his request so easily, not bargaining at all. After all, the secret manual that Xiao Chen wanted to write down was priceless. The 4-season saber technique had been studied by the Bai clan for thousands of years. With this, the number of Bai clan juniors who could learn the 4-season saber technique would increase significantly. Given this, Bai Feng felt somewhat embarrassed. He asked, "Little brother, do you have any requests?" "There is no need. The 4-season saber technique belongs to your Bai clan in the first place. Since you have requested it, I will return it." Xiao Chen maintained a calm expression and did not say much. The white paper floated in front of him as he focused on writing down the four-season saber technique he comprehended. Chapter 612. Xiao Chen was not afraid that the Bai clan would learn his four-season saber technique and threaten him. The four-season saber technique could only bring out its strongest might when it was compatible with the cultivator's state. Xiao Chen was able to bring out the might of the four-season saber technique. If others followed his method, they would be able to bring out a tenth of his might. The Bai clan had taken the wrong path. Since that was the case, there was no harm in giving it to him. Before a saber sage, he did not have much of a choice. Thousands of meters above the Bai clan's warship, a small warship was hidden in the clouds. A few elders of the Sima clan stood on the bow of the warship, looking suspiciously at Xiao Chen and Bai Chi's actions. First elder, the Bai clan and Xiao Chen seem to have reached some sort of agreement. "I'm afraid we no longer have a chance to make a move," a grey-robed old man said sullenly. "If they enter the great Qin nation's borders and we make a move, we will attract some unnecessary trouble," another person said. The Sima clan's first elder muttered to himself for a while before saying, "In that case, let's return first. I did not expect this Bai Feng to spoil our plans at such a crucial moment. However, there is still half a year, there will be plenty of opportunities." Without anyone noticing, the Sima clan's small warship quietly turned around and returned to where it came from. 15 minutes later, Bai Chi put away the secret manual that Xiao Chen handed him. He felt many emotions in his heart. It was hard to imagine that there could be such a talented person. Before the age of 22, Bai Chi had already created such a powerful martial technique. Compared to the ancient sages, he was not inferior. Little brother's talent and bearing are truly admirable. If you need this Bai's help in the future, just a word from me will do. The Bai clan owes you a favor. Bai Feng used his status as the Bai clan's clan head to make a promise to Xiao Chen. This surprised Xiao Chen somewhat. Without the Bai clan obstructing them, their journey was smooth sailing. 3 days later, Xiao Chen's group returned to the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. When the news of Xiao Chen obtaining the first rank spread, the entire Heavenly Saber Pavilion erupted with excitement. The 5,000-odd inner disciples were all extremely excited. Many disciples would be attracted to the foot of Qingyun Peak every day. Without exception, all of them hoped to join Qingyun Peak. The only reason was that Xiao Chen had the luck of a king-grade true dragon. Of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion's Qingyun Peak, Xiao Chen would definitely obtain the most luck. Luck was ethereal, but comprehension ability. However, its usefulness to cultivators was sometimes even more important than talent. Everyone wanted to benefit from it and obtain more luck. Xiao Chen handed all these trifling matters to Liu Suifeng to handle. As for himself, he and Liu Ruiyue stayed in the back mountains, living a simple world of the two of them, enjoying the rare leisure time. 1 week later, as more and more cultivators returned from Dragon Sealing City, the True Dragon ranking became popular in every corner of the Great Qin Nation. The news of the Great Qin Nation's bladesman, Xiao Chen, becoming the champion of this 5-nation youth competition spread like wildfire. The reputation of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion soared. There was an endless stream of people coming to learn from them. There were even people who did not practice the saber in the first place who started practicing the saber all over again. They only wanted to join the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. The first elder, Jiang Kai, was extremely busy every day. However, the smile on his face never faded. The Heavenly Saber Pavilion's accumulations were not bad. However, they lacked an opportunity. Now that they were using Xiao Chen's reputation to recruit disciples, their foundation would be even firmer. The luck that Xiao Chen brought would affect the Heavenly Saber Pavilion invisibly. For the next 500 years, the Heavenly Saber Pavilion would continue to prosper, gaining a place in the Great Age. The bustling outside did not affect Xiao Chen's mental state. After spending half a month with Liu Ruiyue, he resumed his bitter cultivation. The road was still very long. This was only the beginning of the great path of cultivation. He had to work even harder, he could not relax at all. This was especially so after Xiao Chen met Bai Feng. This feeling in his heart became even stronger. Only when he became truly strong could he firmly grasp his fate in his own hands. If Xiao Chen had a choice, why would he hand over the saber technique he comprehended? However, before absolute strength, even if he was extremely intelligent, it would be useless. PUCI. The 4 superior grade spirit stones in his hand shattered. Xiao Chen recovered from his cultivation and looked at the exhausted spirit stones. He shook his head slightly and casually tossed them aside. After spending half a month, Xiao Chen thoroughly summarized the insights he gained from the 5-nation youth competition. Then, he spent all his time on cultivation. Even though Xiao Chen consumed 10 superior grade spirit stones every day, his progress was still very slow. He was still a long way from reaching the bottleneck of half-step martial monarch. Xiao Chen felt somewhat vexed. He asked Ao Jiao, is there any way for me to reach the bottleneck of half-step martial monarch within half a year? Ao Jiao smiled gently and said, I've been waiting for you to ask. There is definitely a way. It just depends on whether you dare to take this risk or not. Everything in the world had its risks. It was impossible to reap without sowing and easily achieve success. Naturally, Xiao Chen understood this principle. He asked, what is the method? Ao Jiao did not answer him directly. Instead, she said, you know about the spirit vein's origin under the Heavenly Saber Pavilion, right? Back then, even the Heavenly Wolf Race's Fiend King wanted that. The spirit vein's origin was the foundation of a spirit vein. It contained an immeasurable amount of spiritual energy. Naturally, Xiao Chen knew about the spirit vein's origin in the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. Back then, he had personally experienced it in the underground world of the Spirit Stone Mine. However, the energy contained in the spirit vein's origin was simply too vast. It was not something that Xiao Chen could do anything to. If he tried to swallow it forcefully, he might explode from the energy if he was not careful. Lung Liusu could cultivate on it because the founder of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion had placed restrictions on it, limiting the amount of energy she could absorb from it. Otherwise, with Lung Liusu's cultivation back then, she would not have been able to cultivate on it. Thinking of this, Xiao Chen shook his head slightly and said, could this be the method you are talking about? The Heavenly Saber Pavilion's spirit vein's origin has restrictions placed on it, limiting the amount of energy it can absorb. Furthermore, only the descendants of the founder can use that spirit vein. Ao Jiao smiled gently and said, naturally not. I am just giving an example. There is more than one spirit vein in this world. Xiao Chen reacted and said, are you saying that there are other spirit veins that have not been discovered by anyone? That is impossible. The existing spirit veins have already been divided up by the various sects. There was no way to hide a spirit vein. The spiritual energy that it gave off could be felt from 5 kilometers away. Its value was immeasurable. There would always be spirit stone mines around spirit veins. Spirit stones were the currency of cultivators. One could easily imagine the wealth that came from controlling a spirit vein. Sometimes, the number of spirit veins described a sect. It was a sign of how strong it was. It was the foundation of a sect. Without a spirit vein, the sect would automatically disband. The 3 great sects of the Great Qin Nation were able to exist for 10,000 years because they each controlled a spirit vein. The various powers had already divided up the spirit veins many years ago. Any sect that possessed a spirit vein was not something that Xiao Chen could afford to offend. Ao Jiao scolded jokingly, idiot, since I said there is definitely. There is no need for you to doubt it. However, with your current cultivation, there is a 70% chance that you will fail to absorb the spirit vein's origin. Once you fail, your body will explode and you will die. A 70% chance of failure, the risk was too high. Xiao Chen thought for a while and made a decision after a while. He said, I can take a gamble if I have a 50% chance. 70% is too high, it is not worth it. Xiao Chen had already opened his sea of consciousness long ago. Once his cultivation reached that level, he would advance to martial monarch. There was no need to risk his life for the sake of advancing to martial monarch within half a year. Ao Jiao smiled gently and said, I have not finished speaking yet. If you can cultivate the firmament body tempering art to the 6th layer, your success rate will increase to 50%. I'll take the gamble, Xiao Chen said without hesitation, revealing a decisive look in his eyes. In Dragon Sealing City, the instant the true dragon appeared, Xiao Chen's firmament body tempering art reached peak consummation of the 5th layer. If he focused, he would be able to break through to the 6th layer in less than half a month. After Xiao Chen made up his mind, it was time to take action. After saying goodbye to Liu Ruyue, Xiao Chen prepared to embark on a new journey. The spirit vein that Ao Jiao spoke of was in the ancient desolate lands Heavenly Extermination Lake's mountain range at the bottom of the Heavenly Extermination Lake. The environment there was very dangerous, and demonic beasts roamed about. Entering it would be very difficult. The spirit vein was discovered by the Thunder King in the past. Because no one cared for it, its spiritual energy had been leaking out for thousands of years. It was hard to say how much energy the spirit vein's origin still had. It had already been 5,000 years. It was possible that the spirit vein had already been abandoned. For the sake of not wasting time, Xiao Chen only made 3 days of preparations. The entire Heavenly Saber Pavilion was still in an excited and bustling state. Xiao Chen left silently. Aside from Liu Ruyue, no one knew where he went. 10,000 meters above the Great Qin Nation, there was an insignificant scarlet cloud compared to the vast sky. It turned into a scarlet line as it moved forward quickly. Underground, even a cultivator with good eyesight would not be able to discover the existence of that scarlet cloud. When the strong spirit beasts in the sky felt the surging killing chi from the scarlet cloud, they could not avoid it in time, not daring to clash with it. There was a scarlet throne above the scarlet cloud. Xiao Chen sat on it, cultivating the firmament body tempering art with his eyes closed. Xiao Chen's long hair fluttered in the wind. The tyrannical air of a king appeared indistinctly. Due to the scarlet throne, even though Xiao Chen withdrew his aura, that might still spread out, unable to leak out. In reality, from the moment the true dragon appeared, Xiao Chen discovered that his mentality had changed at some point in time. In the past, peak martial monarchs, like the half-sage Shen Manjun, could give him a lot of pressure. However, Xiao Chen could remain indifferent to them. He even felt that they were nothing much. The king-grade true dragon silently broadened Xiao Chen's horizons, allowing him to slowly recognize his identity as a future king. The silence did not allow Xiao Chen to reject it. Whether he was willing or not, his future path would be filled with thorns, blood, and wind. It would not be peaceful. A king would not settle for second place. If Xiao Chen advanced to martial monarch, he had to be the strongest among martial monarchs. If he advanced to martial sage, he had to be the strongest martial sage. If he advanced to Emperor Wu, he had to be the king of emperors. Chapter 613. The people who originally occupied the first rank would definitely be dissatisfied. There would also be the king-grade true dragons of the other great thousand realms. Ji. A sharp bird cry resounded. A black demonic beast with a leopard's head and eagle's body appeared in front of the throne. A berserk aura spread out as it sized up Xiao Chen with malicious intent. It was a demonic beast, not a spirit beast. It was not frightened by the killing intent coming from the throne. Instead, it was eager to try, wondering if eating Xiao Chen would increase its strength. Xiao Chen opened his eyes and punched calmly. An azure dragon head formed on his fist as he executed the berserk dragon stance of the dragon claw fist. Bang! The fist exploded and the berserk dragon roared. The leopard-headed eagle did not even have a chance to dodge before the punch blasted it into a bloody mist. You overestimate yourself. You are just a mere peak rank 7 demonic beast and you dare to block my path? Xiao Chen closed his eyes again. The scarlet throne did not stop at all. It broke through the bloody mist and continued flying forward. Half a month later, Xiao Chen successfully broke through the bottleneck of the firmament body tempering ART's 5th layer, reaching the 6th layer. Now, he could deliver 500 tons of force with a casual punch. With just the strength of his physical body, Xiao Chen was able to secure a spot among half-step martial monarchs. Xiao Chen could already see the vast and boundless Heavenly Extermination Lake below. The islands on the lake looked like they were dotted with stars. The number of people in the sky slowly increased. Not wanting to attract too much attention, Xiao Chen put away the throne long ago. Then, he used his essence to fly in the air. From time to time, the martial kings that passed by him would feel a huge pressure and subconsciously move away. What a strong aura! When did such a strong youth come to the ancient desolate land? Everyone's gazes filled with doubt. They could not understand what was going on. Right now, Xiao Chen's aura was so strong that even some of the older generation experts sighed. He was truly an unrivaled existence among half-step martial monarchs. 1,000 meters northeast of the island in front, then dive straight down, and you will reach the place I said. Ao Jiao's voice sounded in his mind. Xiao Chen glanced around and sped up. He turned into a purple line and landed on the surface of the water in a few breaths, splashing into the water with a splash. Gulp, gulp. Circulating his vital qi, Xiao Chen continuously increased the gravity around him. His entire body was like a lead ball that had fallen into the water. He dove down at an extremely fast speed, and bubbles kept appearing around him. At first, he could still see some light, but after a kilometer, the bottom of the lake became dark. Even with Xiao Chen's eyesight, he couldn't see beyond 100 meters. Due to the refraction of the water, what Xiao Chen saw with his spiritual sense was hazy. He could only make out a rough idea. At this moment, Xiao Chen frowned slightly and let out a soft cry of surprise. There was a large patch of blood floating in the lake in front of him, giving off a pungent smell. As he continued to dive deeper, there was more and more blood. However, he did not see any of the beasts that Ao Jiao mentioned. It seemed like this place had been swept by someone in advance. Bang! Xiao Chen's body trembled slightly. He finally reached the bottom of this heavenly extermination lake, and his feet touched solid ground. When he scanned the area with his spiritual sense, he could roughly tell that there was a majestic mountain range at the bottom of the lake about 500 meters in front of him. It was 1,000 meters tall and looked very vast. The mountain range at the bottom of the lake was actually several times wider than the Lingyun mountain range where the Heavenly Saber Pavilion was. The blood was also the densest in this place. When Xiao Chen looked around, all he could see was dark red blood. It was viscous and did not melt for a long time. It gave off an extremely disgusting stench. Occasionally, he could see the remains of some wandering demonic beasts. It was easy to tell that these were the worthless parts of the demonic beasts. Seeing this, Xiao Chen was certain that someone had swept through this place before Xiao Chen. Ao Jiao, does anyone else know about this place? Xiao Chen asked somewhat worriedly. If someone had gotten here before him, then he would have wasted a lot of time. Ao Jiao shook her head slightly and said, there is no need to worry. Those people should have some other purpose. This place is the birthplace of the extreme yin underworld flame. 5,000 years ago, the Thunder King discovered the spirit vein by chance when he was retrieving the flame seed. He laid down some restrictions, making it very difficult for others to discover the spirit vein. Firmament flame? Xiao Chen entered deep thought. His lunar true flame had already formed an origin flame. However, it had not absorbed any yin-attributed flames. Compared to the purple thunder true fire, its might was much weaker. If he had an opportunity to strengthen the lunar true flame, he might be able to execute the Taiji yin-yang flame diagram that he used in the Trial of Desire. However, the purpose of this trip was still the spirit vein's origin. There was no need to think too much about the lunar true flame. He would act according to the situation. Xiao Chen stretched out his right hand and a surging essence formed a suction force on his palm. The black blood mixed with the lake water quickly gathered in his hand. Hu Kai. Hu Kai. A scarlet whirlpool formed on Xiao Chen's palm. The surrounding lake water slowly turned clear. After a while, all the blood condensed into a ball of blood that had been compressed countless times. Xiao Chen casually waved his hand, and the ball of blood flew up at an extremely fast speed. After a long time, it formed a pillar of water on the surface of the heavenly extermination lake. The ball of blood exploded and turned into a rain of blood. As it fell, the cultivators passing by were astonished. While in the clear lake water, Xiao Chen used his vision and discovered a crack in the mountain range in front. That was the entrance that Ao Jiao mentioned. Xiao Chen pushed off the bottom of the lake and moved like lightning. He entered that crack with a shio sound. At first, the crack was very narrow. After walking for 10 minutes, it widened. Clear footprints could be seen on the ground. Based on the shape and number of footprints, there were quite a lot of people, at least 100 of them. Xiao Chen did not know which faction of the ancient desolate land did this. 10 minutes later, the lake water in the crack had completely receded. The area in front suddenly opened up, and a vast world appeared in Xiao Chen's vision. Stone pillars of all shapes and sizes hung upside down a kilometer above him. Cracks extended for 500 kilometers on the ground. Occasionally, strands of yin-attributed flames wafted out of the cracks. Xiao Chen revealed a shocked expression. It was hard to imagine that there was such a miraculous scene in the mountain range at the bottom of the lake. Halt! The Holy Fire Manor is conducting business here. Would you please leave for now? Suddenly, 2 middle-aged cultivators leaped out from above. They wore the same clothes and held sharp sabers in their hands. They looked at Xiao Chen cautiously. Because spiritual sense was not very useful in the heavenly extermination lake, Xiao Chen had not released it at all times. He only discovered these 2 people after they jumped out. When Xiao Chen looked around, he immediately made out the cultivation of these 2 people. They were peak superior grade martial kings. Their auras were not weak, and their cultivation techniques would not be weak, either. They would be considered experts in the ancient desolate land. However, in Xiao Chen's eyes, they were far from sufficient. The Holy Fire Manor. Xiao Chen had a good impression of this sect. Back then, he and Bai Lishi had uprooted their branch in Desolate City. The 2 of them had also killed their young manor lord and an inner sect elder. Xiao Chen had not expected to meet them here today. In order to obtain the Netherworld Flame, we need a martial monarch expert to hold the line. Xiao Chen needs to deal with these 2 people quickly. We cannot drag this out. Ao Jiao reminded him. Don't be unable to tell good from bad. Our first manor lord and second manor lord are here. With your half-step martial monarch cultivation, they can destroy you with 1 finger. Be smart and scram. When the person on the right saw that Xiao Chen did not move, he pointed at Xiao Chen and shouted. The Holy Fire Manor had 2 martial monarch experts. Xiao Chen had heard about them long ago. It looked like they were both here. Regardless of the cultivation of these 2 martial monarchs, if they worked together, Xiao Chen would not be a match for them. However, since he was already here, there was no reason for him to retreat. Xiao Chen squinted and suddenly made a move. He stomped heavily on the ground, leaving a 3-inch deep footprint. He executed the blue dragon cloud soaring art. A resonant dragon roar came from behind him. The person who spoke felt like a blue dragon was flying at him. Breaking armor. When Xiao Chen punched, a sharp shockwave formed above his fist. It tore through this person's defense like it was made of paper and left a bloody hole the size of a bowl on his chest. Seizing the heart, Xiao Chen's right hand turned into a claw, and in the time it took for a spark to fly, he pierced through the second person's chest. However, before this person died, he shot out a short arrow he had hidden in his sleeve. The arrow was coated with a special kind of fuel, and it quickly burned in the air. Xiao Chen flicked his right finger and fired out a strand of purple flame. When the arrow was halfway up, he intercepted it. Kai. However, when the arrow exploded, it gave off a sharp, ear-piercing sound. The sound waves could be heard clearly within 5 kilometers. Let's go. Xiao Chen had not expected the arrow to be so effective. His expression changed, and he quickly fled in another direction. A kilometer away, the 100-man team of the Holy Fire Manor was currently fighting a large group of flame giants. These flame giants were fire spirits formed from yin flames lingering in the air for a long time. They did not have a physical body and did not feel pain. Furthermore, there were many of them, making them very difficult to deal with. 2 old men hovered quietly above the group. Extremely powerful auras radiated from their bodies. Every now and then, they would strike down a fire spirit that was blocking their way. When the 2 old men heard the ear-piercing sound, their expressions changed at the same time. The grey-robed old man on the right said, "Big brother, unexpectedly, aside from us, there is someone else who knows the location of the Netherworld Flame." The blue-robed old man on the left said sullenly, "I am very fast. I will go take a look first. I'll leave this place to you." Shio, shio, shio. Right after the blue-robed old man spoke, he quickly flew over. He was simply too fast. It was to the extent that the space around him was unable to endure it, and numerous mottled fissures appeared on it. Xiao Chen was unlucky. The Holy Fire Manners team happened to be blocked by the fire spirits, so they did not manage to get far. To the blue-robed old man, he crossed the distance of 1 kilometer in a few breaths of time. After he arrived, he squinted and immediately saw Xiao Chen flying. The blue-robed old man's expression relaxed, and a murderous intent appeared in his eyes. He smiled coldly and said, "You are just a half-step martial monarch and you dare to come here to join in the fun? You are too bold." Kai, Kai. The blue-robed old man raised his speed to the limit, and a pitch-black crack appeared behind him. Then, he chased after Xiao Chen. After executing the blue dragon cloud soaring art, Xiao Chen became like a flood dragon leaping about. He had already activated the blood flame shoes long ago, but he still could not shake off the blue-robed old man's pursuit. Chapter 614. The distance between them slowly decreased. After 15 minutes, the old man was less than 500 meters away from Xiao Chen. Die. The blue-robed old man's gaze turned cold as he used his palm as a saber. Vast quintessence gathered in his palm. His figure flashed, and he arrived above Xiao Chen's head. Then, he hacked down with his palm. The palm wind howled, and tiny cracks appeared in space. If this palm strike landed, Xiao Chen would definitely suffer. The difference in speed was too great. One used quintessence while the other used essence. There was no way to compete. Since that was the case, there was no point in running. Thunder Shadow Chop. Xiao Chen drew the lunar shadow saber at lightning speed. He turned around and retreated 7 steps, leaving behind 7 afterimages on the ground. Each afterimage had a saber, sending out 7 dazzling saber lights. Merge. The afterimages merged, and the saber lit up with a dazzling light. The peak saber technique that was infused with 7-fold might clashed with the blue-robed old man's horrifying palm saber. Bang! The two moves collided head-on without any fancy moves. Powerful energy ripples burst out and spread out in waves. The void was refracted layer by layer. Xiao Chen retreated 3 steps, but the blue-robed old man retreated 10 steps. After the blue-robed old man stabilized himself, his expression changed greatly. He had been too careless with this palm strike. He had used only a quarter of his quintessence. Even so, he should have been able to injure a half-step martial monarch easily. Even if he could not injure the other party severely, he should not have lost to him in a clash of strength and even suffered a small loss. The blue-robed old man looked up and saw Xiao Chen's face. He was slightly stunned, and rage appeared in his eyes. He clenched his teeth and shouted, "It's you, white-robed bladesman, Xiao Chen." Sparks of electricity leaped around the saber. Xiao Chen held his saber with one hand. He remained expressionless, not showing much fear. The other party had not reached peak inferior grade martial monarch. As long as 2 martial monarchs did not make a move, even if Xiao Chen could not defeat the other party, he would be able to leave easily. Xiao Chen said calmly, "I am not here for your netherworld flame. If you do not stop me, I will not interfere. How about we not interfere?" Ha 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 ha. The blue-robed old man laughed loudly. "Not interfere? What qualifications do you have to say that? You were the one who destroyed the Holy Fire Manners branch in Desolate City, right? Without evidence, old sir, please do not speak nonsense," Xiao Chen said unhurriedly. His calm eyes showed no fluctuations. The blue-robed old man's pupils constricted, and a murderous intent spread in his eyes. He snorted coldly. "This place is desolate and uninhabited. No one will know if I kill you." The Holy Fire Manners Desolate City branch had been destroyed, and his son had been killed. The blue-robed old man had investigated for a long time, and Xiao Chen was the most suspicious. As long as there was this suspicion, Xiao Chen deserved to die. "It looks like you really think that you are unrivaled after becoming the champion of the 5-nation youth competition. Today, I will show you the difference between you and a martial monarch." The blue-robed old man snored, his cold frost. Vast quintessence gathered on Xiao Chen's right palm. He casually threw a palm strike, and space trembled violently. It was like a mountain covered his head. Hu Kai. The essence in Xiao Chen's body instantly solidified. Thousands of purple lights shot out from all over his body. His pitch-black eyes turned deep purple as well, giving off a bright light in this dark underground. Clouds move everywhere, wind and lightning gather. Strong winds blew from all directions, and the clouds churned in the sky. Xiao Chen instantly executed the starting moves of the lightning tribulation saber technique. Dang! The saber and palm clashed, and a surging shock wave exploded out. The charred ground instantly exploded. Countless black rocks flew up into the air, driven by the shock wave. Bang! 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 Amid the thousands of floating rocks, the two exchanged moves at lightning speed. Thunder roared, and the killing intent surged. The palm wind infused with strong quintessence caused space to tremble. Countless cracks appeared. The shockwaves from the fight between the two caused the huge rocks floating in the surroundings to scatter like snowflakes. Along with the strong wind, the rocks scattered into the air, filling the air with dust. Earthly lightning tribulation. Wind and lightning gathered, and his aura reached its peak. Xiao Chen completely unleashed the state of massacre from the throne. The berserk saber technique in his hand instantly gained an additional state of massacre. The might of the lightning tribulation immediately soared. Mountain pushing palm. The blue-robed old man was slightly startled. He circulated 70% of his quintessence, and a resplendent jade-like light surged on his right palm. When the blue-robed old man pushed his palm out, it was like a mountain moved, pushing all the wind over. Bang! A loud sound rang out, and a huge pit appeared under the two. The white yin-attributed flame hidden in it flew out like thousands of catkins. The blue-robed old man took a step back, moving 100 meters with each step. When he landed, he left a dent in the ground. Heavenly lightning tribulation. Xiao Chen's aura flourished. He did not take a single step back. He turned into the heavenly Tao and laid down a second lightning tribulation. The blue-robed old man's aura weakened, and he was knocked back another 100 meters. Divine lightning tribulation. When the final lightning tribulation descended, the blue-robed old man retreated 500 meters with a pale complexion. He had not expected that even after using 70% of his quintessence, he still could not block Xiao Chen. Kai. Xiao Chen looked up and discovered that the blue-robed old man's body was covered in burning quintessence at some point in time. In that instant, the blue-robed old man's aura soared wildly, reaching peak inferior grade martial monarch. A strong wind blew behind him, kicking up wind everywhere. Quickly, run, Xiao Chen. He is burning his quintessence. Furthermore, he is using the extreme yin flame to burn it. You are definitely not a match for him, Ao Jiao said quickly from the lunar shadow saber. Burning quintessence was a technique that only martial monarchs could grasp. It drained their quintessence several times faster to increase their strength. Martial monarchs would not burn their quintessence unless they had no other choice. Furthermore, if the other party used the extreme yin flame to burn his quintessence, his strength would increase even more. Xiao Chen understood the severity of the situation. He sheathed his saber and quickly retreated. You are still thinking of running at this time? The blue-robed old man snorted coldly, and his figure flashed. In the blink of an eye, he caught up to Xiao Chen. Everywhere he passed, the quintessence flames on his body burned a large patch of empty space. The blue-robed old man's palm wind was like thunder, pressing towards Xiao Chen's back. A sense of extreme danger appeared in Xiao Chen's heart. His face sank, and he quickly turned around. Then, he crossed his arms and materialized the stance of a dragon and a tiger. A dragon in the left hand and a tiger in the right. The dragon roared and the tiger roared, crouching tiger hidden dragon. Bang! The palm strike landed on Xiao Chen's arms, and he vomited a mouthful of blood. He tumbled a few times in the air before landing firmly on the ground after twisting his body. Xiao Chen's qi and blood surged. The blue-robed old man's burning quintessence surged through his meridians. His internal organs were instantly damaged, and he felt intense pain. After wiping off the blood from his lips, Xiao Chen knelt on one knee and smiled at the blue-robed old man. He said, "You truly are a martial monarch expert. You can injure me to such an extent with just one palm strike. I will exchange pointers with you in the future. I will definitely return this palm strike. The blue-robed old man knew Xiao Chen and mocked him for bullying the weak. He said in a cold voice, even at death's door, you still dare to be stubborn. Even if you are a king-grade true dragon, you will have to kneel here today. Boom. However, just at this moment, a blazing fire suddenly surged out from Xiao Chen's right eye. The purple thunder true fire covered the sky as it moved towards the old man. Its aura was very horrifying. Insignificant skill. This old man has played with fire all my life. A large clump of pale white flames appeared on the blue-robed old man's right hand. There was an origin flame the size of a chicken egg in that flame, looking as resplendent as a star. The blue-robed old man casually waved his hand, and this clump of flames blasted apart the purple flames that covered Xiao Chen. They turned into sparks drifting down. The blue-robed old man revealed a cocky expression. He had cultivated his extreme yin flame for 50 years. His origin flame was even stronger. Unexpectedly, Xiao Chen dared to play with fire with him. However, the instant the flames scattered, the blue-robed old man's complexion turned green. He saw 81 figures of Xiao Chen in front of him. It was hard to tell which one was the real one. All of them flew in 81 different directions. If the blue-robed old man had personally seen Xiao Chen execute the roaming dragon's 9 transformations, he might have been able to tell which one was the real one. However, now that he faced 81 figures, how could he tell which was the real one? Damn it! The rage on the Holy Fire Manor's first Manor Lord's face was indescribable. A bona fide martial monarch expert had used the extreme yin flame to burn his quintessence. Unexpectedly, a half-step martial monarch brat managed to escape. It was already embarrassing enough for the first Manor Lord to make a move against a junior. In the end, he failed to stop the other party, which was even more embarrassing. Fortunately, there were no outsiders here. Otherwise, if word of this spread, he would not be able to keep his old face. Bang! The blue-robed old man stomped heavily on the ground. He infused all his remaining quintessence and rage into this stomp. A long crack appeared in the ground. The energy in the crack was like a knife. As the crack extended, it even cut the air in half. Big brother, what's going on? A voice came from behind the blue-robed old man. It was the Holy Fire Manor's second Manor Lord rushing over. He had felt the blue-robed old man burn his quintessence and thought that the blue-robed old man had run into a strong opponent. The blue-robed old man calmed himself and said, that person is Xiao Chen. The grey-robed old man suddenly understood. He said, the first rank of the True Dragon ranking, the white-robed bladesman Xiao Chen, is the prime suspect for killing the first young master? Isn't he only a half-step martial monarch? How? Seeing the blue-robed old man's hostile expression, the grey-robed old man quickly shut up. He said, he ran off just like that. Will he come and cause trouble when we are hunting the Netherworld fire spirit? The first Manor Lord said coldly, if he dares, it would be fine if he does not come. If he does, we can kill him as well. We will be able to obtain some of the king's luck he has. Send people to guard the exit. I don't believe that he will not come out. After we subdue the Netherworld Flameseed, we will come and settle the score with him. Don't be so rash in the future. Those who can become martial monarchs are definitely not mediocre. I have never seen anyone use essence to clash with quintessence. That is suicide, Ao Jiao, who was in the lunar shadow saber, chided. Xiao Chen had just consumed a 1,000-year-old spirit herb for treating injuries. He refined it for a while, allowing the medicinal energy to seep into his internal organs even faster. After a while, he vomited a mouthful of blood, and his complexion looked much better. When Xiao Chen heard Ao Jiao's words, he stood up and smiled. It's fine. I know what I'm doing. After exchanging moves with that person, I gained a better understanding of my own strength. After the 5-nation youth competition, Xiao Chen's strength had soared. However, he had not found a suitable opponent. Among the half-step martial monarchs, no one could interest him. The blue-robed old man happened to be an inferior-grade martial monarch. By exchanging moves with him, Xiao Chen could gain a better understanding of his own strength. Chapter 615. With Xiao Chen's current combat prowess, a regular inferior-grade martial monarch would not be a match for him if he did not burn his quintessence. If Xiao Chen encountered an inferior-grade martial monarch like the blue-robed old man who could use the extreme yin flame to burn his quintessence, there would be a gap. If Xiao Chen could advance to martial monarch and refine his essence into quintessence, the blue-robed old man would not last more than 10 moves against him, even if he burned his quintessence. Compared to Xiao Chen, aside from having an advantage in quintessence, the blue-robed old man's martial techniques, cultivation techniques, and combat techniques were inferior. If Xiao Chen used the purple thunder true fire to burn his quintessence, the blue-robed old man would not even be able to last 3 moves. A fervent look flashed in Xiao Chen's eyes as he looked around. Then, he said, "Let's not talk about this anymore. Where is Ao Jiao's spirit vein's origin? I can't wait to see it. Head northeast. Walk 10 kilometers. You should be able to see a small hill. There is a restriction that the Thunder King left there. I'll help you open it." 10 kilometers was not too far. Xiao Chen looked around. Although he felt a strong urge to rush over, he was not that rash. Xiao Chen sat cross-legged on the ground again and continued to treat his injuries. He ensured that he would not sustain any injuries and rushed over in his best state. After 1 hour, Xiao Chen opened his eyes. He felt energized. He pushed off the ground and turned into a flood dragon rushing over. However, before Xiao Chen got far, he ran into some trouble. 10 odd ferocious fire spirits blocked his way. Xiao Chen had seen fire spirits in the Scarlet Blood Prison, so he did not panic. He knew how to deal with these yin-attributed fire spirits that did not feel pain. A clump of purple thunder true fire appeared with Xiao Chen's right hand. A purple light flickered in his eyes, and the flame on his palm glowed with a dazzling light. Xiao Chen had taken out his origin flame. The might of the purple thunder true fire, which contained the origin flame, was completely different from before. When Xiao Chen saw the fire spirits flying over, he shouted, "Life bestowal spell." The flames immediately took shape and eventually turned into 10 sharp short swords. Xiao Chen swung his right hand, and the short swords shot out. Bang! 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 The purple flame short swords of extreme yang stabbed into the hearts of these fire spirits and immediately exploded. The 10 troublesome fire spirits were instantly blown into countless sparks. Xiao Chen smiled faintly, and a purple light flickered in his right eye. The short swords in the air turned into 10 beams of light and returned to his right eye. Relying on the short sword formed by the purple thunder true fire, Xiao Chen swept his way forward. After 15 minutes, he arrived at the hill that Ao Jiao mentioned. The hill was not large, not more than 200 meters tall and stretching for 300 meters. It was black in color and looked extremely ordinary. There were countless similar hills in this underground world. The source of the spiritual vein is below here? Xiao Chen walked around the hill and did not feel anything special about the spirit qi here. No matter how he looked at it, it was just an ordinary hill. Ao Jiao nodded and said, "Yen, this spiritual vein's origin isn't suppressed by a spiritual gathering array, so the spiritual energy is leaking all year round. The Thunder King took half of it back then. He was afraid that someone would discover this place, so he casually laid down a restriction. Wait for me for a while. Xiao." Right after Xiao Chen spoke, Ao Jiao flew out of the lunar shadow saber. The glow of the saber immediately dimmed significantly. It had been a long time since Xiao Chen had seen Ao Jiao in person. He sized her up carefully and discovered that she had not changed at all. She was a head shorter than Xiao Chen. She looked like a little girl, and her sexy figure was the same as before. Looking at the mound in front of her, Ao Jiao revealed a nostalgic expression. She sighed and quickly formed hand seals with her hands. When she was done, she pointed with her dainty right hand and said, "Open." Before Xiao Chen's astonished gaze, the solid hill split in half. A surging spiritual energy surged out. "Don't just stand there. Quickly go in. If the 2 people from the Holy Fire Manor sense this spiritual energy, we will be in big trouble." Xiao Chen understood this principle. His figure flashed, and he turned into a purple light. Then, he instantly entered the tunnel at the foot of the hill. Ao Jiao entered after him. She formed hand seals again, and the hill closed up, returning to its ordinary state. The blue-robed old man and the grey-robed old man, who were heading for the netherworld flame seed in the distance, frowned at the same time. After advancing to martial monarch, cultivators would start cultivating mental energy. They were extremely sensitive to the changes in spiritual energy. At that moment, both of them sensed an abnormally powerful spirit chi gushing out abruptly. The grey-robed old man said, "Big brother, should we go and take a look? The Heavenly Extermination Lake is where the Tianwu dynasty's imperial capital used to be. A strange treasure might have appeared there. I'll go and take a look. Later, you can deal with the netherworld fire spirit," the blue-robed old man said after some thought. The tunnel was dark and gloomy. A dense spiritual fog lingered in the surroundings. The walls were covered in dew formed from spiritual energy. It looked like they had not dissipated even after thousands of years. There was no need to cultivate here. All one had to do was open their mouth and inhale, and their cultivation would increase instantly. However, Xiao Chen did not dare to inhale. The spiritual fog contained many impurities. The cave was not ventilated all year round. These impurities would cause significant harm to the physical body. Xiao Chen could only watch helplessly. As Xiao Chen walked forward, the spiritual fog dissipated at the end of the tunnel. An underground river appeared before his eyes. The water gushed, and a fragrant spiritual energy assaulted his nose. The entire river was actually made of spiritual liquid. Xiao Chen sighed and said, "This is really an extraordinary waste. How much spiritual energy has been wasted after 5,000 years, allowing a spirit river to flow continuously?" Ao Jiao, who was following behind Xiao Chen, smiled slightly. She said, "How ignorant. It is just the lowest grade spirit vein. You will know when you go to the Kunlun realm. When you see the heavenly spring ancient river, you will know what a true spirit river is." After being looked down upon by Ao Jiao, Xiao Chen smiled embarrassedly. He could not refute her. He knew that spirit veins were divided into different grades. However, he was not clear on how they were divided. The end of the spirit river was where the spirit vein's origin was. The two of them walked forward. Along the way, Ao Jiao explained the different grades of spirit veins to Xiao Chen. Spirit veins were divided into 5 ranks, from lowest to highest. Rank 1 spirit veins were the most ordinary. There would not even be any spirit stone mines around them. Only rank 2 spirit veins would have spirit stones. The Heavenly Saber Pavilion had a rank 2 spirit vein. However, the spirit stones that a rank 2 spirit vein produced were mostly inferior grade spirit stones. Medial grade spirit stones were rare. Only rank 4 spirit veins could produce large amounts of superior grade spirit stones. Rank 4 spirit veins were also known as peak spirit veins. There were less than 5 peak spirit veins in the Tianwu continent. Furthermore, they were in a state of near exhaustion. They could no longer produce large amounts of superior grade spirit stones. Rank 5 spirit veins were known as holy spirit veins. There was not a single one in the Tianwu continent. Even in the Kunlun realm, they were extremely precious. As they spoke, the two of them reached the end of the spirit river. When Xiao Chen saw the spirit vein's origin floating in the air, he frowned slightly. As they spoke, the two of them reached the end of the spirit river. When Xiao Chen saw the spirit vein's origin floating in the air, he frowned slightly. Spiritual rain fell continuously in the spiritual fog, providing a sufficient source of water for the spirit river on the ground. In the middle of the spiritual fog, there was an azure ball of light floating quietly. Layers of comprehension spread out from the ball of light. An azure ball of light floated quietly in the center of the spiritual fog. Layers of comprehension spread out from the ball of light. Xiao Chen smiled bitterly and said, "I'm afraid we made a wasted trip this time. My impression of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion's spirit vein's origin is boundless, like I'm in the middle of a vast sea." However, Ao Jiao smiled happily and said, "Idiot master, you picked up a treasure, and you still don't know anything? You are even stupider than Master Blockhead." Xiao Chen felt suspicious and asked, "What do you mean? With one look, I can tell that you have not seen the Heavenly Saber Pavilion's spirit vein's origin. Even the peak spirit vein's origin is only 10 meters wide. How can it be boundless? After thinking back, Xiao Chen remembered that he had indeed not seen the heavenly saber pavilion's spirit vein's origin. Back then, he had only sat on the prayer mat for an instant. The boundless feeling was a scene that appeared in his mind. Ao Jiao continued, no matter how well a spirit vein is maintained, as time passes, it will slowly weaken. I estimate the heavenly saber pavilion's spirit vein's origin is only 10 times larger than this spirit vein's origin. You came at the right time. The spirit vein's origin here is the limit of what your body can endure. This way, the risk of your body exploding is greatly reduced. Xiao Chen looked at the spirit vein's origin with a fiery gaze. He could not help but feel excited. After advancing to martial monarch, he had refined his essence into quintessence. Another door on the path of cultivation was about to open to him. Ao Jiao stretched out her hand and asked Xiao Chen for some superior-grade spirit stones. She said with a calm expression, although the risk has been greatly reduced, it is not without risk. Remember this, don't be greedy. Don't let power cloud your rationality. When I am done laying the spirit sealing formation, you can go and swallow the spirit vein's origin. Remember what I said, don't ever forget it. Xiao Chen nodded and said, go ahead and lay the formation. Ao Jiao waved her right hand and a strong wind blew, clearing away the dense spiritual fog. Only the beautiful azure spirit vein's origin could be seen floating quietly in the air. Xiao, xiao. Spirit stones flew out from Ao Jiao's hands. After she tossed out a total of 108 superior-grade spirit stones, she started to form hand seals. Finally, she pointed at the spirit stones one by one. The spirit stones immediately gave off a faint glow. Lines shot out from them and linked all the spirit stones together. An extremely complicated formation immediately appeared above the spirit vein's origin. Each of the 18 corners of the formation shone with a dazzling brilliance, sealing a part of the world inside. Ao Jiao said softly, the spirit sealing formation is already laid. The spiritual energy in the spirit vein's origin will not leak out. Go ahead. Success or failure depended on this. Xiao Chen took a deep breath and floated up. He flew to the center of the formation and sat down cross-legged. The spirit sealing formation formed a formless plane in the air. Xiao Chen did not need to move it, he could make it float. That palm-sized rank 1 spirit vein's origin floated quietly above Xiao Chen's head. Boom! The instant he sat down, a surging river appeared in Xiao Chen's mind. The river was vast and mighty, as though it could destroy everything in the world. Xiao Chen's heart sank. He finally understood that what Ao Jiao said was true. The spiritual energy contained in this palm-sized spirit vein was at least 1/10 of the heavenly saber pavilion's spirit veins. Chapter 616. Maintaining his calm, Xiao Chen circulated the purple thunder divine incantation's 6th layer calmly. He slowly absorbed the surging spiritual energy from the spirit origin. As the river flowed, the crystalline qi whirlpool above his dantian quickly filled up. A strong energy spread throughout his body. In the time it took to breathe, Xiao Chen's cultivation soared rapidly. Normally, cultivating for 10 days to half a month would not even compare to 1 breath of time. This kind of instant increase in strength caused all the muscles in Xiao Chen's body to swell and his blood to surge. As his strength swelled, it put a lot of pressure on Xiao Chen's flesh and bones. The benefits of the firmament body tempering ART's 6th layer manifested itself. Xiao Chen's muscles swelled and his blood vessels surged. However, it was still within his control. His skin did not burst from the swelling blood vessels. Cultivators had an innate desire for strength. When their strength increased, they would unconsciously feel an intense sense of excitement and satisfaction. As long as one was human, they would not be able to avoid it. Having excitement and satisfaction was not a bad thing. It could motivate cultivators to work harder. However, there was a limit to everything. Once there was too much, it would become a bad thing. At this moment, this excitement and satisfaction surged into Xiao Chen's mind 100-fold, 1,000-fold. It made him feel like his entire body was filled with energy, like it could increase endlessly. Faster, faster, faster. Xiao Chen's heart roared loudly. His face flushed red, clearly excited. Kaka. When Xiao Chen's spirit origin was drained by 2/3, the purple crystalline qi whirlpool in his body doubled in size. The bottleneck he had been waiting for finally arrived. However, that boundless energy continued to pour in endlessly. That sense of excitement filled Xiao Chen's mind. It seemed like he could still increase it slightly. It would be a pity to waste so much spiritual energy. Don't be greedy. Don't let power cloud your rationality. Just as this thought appeared in Xiao Chen's mind, Ao Jiao's words rang out in his mind. He immediately came to his senses and stopped circulating the purple thunder divine incantation. The spirit ceiling formation was filled with spiritual energy. The mist was extremely dense, but it was locked by the light curtain around the base of the formation. Not a single bit of it leaked out. Ao Jiao's gaze pierced through the light screen. When she saw the remaining spirit veins origin above Xiao Chen's head, she heaved a sigh of relief. She smiled and said, "Since you managed to overcome the stage of desire in the ancient desolate tower, I knew that my stupid master would not be blinded by strength." The situation just now was extremely thrilling. If Xiao Chen didn't stop, his body would have been instantly burst by the skyrocketing spiritual energy, and he would have died without any chance of survival. The crystalline cyclone above his dantian had already swelled to its limit. Its spinning speed gradually slowed down, and in the end, it completely stopped moving. Shio. The instant the crystal cyclone came to a stop, the mental power within his sea of wisdom abruptly surged. It flowed through the Tianmen acupoint on the top of his head to the main meridian in his dantian, and a powerful mental power flowed forth like a waterfall. The mental power started to refine the essence into quintessence. This was a very difficult stage for ordinary people. However, it was very easy for Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen had already opened his sea of consciousness long ago. His vast mental power was much stronger than his essence. Refining quintessence was very easy. As the mental power entered the crystal cyclone, it slowly melted. DDA. DDA. A melodious sound rang out in Xiao Chen's body. A purple liquid that was purer and stronger than the solidified essence appeared above Xiao Chen's dantian drop by drop. After that, it flowed through all the meridians in Xiao Chen's body. When Xiao Chen felt the purer and denser energy, he rejoiced. He muttered to himself, "Is this quintessence?" Originally, with Xiao Chen's vast essence, the process of refining quintessence would take at least 2 months. However, his mental power was more than 100 times stronger than others. This time was greatly reduced. After 1 hour, all the essence had been refined into quintessence. The purple quintessence circulated in the main meridians and minor meridians for a great cycle before returning to the dantian and forming 99 drops of purple liquid. Bang! Xiao Chen opened his eyes. The instant he stopped, the strong energy in his body spread out uncontrollably. The entire ground started to tremble. The blue-robed old man on the ground searched for a long time but could not find the source of the strange spiritual energy. Just as he was about to leave, the mound behind him suddenly trembled. The blue-robed old man soared into the air and cautiously sized up the unremarkable mound. Strong self-confidence flickered in Xiao Chen's eyes. He circulated a drop of purple quintessence and casually sent out a strand of saber qi formed from quintessence. In that instant, a long, pitch-black crack appeared in space. Sensing that the drop of quintessence was far from exhausted, Xiao Chen's right hand did not stop moving. He sent out 130 strands of saber qi in succession. The space in front of him was like a piece of cloth, shattering into pieces. Quintessence was quintessence. In the past, Xiao Chen had to use the thunder shadow chop to shatter space. Now, he could tear space with a casual strike. I finally advanced to martial monarch. Unable to contain the excitement in his heart, Xiao Chen landed beside Ao Jiao with a su sound. He smiled and said, "Ao Jiao, I advanced to martial monarch." Ao Jiao was happy for Xiao Chen in her heart. However, she maintained a calm expression and said, "Go back first and stabilize your cultivation. You still cannot control your quintessence perfectly." The two of them returned the way they came. When the mound above them opened up again, a ferocious palm wind pressed down. After waiting for so long, It turns out that it is you, little bastard, who caused this commotion. Quickly take out the treasures that you obtained." The blue-robed old man had a ferocious expression. Quintessence covered his palm as he sent a ferocious palm wind at Xiao Chen's head. When faced with the sudden appearance of the blue-robed old man, Xiao Chen was startled at first. After all, anyone who was not mentally prepared would be shocked when suddenly attacked. After a while, Xiao Chen smiled gently. He had just advanced to martial monarch and had not had the time to test out his strength. The blue-robed old man had arrived at the right time. With a thought, the 3 drops of purple liquid in his dantian instantly poured into his meridians and turned into surging quintessence. Then, Xiao Chen sent out a punch. Bang! When the fist and palm met, a strong shockwave exploded out. In that instant, the 2 halves of the mound were shattered by the quintessence from the 2, kicking up a cloud of dust. Hu Kai! Hu Kai! The energy from Xiao Chen's fist was boundless and shockingly pure. The blue-robed old man was knocked back several dozen steps in the air before he could stabilize himself. When the blue-robed old man saw the light flickering on Xiao Chen's fist, he said in astonishment, "This is quintessence. How did you advance to martial monarch in just half a day?" The blue-robed old man could not be blamed for being astonished. When a regular cultivator reached the bottleneck of half-step martial monarch, they would open their sea of consciousness. Then, they would cultivate their mental energy and refine their essence. Only when they finished refining their essence would they be considered martial monarchs. Cultivators with strong talent for mental energy would need at least 3 months to do this. Those with weak talent for mental energy would need at least 2 or 3 years. Very few people could be like Xiao Chen. From the very start, his cultivation technique tempered his mental energy. Furthermore, he managed to open his sea of consciousness when he was a martial king. Mental energy was much stronger than essence. Even though Xiao Chen had reached the bottleneck of half-step martial monarch, his mental energy was still stronger than his essence. Hence, the speed at which he refined quintessence was astonishingly fast. Xiao Chen said calmly, "There is no need for a person who is about to die to know so much. Earlier, you gave me a palm strike. Now, I will return the favor with a fist strike." However, the blue-robed old man laughed loudly. "So what if you advanced to martial monarch? I became a martial monarch 10 years ago. My control of quintessence is incomparable to yours. This place is where the imperial capital of the Qianwu dynasty used to be. You must have obtained some miraculous medicinal pill. Otherwise, you would not have advanced to martial monarch so quickly. You just consumed the medicinal pill. Your body will not be able to digest it completely. After I capture you, I will extract your blood, skin you, and refine you again. My cultivation will definitely reach peak inferior grade martial monarch." Kai. Right after the blue-robed old man spoke, a faint blue quintessence appeared on his body. As the extreme yin flame burned, the quintessence turned into a pale white halo that surrounded him. His aura soared as he prepared to take down Xiao Chen in one move. Mountain pushing palm. After the blue-robed old man burned his quintessence, he sent out a palm strike. The air flowed in reverse. The force of his palm strike seemed to push the entire space. A strong pressure pressed down on Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen felt a slight pain in his bones, flesh, and skin. A regular cultivator would have been crushed into a meat patty before the palm strike arrived. Xiao Chen circulated his vital qi and his strong physical body immediately became as hard as frost iron. He stood there like a mountain, allowing the wind to press down on him without moving. When the other party's palm strike was about 100 meters away, Xiao Chen circulated all 99 drops of purple liquid in his body. He finally made his move. He instantly drew the lunar shadow saber, giving off a dazzling light. Thunder shadow chop. Xiao Chen's aura flourished as he took 7 steps forward. With each step, he swung his saber. The quintessence on the saber surged, and every saber strike easily tore a tear in space. When he finished taking 7 steps, his aura reached its peak. The 7 afterimages merged and Xiao Chen swung his saber. The immortal state of thunder made the electric light on the saber eternal and inextinguishable. Furthermore, it worked with his 60% comprehended saber intent. The might of this saber strike was unimaginably great. The electric light exploded and broke through the blue-robed old man's palm strike. Xiao Chen searched for an opening and pressed his saber forward. The other party's protective quintessence blocked for a while before it broke. PUCI. The quintessence contained in the saber light knocked the blue-robed old man back a kilometer. It left a bloody wound on his chest. It was so deep that bones could be seen. The purple quintessence was like a berserk bolt of lightning as it surged through the old man's body. It shattered the quintessence coming out of the other party's dantian. It was simply unblockable. The blue-robed old man vomited a mouthful of blood. He paled as he looked at Xiao Chen in horror. He muttered, "That's impossible. You just advanced to martial monarch. How is it that even after I burned my quintessence, I still cannot block your quintessence?" A heaven-ranked cultivation technique. He must be cultivating a heaven-ranked cultivation technique. Otherwise, he would not have such strong quintessence after advancing. When the blue-robed old man thought of this possibility, he no longer hesitated. He turned around and fled. The other party possessed a heaven-ranked cultivation technique and was an absolute genius. After he advanced to martial monarch, even inferior-grade martial monarchs would not be a match for him. The first rank of the true dragon ranking could not be judged with common sense. Xiao Chen continued flying. As Xiao Chen watched the blue-robed old man flee, he sheathed his saber and stood still. He was not in a rush to give chase. The quintessence in his body surged, and dragon roars came from his abdomen. A strong wind howled and boundless shock waves spread out. Chapter 617. Blue Dragon Tail Whip. Xiao Chen shouted, and an ancient blue dragon appeared under his feet. The blue dragon tail swung gently, and an overwhelming force surged out. The blue dragon tail whip sent Xiao Chen's body flying in a long arc in the air, disappearing in an instant. Xiao Chen had cultivated the blue dragon cloud soaring art to small perfection long ago. However, he had always been limited by his cultivation, unable to bring out the true might of this heaven-ranked movement technique. Now that Xiao Chen had advanced to martial monarch, his quintessence surged. When the blue dragon tail whip was executed, its aura was extremely horrifying. A strong wind blew, and it arrived at the blue-robed old man's side. Spring Thunder Chop, Die. Accompanying the strong wind was the first move of Xiao Chen's four-season saber technique. Spring Thunder roared in the sky. Xiao Chen used his quintessence to drive the cycle of seasons. When the saber chopped down, it gave off an unparalleled sharpness. The blue-robed old man felt a chill in his heart. Extreme Yin Flame, explode. The blue-robed old man knew he was no match for this unparalleled saber light. A pale white flame appeared in his palm. A white light as resplendent and dazzling as a star appeared in the center of the flame. This was the origin flame that the blue-robed old man had refined for decades. At the moment of life and death, he planned to explode this origin flame to buy time to escape. Hoo! The star-like origin flame flickered with light continuously. A horrifying energy spread out from it. Xiao Chen's face sank. That origin heart was already the size of a chicken egg. If it exploded, the power it would create would be terrifying. At such a close distance, Xiao Chen would definitely be injured. However, if he retreated, it would be difficult for him to catch up to the blue-robed old man. This person was a martial monarch. Furthermore, he was certain that Xiao Chen killed his son. Even if Xiao Chen was not afraid, he would still hurt his friends and family. If the other party became ruthless and hurt his friends and family, then it would be too late for regrets. This person must not be allowed to live. He had to stabilize this extreme yin flame first. After making up his mind, Xiao Chen quickly sheathed his saber and dissipated the force of this spring thunder chop. However, because he had just advanced to martial monarch, he had not reached the level where he could control his quintessence as he pleased. Some of his quintessence leaked out unavoidably, digging deep holes in the ground. Extreme yin flames, go. He casually tore off the blue strip of cloth in front of his forehead, and an even paler flame floated out from between his eyebrows. In the center of the flame, there was also a speck of white light that was as bright as a star. It was the lunar flame's origin core. It was only the size of a grain of rice, But when it flew out and collided with the egg-sized origin core, the extreme yin flame, which had been extremely restless and violent and was about to explode at any moment, instantly calmed down. The rice grain-sized origin flame ignored the origin flame, which was countless times larger than it, and climbed up to devour it greedily. The lunar flame was the flame of the highest grade among the yin-attributed flames. No matter how much the extreme yin flame resisted, it would only be swallowed up. Xiao Chen didn't even look at them. He leaped over the two tangled flames and continued chasing after the blue-robed old man. Damn it! How did he catch up to us again? The blue-robed old man's face was ashen and he sped up once more. Blue dragon tail whip. No matter how fast he was, it was impossible for him to escape from Xiao Chen, who had unleashed the true might of the blue dragon cloud-soaring art. Spring thunder chop. Burning to desolation. Xiao Chen caught up to the blue-robed old man. This time, he did not give the blue-robed old man a chance to use his trump card. He executed both the spring and summer sabers consecutively. He used his quintessence to drive the power of the cycle of seasons. Heaven and earth trembled violently. Xiao Chen sheathed his saber. With these two sabers, the blue-robed old man's body turned into a pool of blood, his bones shattered. Amid the blood rain, a spatial ring flickering with a dim light appeared. Xiao Chen casually waved his hand, and the spatial ring flew over. Then, he tossed it into his universe ring and ignored it. Xiao Chen looked around and saw saber chi made of purple quintessence filling the air. They pierced thousands of holes in space, leaving pitch-black holes in it. Xiao Chen frowned slightly and said, "I just advanced to inferior grade martial monarch. I need to spend more time to control my quintessence. Otherwise, it will be very troublesome to fight a medial grade martial monarch like this." Xiao Chen calmly summarized the earlier battle. He did not feel any pride from defeating an inferior grade martial monarch. He was a king grade true dragon. He would not be inferior to anyone of the same cultivation. After cultivating a heaven-ranked cultivation technique and advancing to martial monarch by swallowing a spirit vein's origin, it would be strange if he could not deal with an ordinary inferior grade martial monarch. Boom! 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 At the same time, an intense battle took place in the lava in the distance. All sorts of explosions resounded without end. The lava did not have surging heat waves or boundless smoke. On the contrary, it was dark and gloomy, filled with a cold chi. It was incredibly gloomy, looking very strange. A green flower bloomed in the center of the lava. Its petals were jade green and crystalline. A gloomy green flame in the center of the flower gave off a dazzling light and a boundless chill. Needless to say, this green flame was the netherworld flame seed. There were two 10-meter-tall black fire spirits in front of the petals. The black fire spirits were different from regular fire spirits. They already had eyes, a mouth, and a nose on their faces. Their eyes flickered with light. Clearly, they had some intelligence. There was also a layer of black cuticle on the surface of their bodies, looking like solid, natural armor. The people of the Holy Fire Manor fought the two netherworld fire spirits intensely. The grey-robed old man faced one netherworld fire spirit alone. The remaining half-step martial monarchs and peak martial kings of the Holy Fire Manor worked together to deal with the other. Based on the situation of the two sides, one could easily see the huge difference between a half-step martial monarch and a martial monarch. The grey-robed old man faced the netherworld fire spirit alone. Not only did he not lose, but he even held the upper hand. After another few hundred moves, the netherworld fire spirit would definitely lose. On the other hand, the group of 100 people, with 10 half-step martial monarchs, could only barely block the attacks of the netherworld fire spirit. They could only wait for the grey-robed old man to finish and come over to help. I wonder how long Big Brother will be gone for. If he were here, we would have been able to take away the netherworld flame seed long ago, the grey-robed old man thought to himself. However, he was not worried about the blue-robed old man's safety. Given his understanding of the blue-robed old man's strength, even if the blue-robed old man met a troublesome demonic beast, he should be able to escape easily. After Xiao Chen dealt with his opponent, he returned to where the extreme yin flame and the lunar true flame were fighting. As the lunar true flame swallowed the extreme yin flame's origin flame, it had shrunk significantly. However, It continued to resist tenaciously. The lunar true flame's origin flame was still too weak. If the blue-robed old man were still here, the extreme yin flame might have been able to devour the lunar true flame under his control. However, the blue-robed old man was already dead, and Xiao Chen had rushed back. No matter how the extreme yin flame resisted, it could not avoid its fate of being devoured. Xiao Chen's gaze sank slightly. He extended out his spiritual sense and took the initiative to control the lunar true flame. Kai. One had a master and the other had no master. The lunar true flame swallowed the lunar true flame at a much faster rate. Time slowly went by. After 1 hour, the last strand of light of the extreme yin flame faded away. Xiao Chen's lunar true flame finally swallowed it all. Heaving a sigh of relief, Xiao Chen said softly, actively swallowing it like this really exhausted a lot of mental energy. However, the result is still satisfactory. The lunar true flame's origin flame in the air in front of Xiao Chen had already expanded from its original size of a grain of rice to the size of a pearl. Xiao Chen pointed casually, and the palm-sized lunar true flame crashed into a stone pillar. Puci. The stone pillar silently burned into a pile of rubble. The destructive power of the lunar true flame was a stark contrast to the berserk purple thunder true fire. Xiao Chen entered deep thought. Now that the lunar true flame already possessed some combat prowess, it would be very inconvenient to fight with it in the sea of consciousness. I already have the purple thunder true fire in my right eye. I'll put this lunar true flame in my left eye, then. Shio. A light flashed, and the lunar true flame, together with the lunar true flame's origin flame, entered his left eye. Xiao Chen closed his eyes and familiarized himself with the lunar true flame in his left eye. After a while, Xiao Chen opened his eyes. A purple light spread out from his right eye, and a fierce flame burned endlessly. His left eye flickered with a white light, and a cold chi spread out. It looked much weaker than his right eye. With a thought, the mysterious phenomenon in his eyes disappeared. Xiao Chen muttered, if I want to execute the Taiji yin-yang flame diagram in the stage of desire, I need to achieve a balance between yin and yang. The lunar true flame is still too weak. Even if the might of the purple thunder true fire is reduced by half, it will not achieve a balance between yin and yang. Boom. At this moment, a muffled explosion resounded at the end of their line of sight. At the end of their line of sight, a cold flame soared into the sky, illuminating the dark underground space with a deathly white light. It should be another martial monarch of the Holy Fire Manor preparing to retrieve the Netherworld flame seed. Let's go and take a look. Circulating the blue dragon cloud soaring art, Xiao Chen immediately soared into the air. Quintessence circulated in his body, and dragon roars came from his body. An indistinct blue dragon appeared under Xiao Chen's feet. Carrying Xiao Chen's feet did not touch the ground as he moved up and down. His speed reached Mach 5. Xiao Chen's body tore through space, creating a long shockwave behind him. It was like two formless waves moving up and down. In less than 10 minutes, Xiao Chen arrived at the scene of the commotion. A vast expanse of lava filled his vision. Under the grey-robed old man's lead, the Holy Fire Manor's people attacked the final Netherworld fire spirit in an orderly fashion. Under the grey-robed old man's strong attacks, the Netherworld fire spirit was forced back. The morale of the Holy Fire Manor's people soared, and they were filled with vigor. On a mound, Xiao Chen's white robes fluttered as he looked at everything in front of him. Looking up, Xiao Chen saw the green flower petals behind the Netherworld fire spirit. There was a clump of green flame in the flower petals, giving off a boundless cold light. That is the Netherworld flower. However, the Netherworld flame seed does not seem to have matured yet. The Holy Fire Manor's people were too anxious. Back then, the mature flame seed that the Thunder King took away was orange, Ao Jiao said softly from the lunar shadow saber. Xiao Chen felt somewhat disappointed. An immature flame seed was like an unripe fruit. No matter how precious it was, its value would be greatly reduced. Let's go. There is no need to remain here. The flame seed had not matured yet, so Xiao Chen lost interest in fighting for it. He gave the blooming Netherworld flower one last glance before turning to leave. Wait a moment. If the immature flame seed is taken away, the Netherworld flower will immediately wither. From then on, there will no longer be a netherworld flame. Rather than letting these people waste it, you might as well uproot the netherworld flower and preserve the flame seed temporarily. Chapter 6:18. Xiao Chen stopped and muttered, however, without the nourishment of yin energy, even if I uproot it, this netherworld flower will wither soon. Ao Jiao smiled and said, it's fine. Just store all the land in the universe ring. This netherworld flower should be able to survive for about a year. When you go to the Kunlun realm, there is an immortal spirit ring for storing natural treasures. If you place this netherworld flower in there, it will continue to grow. Furthermore, it looks like the netherworld flower will mature soon. The Holy Fire Manners people probably do not know much about the netherworld flower. That's why they were so rash. Xiao Chen had always done things in a straightforward manner, swift and decisive. If there was no value, he would leave immediately. If there was value in preserving it, the moment Ao Jiao spoke, he took action. A dragon roar came from Xiao Chen's body, and an indistinct blue dragon appeared under his feet. In that instant, he leaped over everyone's heads and landed beside the netherworld flower. Boom! When the Holy Fire Manners people, who had just defeated the last netherworld fire spirit, saw Xiao Chen suddenly appear, they were all startled. Their faces filled with rage. The grey-robed old man looked at Xiao Chen, who had his back to them. His heart immediately sank as he stared at Xiao Chen. The quintessence in his body surged, causing the grey-robed old man's clothes to flutter. The surrounding people all felt a significant pressure. Who are you? Why are you snatching my Holy Fire Manners netherworld flame seed? The grey-robed old man's aura pressed down on Xiao Chen like a strong wind. His pupils constricted, and a murderous intent spread out. He clenched his right fist tightly, preparing to attack at any moment. Xiao Chen's back faced the crowd. Under the pressure of the grey-robed old man's aura, he remained calm and collected. He said softly, the netherworld flower is nurtured by nature. How can it be your Holy Fire Manners? I want the flame seed. You all can go. Haha. What a nurtured by nature. What my Holy Fire Manor saw naturally belongs to my Holy Fire Manor. How is it your Holy Fire Manor's turn to speak? You can stay as well. The grey-robed old man sneered. The aura that he had been accumulating for a long time suddenly erupted, and the shockwave caused dust to fill the sky. Stomping heavily on the ground, the grey-robed old man soared into the sky like a ferocious tiger, throwing a punch at Xiao Chen. The wind howled, and quintessence covered his fist, giving off a faint glow. Hearing the sound of the wind, Xiao Chen turned around and faced the ferocious punch. Unfazed, Zhong Xian clenched his fist and drove half of the zhunqi in his body before sending a punch of his own. Bang! When the two fists collided, Xiao Chen did not move at all. On the other hand, the grey-robed old man, who rushed over like a ferocious tiger, flew back. The aura in his body turned chaotic, and he felt his arm go slightly numb. He looked at Xiao Chen with a strange expression. He clearly felt that Xiao Chen had just advanced to martial monarch. However, the surging quintessence far surpassed his. It's you. White-robed bladesman Xiao Chen. I have seen the True Dragon rankings name list before. It really is him, the first rank of this True Dragon ranking. Furthermore, he is a king-grade True Dragon genius. Even the geniuses of the 10 great sects and 8 noble clans lost to him. Isn't he only a half-step martial monarch? How did he advance to martial monarch in less than a month? When the grey-robed old man saw Xiao Chen's appearance, his expression changed drastically. The Holy Fire Manor's people behind him also started discussing this matter. The grey-robed old man's expression sank completely. He said, I only used 60% of my strength earlier. If you think you can defeat me with that, you are too naive. The grey-robed old man shouted and circulated all the quintessence in his body. Then, he instantly burned it with an extreme yin flame. A blazing quintessence flame appeared on his body. The grey-robed old man's aura rose to peak inferior grade martial monarch, forcing the surrounding cultivators to take a few steps back. That oppressive aura was not something they could endure. Tiger roaring mountains and rivers. A huge ferocious tiger image materialized behind the grey-robed old man as he charged over again. He circulated all 99 drops of quintessence in his body and circulated his vital qi as well. Quintessence and vital qi merged as Xiao Chen executed the first move of the Dragon Claw Fist, Berserk Dragon. A realistic dragon head appeared on Xiao Chen's fist. The Berserk Dragon roared ferociously as it punched. Boom! The tiger and dragon clashed, roaring continuously. The instant the fists clashed, the tiger image behind the grey-robed old man crumbled. He vomited a mouthful of blood and went flying back. I never said that I would use my full power. Xiao Chen leaped forward and executed the blue dragon cloud soaring art. A blue dragon image flickered under his feet. In a breath, he caught up to the grey-robed old man. Berserk Dragon Claw. Xiao Chen formed his left hand into a claw and swung it back. 5 azure-colored claw marks appeared and knocked the grey-robed old man back again. A dragon roar resounded in Xiao Chen's chest. He brought out his small perfection blue dragon cloud soaring art to its limits. Xiao Chen stood on the blue dragon image and moved up and down in midair, alternating between punches and claws. Bang! 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 At first, the grey-robed old man could still keep up with Xiao Chen's rhythm. After exchanging a few moves, he slowly fell into a passive state, getting beaten up. Quintessence exploded on the grey-robed old man's body. The sound of bones breaking rang out continuously. The fists and claws did not stop. In midair, Xiao Chen sent the old man flying like a sandbag. He only stopped after flying for 1,000 meters. The group of Holy Fire Mana's elders and elite members were all dumbfounded. They could not believe what they saw. Normally, the second Mana Lord was an undefeatable existence in their eyes. Unexpectedly, he was beaten up by a youth to the point where he could not retaliate. It was extremely tragic. A king-grade true dragon genius is not something we can imagine. He is already so powerful when he just advanced to Martial Monarch. Indeed, the second Mana Lord has already advanced to Martial Monarch for almost 5 years. However, he could not retaliate at all. This operation is probably going to fail. Even if the first Mana Lord comes, he will not be a match for him. Berserk Dragon Break. Xiao Chen roared ferociously. The azure dragon head on his right hand and the dragon claw on his left merged, forming a complete blue dragon. Then, it soared towards the grey-robed old man. Bang! The grey-robed old man, who had just gotten up, vomited a large mouthful of blood. He could no longer get up. The surrounding Holy Fire Mana cultivators were all frightened. No one dared to make a sound. No one dared to go over and help. The strength that Xiao Chen displayed was not something that people of their level could interfere with. The grey-robed old man was severely injured. When he saw Xiao Chen walking over, he said hatefully, "The first Mana Lord will be rushing over soon. White-robed brat, you will not be able to escape death in the end." Xiao Chen said softly, "Sorry to disappoint you. He will never be coming." "You killed him," the grey-robed old man exclaimed in extreme shock, his final hope dashed. "Xiao." Xiao Chen did not answer the grey-robed old man's question. He casually flicked a strand of purple flame through the grey-robed old man's forehead and took away his spatial ring. Just as Xiao Chen was about to leave, he discovered a pale white flame coming out of the grey-robed old man's corpse. There was an origin flame the size of half a chicken egg in the flame. Xiao Chen was slightly stunned. He said, "This is a pleasant surprise." The lunar true flame surged out from Xiao Chen's left eye. After it swallowed up the origin flame, the lunar true flame's origin flame expanded once again. The lunar flame, which had been extremely weak all this while, finally had some killing power. After Xiao Chen finished doing all this, he turned around and discovered that the other elders of the Holy Fire Manor and the many martial king elites had all scattered, disappearing without a trace. Xiao Chen could not be bothered with you. He gently waved his right hand, and the lunar shadow saber appeared in his grasp. Then, he slowly floated above the netherworld flower. Xiao Chen lowered his head and looked at the lava below. Then, he looked around and felt confident. Xiao Chen drew the lunar shadow saber and swung it at the ground 4 times. 4 strands of purple saber chi shot out from the saber's edge. Kacha. Kacha. 4 cracks connected to each other appeared on the ground. It was like a piece of tofu. Xiao Chen's saber chi carved out a perfect square. The netherworld flower bloomed quietly in the center. Rise. Xiao Chen leaped down and smacked the ground heavily with his palm. The ground trembled violently. The square piece of land separated by the crack slowly rose up under the force of this palm. After it rose to a height of 100 meters, Xiao Chen circulated all the quintessence in his body and chopped it in half. Xiao Chen separated the huge piece of lava, which contained the netherworld flower, just like that. A dim light flashed in the universe ring. Xiao Chen moved the piece of lava into the universe ring. I'll leave from above. I just advanced to martial monarch. I have to find a place to familiarize myself with my current strength. After Xiao Chen did all this, he looked up at the rock a kilometer above him. He could feel that the rock was not particularly hard. Xiao Chen pushed off the ground and leaped up. He clenched his right hand into a fist and punched upwards. A hole immediately appeared in the rock. Boom! After an unknown period of time, Xiao Chen punched a hole in the mountain range at the bottom of the lake. Then, he reappeared in the lake. After a while, he was like a flood dragon coming out of the water. He kicked up huge waves and the fresh air that he had not experienced in a long time blew over. After flying around, Xiao Chen found an uninhabited island. He immediately landed and took out the spatial rings of the two martial monarchs. There was some anticipation in his eyes as he smiled faintly. The spatial rings of martial monarchs should not be too poor. I hope there will be some gains. First, Xiao Chen opened the spatial ring of the grey-robed old man. Then, he looked around and immediately discovered more than 5,000 superior-grade spirit stones filled with spiritual energy. What Xiao Chen lacked now were superior-grade spirit stones. Naturally, he accepted them without standing on ceremony. There were very few superior-grade spirit stones. However, there were a frightening number of medial-grade spirit stones, a total of 3 million. However, when Xiao Chen thought about it, it made sense. There were only a few rank 4 spirit veins that could produce superior-grade spirit stones in the Qianwu continent. It was easy to imagine how many superior-grade spirit stones they produced every year. On the other hand, there were many rank 3 spirit veins that produced medial-grade spirit stones in the Qianwu continent. Given the grey-robed old man's status, it was not strange for him to obtain such a large number of medial-grade spirit stones. As for the miscellaneous items, such as a few inferior-grade secret treasures and some earth-ranked spirit weapons, Xiao Chen did not have much interest in them. He casually tossed them aside. After that, Xiao Chen opened the spatial ring of the blue-robed old man. As the first manor lord of the Holy Fire Manor, he should have more wealth than the grey-robed old man. Indeed, after Xiao Chen opened the spatial ring, he counted the number of superior-grade spirit stones. There were more than 10,000 medial-grade spirit stones. There were even more medial-grade spirit stones, a total of 5 million. In total, Xiao Chen had a total of 8 million medial-grade spirit stones. Chapter 619. Unfortunately, now that Xiao Chen had advanced to martial monarch, he could only use so many medial-grade spirit stones as currency. They were of no use to him. Martial monarchs could only cultivate with superior-grade spirit stones. The effects of medial-grade spirit stones were almost negligible. Everyone knew this principle. However, there were very few martial monarchs in the Qianwu continent who could use superior-grade spirit stones to cultivate every day. This was because superior-grade spirit stones were too rare in the Skydome realm. Regular martial monarchs could only use superior-grade spirit stones once in a while. They could only use medial-grade spirit stones to cultivate. This was the case for the grey-robed old man and the blue-robed old man. Otherwise, they would have exhausted all the superior-grade spirit stones in their rings long ago. Xiao Chen gained a deeper understanding of what Old Feng said about the Qianwu continent not being able to support so many geniuses. At this moment, Xiao Chen understood that if he wanted to maintain his previous cultivation speed, he had to go to the Kunlun realm. Remaining in the Skydome realm would only be a waste of his talent. Collecting his thoughts, Xiao Chen shifted his gaze to the netherworld flower in the universe ring. This was his greatest gain on this trip. If the lunar true flame consumed the netherworld flame seed after it matured, the lunar true flame's origin flame would definitely improve rapidly. The pile of lava in the universe ring occupied half the space. He could see the netherworld flower's core withering at an extremely slow pace. If I cannot find an immortal spirit ring in 1 year, this netherworld flower will probably die, Xiao Chen muttered as he withdrew his gaze. Ao Jiao smiled faintly and said, "Don't worry. Although an immortal spirit ring is precious, unless it is a peak immortal spirit ring, you will definitely be able to handle it." Xiao Chen smiled faintly and did not bother with this matter. He looked around and found a suitable empty space to start cultivating in. There was a huge difference between quintessence and essence. The former was more than 100 times stronger. This was the first time Xiao Chen grasped such a strong force. He needed to cultivate for a while before he could control it perfectly. Otherwise, when he fought, his quintessence would leak out uncontrollably, and he would not be able to control it properly. There were also some martial techniques that he could bring out after advancing to martial monarch, such as the blue dragon cloud soaring art, the dragon subduing slash, and the battle sage's origin strength character formula. He needed to comprehend these properly before he could execute them as he wished. The sun rose and set, one day at a time. Xiao Chen cultivated alone on the desolate island. Xiao Chen slowly familiarized himself with his control of quintessence. The might of the small perfection azure dragon cloud soaring art reached perfection. He could already use the first move of the dragon subduing slash. His quintessence to himself. And King Chen's much more. Chen's sovereign Chen's SS Tian. The Chen's many Chen could too. To the King now, that the much to Spirit King. Chen's many to Chen that. He, King many, spirit, he, spirit that Chen's Chen to spirit had now. Many with kings. The sequelae of the dragon subduing slash's 4-season saber technique were much better than before. When Xiao Chen used his quintessence, his might was several times stronger than before. When Xiao Chen used his quintessence, the peak Earth-ranked 4-season saber technique's 4-season saber technique increased the various mysterious phenomena of spring, summer, autumn, and winter. The most powerful was the battle sage's origin strength character formula. Once he used it, it could increase the combat prowess of any martial technique by 33 times. However, the quintessence that it exhausted was too heaven-defying. Even the vast 99 drops of quintessence in Xiao Chen's body were insufficient. Xiao Chen used it once, and it even overdrew on his body. Furthermore, this was only for an ordinary martial technique. If he used it on the dragon subduing slash, it would suck out all his flesh. No wonder Ao Jiao said that no one under martial monarch would be able to execute the strength character formula. The quintessence required was simply too horrifying. It could only be used as a trump card. After Xiao Chen advanced to martial monarch, all the accumulations that he had accumulated before becoming a martial monarch erupted out tenfold or even 100-fold. With Xiao Chen's current strength, he could truly be called a king-grade true dragon genius. He was unrivaled within the same cultivation realm, a king among martial monarchs. Xiao Chen could casually squish a regular inferior-grade martial monarch to death. He would need to put in some effort to deal with a medial-grade martial monarch. If he ran into a peak medial-grade martial monarch, his chances of victory were at least 70%. He might even be able to hold his own against a superior-grade martial monarch. Of course, this only referred to the martial monarchs of the Tianwu continent. As for the situation in the Kunlun realm, Xiao Chen did not know, so he could not comment on it. When facing the geniuses of the other 3,000 great realms, the situation might be different. Their accumulations and talent might not be weaker than his. Furthermore, the situation would be unpredictable for the native geniuses of the Kunlun realm. Hence, Xiao Chen did not feel arrogant or complacent about his current strength. He still had a long way to go. This was just the beginning. On this particular day, Xiao Chen woke up from his cultivation. He casually tossed aside the 2 exhausted superior-grade spirit stones and opened his eyes. A purple flame burned in his right eye, burning endlessly. A white light flickered in his left eye, giving off an overwhelming cold chi. In the depths of his eyes, there was a speck of purple light and a speck of white light. They gave off a light that was even more dazzling than the stars. For the past few days, Xiao Chen had been trying to recall how he executed the Taiji yin-yang flame diagram in the space of desire. Now, he finally had some ideas. So, he decided to execute it and test it out. Shio. The purple origin flame in his right eye flew out first. For the sake of maintaining balance, Xiao Chen only drew out a portion of the purple thunder true fire's origin flame. After that, the lunar true fire's origin flame also flew out. It stood side by side with the purple origin flame in the air, separated by about 1 centimeter. Even though only half of the lunar true fire's origin flame was gone, it was still larger than the lunar true fire's. However, the lunar true fire's grade was higher than the purple thunder true fire's. If it could reach the size of the purple thunder true fire's origin flame, its might would definitely surpass the lunar true fire's. The extreme of yin was the lunar true fire, and the extreme of yang was the solar true fire. Only the solar true fire could match the lunar true fire. Although the purple thunder true fire was the purest of yang, it was still inferior in grade. The solar true fire was too far away. It was not something that Xiao Chen could think about for now. So, he looked at the 2 clumps of origin flame in front. Xiao Chen started to carefully test the might of the two. He had to achieve an absolute balance. Yin and yang intersected. Neither was stronger than the other. They could not reach a state where yin and yang could not coexist. Bang! 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 The purple flame and white flame crashed into the ground repeatedly. Xiao Chen patiently checked the destructive power of the two. Repeating this, Xiao Chen increased and decreased the purple origin flame's power. After thousands of tests, he finally confirmed that the two reached the absolute balance that he wanted. At this moment, the sky had already turned dark. The night sky was dark, and the sun could not be seen. Only 2 clumps of light could be seen in the pitch-black night sky. Yin and yang, move! Xiao Chen shouted. His spiritual sense controlled the 2 clumps of origin flame, and they moved quickly between the 2 clumps of light. One purple and one white, the 2 clumps of light chased each other like fishes. However, there seemed to be an invisible curve between the two, separating them. Even if they chased each other for 10,000 years, neither would catch up to the other. Xiao Chen's face lit up in joy. Slowly, he found a feeling. Everything that he experienced in the space of desire appeared in his mind, guiding him on what to do next. Yin and yang merge! Xiao Chen shouted again, and a ring appeared around the 2 chasing fishes, tightly encircling them. Finally, a Taiji diagram appeared. Xiao Chen smiled faintly and felt even more at ease. His sea of consciousness surged as he infused even more mental energy into it. Boom! Yin-yang, the 4 divisions, and the 8 trigrams appeared around the ring. 2 gentle tornadoes appeared around Xiao Chen, chasing each other and rushing into the clouds. Yin and yang break. The Taiji yin-yang flame diagram finally took shape. Xiao Chen shouted and pointed at the mountain in front. The Taiji yin-yang flame diagram flew over. The Taiji diagram moved quickly and pressed down on the mountain. Bang! 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 The mountain exploded from top to bottom. When the entire Taiji yin-yang flame diagram landed on the ground, it completely flattened the mountain. Boundless dust quickly scattered in all directions. Joy flashed in Xiao Chen's eyes. The might of the Taiji yin-yang flame diagram far surpassed his expectations. Although it could not achieve the effect of severely injuring a peak martial monarch in the space of desire, the current Taiji yin-yang flame diagram still had a lot of room for improvement. If the purple thunder true fire and lunar true flame improved further one day, killing a peak martial monarch might not be a dream. Withdraw. Xiao Chen gently waved his right hand, and the Taiji yin-yang flame diagram on the ground returned to Xiao Chen with a shio sound. The purple and white origin flames swam around happily. The 8 trigrams and 4 divisions appeared around the Taiji yin-yang flame diagram. As the light circulated, the mental energy in Xiao Chen's sea of consciousness drained quickly. Aside from the energy of the 2 flames, the Taiji yin-yang flame diagram drained mental energy as well. However, it was still within Xiao Chen's limits. With his surging mental energy, he should be able to execute this Taiji yin-yang flame diagram 10 times in one day with ease. Xiao Chen, Why does your Taiji yin-yang flame diagram have the shadow of an immortal technique in it? Ao Jiao, who was in the lunar shadow saber, asked doubtfully. Xiao Chen raised his eyebrows and asked, "Why do you say so?" Ao Jiao replied, "Disregarding the martial techniques of the few body-tempering cultivators, the creation of any martial technique uses quintessence as a foundation. Only immortal techniques use mental energy as a foundation. Of course, the mental energy of immortal cultivators is refined. They call it magic energy." A thought occurred to Xiao Chen. He recalled what Leng Yu had said about immortal techniques. He asked, "Ao Jiao, are there people in the Kunlun realm who cultivate immortal techniques?" "There are, but there are very few of them. Immortal techniques are a cultivation system from the previous epoch. After the destruction of the previous epoch, the laws of heaven and earth changed. It is no longer suitable for cultivating immortal techniques. The complete cultivation system for immortal techniques has already lost its inheritance long ago. Now, the cultivation system reigns supreme over the martial Tao. Furthermore, immortal techniques are not something that just anyone can cultivate. They are very profound and depend on one's immortal affinity." Since Xiao Chen asked, Ao Jiao told him what she knew. However, what she knew was limited, and Xiao Chen did not learn anything useful. However, there are many immortal sect remnants in the Kunlun realm. I think you are someone with an immortal affinity. You might be able to gain something if you go there. Xiao Chen smiled embarrassedly and avoided this topic. He said, "Ao Jiao, come out and help me test the defense of this Taiji yin-yang flame diagram. See how strong it is." Compared to the offensive capabilities of the Taiji yin-yang flame diagram, Xiao Chen valued its defense more. Although his physical body was strong, he lacked a strong defensive martial technique. Chapter 620. Ao Jiao flew out of the lunar shadow saber and looked at the Taiji yin-yang flame diagram in front of Xiao Chen. She said interestedly, "I am now as strong as a peak martial monarch. How much of my strength are you going to use?" Xiao Chen muttered, "Use half first." A peak martial monarch, that kind of person had refined their quintessence to the limit. Xiao Chen could not underestimate them, nor did he dare to be careless. Right after Xiao Chen spoke, Ao Jiao charged over. Her petite figure flickered in the air and punched the Taiji yin-yang flame diagram. Bang! The Taiji yin-yang flame diagram gave off a bright light. Shock waves surged out, kicking up a strong wind in all directions. Amid the light, Ao Jiao somersaulted 3 times in the air before she managed to dissipate the force of the rebound. When Xiao Chen saw the Taiji yin-yang flame diagram glowing brightly with the 8 trigrams and 4 divisions, a look of astonishment flashed in her eyes. Her playful attitude from earlier diminished significantly. Xiao Chen felt somewhat dizzy. After enduring half of Ao Jiao's strength, only half of the mental energy in his sea of consciousness remained. "Use your full power," Xiao Chen said with a grave expression as he clenched his teeth. Ao Jiao nodded, and her aura soared for some reason. She was clearly petite and cute, but she gave off a vast and majestic aura. This time, Xiao Chen's eyes did not capture Ao Jiao's figure. Her attack landed on the Taiji yin-yang flame diagram. Boom! The Taiji yin-yang flame diagram exploded with light. The 8 trigrams and 4 divisions shattered one after another. Blood leaked out of the corner of Xiao Chen's mouth. The shockwave from the fist force knocked him back 8 steps before he could stabilize himself. Xiao Chen's qi and blood surged, and his internal organs trembled. However, he revealed a joyful smile. "I succeeded. Peak martial monarch, only half a step away from martial sage." This was the cultivation of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion's Shunmanjun. A newly advanced martial monarch was able to block the full power strike of a peak martial monarch and suffer only minor injuries. No one would believe this. Ao Jiao, who was in the air, had an unsightly expression. The instant the Taiji yin-yang flame diagram exploded, the Taiji yin-yang flame diagram exploded. The force of the rebound was doubled, which was equivalent to her taking on twice the force of the punch alone. Xiao Chen hurried over and asked, "Are you all right?" Ao Jiao regulated her breathing for a while and smiled. She said, "It's fine. If you had endured an attack twice as strong, you would have died for sure." The endurance of a peak martial monarch is greater than you think. So, if you meet a peak martial monarch, even if the other party is severely injured, do not let your guard down. The Taiji yin-yang flame diagram could attack and defend, advance and retreat. Xiao Chen finally had a trump card that belonged to him. It did not originate from the Blue Dragon martial technique, nor did it originate from the Bai clan's four-season saber technique, nor did it originate from the various secret techniques of the Battle Sage origins. In the 3,000 Great Realms, only Xiao Chen knew the Taiji yin-yang flame diagram. In the future, if he could collect both the silver titanium flame and the sun flame, this move would definitely become famous in the Kunlun realm. After resting on the small island for a few more days, Xiao Chen started his journey back to the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. On the way here, he still needed to use the Scarlet Throne. On the way back, Xiao Chen directly used Quintessence to travel. His speed was even faster than the Scarlet Throne. However, it exhausted Quintessence. The Scarlet Throne did not exhaust much, so it could be used in many situations. 5 days later, the undulating Lingyun mountain range appeared in Xiao Chen's vision. The moment Xiao Chen landed at the foot of the mountain, the Heavenly Saber Pavilion disciples on guard immediately recognized him. "Senior brother Xiao Chen, you finally returned. The First Elder is looking for you everywhere," 2 disciples said respectfully when they saw Xiao Chen. By now, Xiao Chen was already a legendary figure in the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. As word of mouth spread, he became someone who surpassed the Thunder King. Previously, Xiao Chen wanted to explain himself. However, the more he said it, the more ridiculous it became. He could only smile bitterly and accept it helplessly. "Why is the First Elder looking for me?" Under normal circumstances, the First Elder would not be in such a rush to look for him. The 2 disciples shook their heads and said, "I'm not sure. Go directly to the main hall of the Heaven Viewing Platform. I heard that an incredible person is coming." Xiao Chen nodded gently. He no longer hesitated and flew to the Heaven Viewing Platform. Xiao Chen stood on a blue dragon image and moved up and down in the air. Then, he disappeared from the eyes of the 2 disciples on guard. As the 2 disciples watched Xiao Chen leave, an envious look flashed in their eyes. "Senior brother Xiao Chen is becoming more and more powerful. I feel like his aura is no different from those supreme elders. There is nothing to be envious about. When we cultivate in the Heavenly Saber Pavilion, senior brother Xiao Chen's king's luck will more or less be affected. In the future, while we might not reach senior brother's level, there is no doubt that we will surpass the others." That's right. King grade true dragon luck. Right now, there are many people fighting to enter our Heavenly Saber Pavilion. After a few breaths, Xiao Chen landed outside the main hall and walked in. When he looked around, Xiao Chen discovered that something was wrong with the atmosphere in the main hall. All the supreme elders who were martial monarchs of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion were gathered here. Shun Manjun, who normally did not care about worldly matters, was also seated on a wooden chair. Everyone had a cautious expression on their faces. They all focused their gazes on a middle-aged man in purple robes in the main hall. That purple-robed man's aura was unfathomable. His aura was even stronger than Shun Manjuan's. He was a martial sage expert. "Xiao Chen, you are back." When Jiang Kai saw Xiao Chen, he quickly stood up to welcome him. He could feel Xiao Chen's aura. When he felt Xiao Chen's aura, Jiang Kai revealed an extremely joyful smile. The other supreme elders all revealed faint smiles as well. However, there was still worry lingering on their faces. Xiao Chen nodded and said, "First Elder, why are you in such a rush to find me?" Jiang Kai looked carefully at the purple-robed man and said, "That is the great Jin Nation's Sima clan's clan head, Sima Hong. He has brought a challenge letter, challenging you on behalf of Sima Lingxian." Xiao Chen smiled faintly and said, "I will accept the challenge letter. Just come." Sima Hong stood up and looked at Xiao Chen. An oppressive aura pressed down on him like a mountain. He smiled faintly and said, "Not only do you have to accept this challenge letter, but I also want you to lose to Lingxian. Remember, you must lose. Otherwise, the Heavenly Saber Pavilion will be destroyed because of your decision, suffering the rage of a martial sage." The aura of a martial sage pressed down on Xiao Chen. It was like a mountain pressing down on his back, forcing him to bend his back and lower his head. Xiao Chen clenched his teeth and remained silent. He stored up the aura of a king-grade true dragon genius to resist the aura of a martial sage. Spiderweb-like cracks appeared on the floor under Xiao Chen's feet and spread out in all directions. Bang! 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 The martial sage had already misunderstood the power of the world. The pressure of his aura was already a formless attack. The floor of the hall cracked with a rumble. Broken rocks soared into the air and crashed into the ceiling. A surging shock wave spread out. Aside from Shen Manjun, all the martial monarch supreme elders of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion were forced back a few steps. Don't yield, don't bend. Blood leaked out of a corner of Xiao Chen's mouth. He refused to bend his back as he stared at Sima Hong. At this moment, the satisfaction he felt from advancing to martial monarch vanished. It turned out that a so-called martial monarch was so weak before a martial sage. Even though the other party was just an inferior grade martial sage, just his aura alone was not something Xiao Chen could resist. Xiao Chen, you absolutely cannot agree to this old thing. He is so shameless. Your king-grade true dragon luck will vanish if you lose to someone of the same generation. It will become an ordinary true dragon luck. Ao Jiao, who was in the lunar shadow saber, said angrily, at worst, I will fight it out with him. He is just an inferior grade martial sage. Don't be rash. I have a way to deal with him, Xiao Chen said calmly to himself as he stopped Ao Jiao. Not bad. Under my pressure, you can still last for a long time. Sima Hong laughed loudly and withdrew his aura. You better think it through. Do you agree or not? The strength that Sima Hong displayed horrified the surrounding elders of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. Even if all the martial monarchs in the hall worked together, they would not be a match for him. It would even be difficult for them to injure him. The pressure on Xiao Chen lessened significantly. However, he did not relax. He said sullenly, I will accept the challenge. However, I cannot lose without fighting. Sima Hong smiled coldly and tossed out a spatial ring. He said, Sima Lingxian will be here 10 days from now. There are 10,000 superior grade spirit stones in here. I will not let you lose for nothing. It is just a show. Not only will you not suffer any losses, but you will also gain a large sum of superior grade spirit stones for nothing. I believe you will change your mind. After saying that, Sima Hong laughed and strode out of the palace with his head held high. Shen Manjun walked over and said, Xiao Chen, don't worry. The Heavenly Saber Pavilion will not make things difficult for you. One martial sage is not enough to scare us. Currently, the Heavenly Saber Pavilion did not have any martial sages. If Xiao Chen really offended Sima Hong, he would not be exaggerating. Actually, Shen Manjun was not very confident in her words. Xiao Chen wiped away the blood on his lips and said softly, Senior, there is no need to say that. Xiao Chen is in Qingyun Peak. Naturally, I will not sit back and watch as the Heavenly Saber Pavilion is threatened. I will write a letter to the Haotian sect. In at most 7 days, they will definitely send out a martial sage to hold the fort. At that time, this Sima Hong will not be able to do anything. Because the noble clans had produced martial emperors before, the quality of their bloodline geniuses was higher than that of the 10 great sects. However, in terms of overall strength, they could not compare to the 10 great sects. Furthermore, the Haotian sect had an even stronger main sect in the Kunlun realm. With the Haotian sect supporting them, the Sima clan would not dare to act recklessly. When the other supreme elders in the hall heard what Xiao Chen said, they all heaved a sigh of relief. The worry on their faces disappeared. When Xiao Chen saw this, he did not say anything. Sima Hong's strength was clear for all to see. It would be too much to ask them to help him. The strong reigned supreme. Since ancient times, this had been the only rule in the Tianwu continent. Xiao Chen was already very satisfied that these supreme elders did not make things difficult for him under Sima Hong's pressure. Qingyun Peak, Liu Ruyue's courtyard. Smoke spread everywhere. Xiao Chen and Liu Ruyue sat at a tea table, drinking tea and chatting. As the peak master of Qingyun Peak, Liu Ruyue already knew everything that happened in the hall. Worry appeared on her face. Chapter 621. When Xiao Chen saw the situation, he smiled faintly and grabbed the other party's hand. He said, "Don't worry. Sima Lingxian is definitely not a match for me now. The martial sages of the Haotian sect should arrive in 7 days. That's right." Xiao Chen thought of something and took out 10 inferior-grade spirit-gathering pearls from the universe ring. He handed them to Liu Ruyue and said, "You are now a half-step martial monarch. When you break through to martial monarch, you can use these spirit-gathering pearls." When Liu Ruyue saw Xiao Chen's strong confidence in his words, she did not say anything more. As for the spirit-gathering pearls, she did not take them. Liu Ruyue revealed a smile on her charming face. She said, "There's no need. It will not be difficult for me to break through to martial monarch. It is just a matter of time. The spirit-gathering pearls will probably be precious even in the Kunlun realm. You should keep them." When Xiao Chen mentioned the Kunlun realm, Xiao Chen revealed a sad expression. He had to go to the Kunlun realm. However, once he went, if he could not become Emperor Wu, it would be very difficult for him to return. After parting like this, he did not know how many years it would be before he could see Liu Ruyue again. Liu Ruyue was in her prime. She was very pretty and in the prime of her youth. This was the best time of a girl's life. She placed all her love on him, whom she might never see again. The bitterness was hard to describe with words. Liu Ruyue could tell what Xiao Chen was thinking. She smiled sweetly, like 100 flowers blooming. She gently grasped Xiao Chen's right hand and said softly, "Don't overthink for me. When I first saw you many years ago, I knew that this insignificant Qingyun peak would not be able to hold you back. You're lying dormant here just to fly higher. To me, the further you can go, the happier I'll be. Just don't forget about Qingyun Peak. There is Liu Ruyue waiting for you." A tender feeling appeared in Xiao Chen's heart. He enunciated every word clearly, "I will never forget in this life. I will definitely become a martial emperor in the Kunlun realm and return." The two of them stared at each other, speechless. In the remaining days, Xiao Chen did not immediately enter bitter cultivation. Sima Lingxian was no match for him. If they fought again now, even if the other party had reached the martial monarch realm, he would only be humiliating himself. He was collecting some ingredients for alchemy. In the compendium of cultivation, there was an alchemy recipe called the beauty retaining pill. It could ensure that a woman's appearance would not change for 1,000 years. The ingredients required for the pill recipe were extremely complicated. Xiao Chen planned to use the remaining half a year to refine this pill and give it to Liu Ruyue. In the blink of an eye, 6 days had passed. On this day, as Xiao Chen was taking inventory of the countenance-halting pill ingredients, he suddenly felt a strong aura flying towards the heavenly saber pavilion without any fear. "Xiao Chen, come out and fight." A loud shout resounded, spreading throughout the entire Lingyun mountain range. It startled all the disciples in the heavenly saber pavilion. Due to the other party's intentional support, sound waves spread out. The sound traveled further and further. All the cultivators within a radius of 250 kilometers heard this shout. Who was Xiao Chen? He was the champion of this 5-nation youth competition, someone who stood at the top of the younger generation. He was a king-grade true dragon genius. Unexpectedly, someone took the initiative to challenge him at this moment. All sorts of busybodies immediately became interested. Many figures flew towards the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. When the elders of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion heard Sima Hong's voice, their expressions turned unsightly. The martial sages of the Haotian sect would arrive tomorrow at the earliest. Who would have thought that Sima Hong would arrive at the Heavenly Saber Pavilion 5 days in advance? He was not mentally prepared at all. Bang! 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 Sima Hong casually broke the restrictions in front of the gates. He brought the finely dressed Sima Lingxian and arrived before the heaven viewing platform in the blink of an eye. Xiao Chen put away the ingredients and leaped out of the window. He stood on a blue dragon image and arrived a kilometer in front of the two. Xiao Chen looked forward. Indeed, Sima Lingxian had already advanced to martial monarch. His aura was as strong as a peak inferior grade martial monarch's. "Xiao Chen, there is no need for me to tell you what to do, right? If you do not lose, The heavenly saber pavilion will be destroyed because of you, Sima Hong said coldly to Xiao Chen using his voice. Xiao Chen ignored him. He looked at Sima Lingxian and said, "There are many people here. Come with me to the heaven ascending platform to fight." Sima Hong looked at Xiao Chen's departing figure and smiled coldly to himself. "I hope you are more tactful. After destroying the luck of my Sima clan for 500 years, I do not mind taking the heavenly saber pavilion down with me." "Father, I'm going," Sima Lingxian said to Sima Hong after taking a deep breath. Recollecting his thoughts, Sima Hong smiled faintly and said, "Go in peace. You have already advanced to martial monarch. The accumulations of a martial king will allow you to burst out with tenfold combat prowess. You will definitely win this battle and reclaim the king-grade true dragon's luck. Then, you will enter the Kunlun realm in your most perfect state. The Sima clan will not fall because of you." Sima Lingxuan's eyes flickered with heavy confidence. He nodded gravely and said, "Wait for my good news." Sima Lingxuan's figure flickered continuously in the air as he chased after Xiao Chen. Eventually, he arrived at the huge drill grounds of the heaven ascending platform. Xiao, xiao. The two landed on the drill grounds, one in front and one behind. Then, they each stood in a corner, facing the wind. The taller buildings of the heaven ascending platform were already filled with heavenly saber pavilion disciples. They had never seen Xiao Chen make a move before. They also did not know that Sima Hong had pressured Xiao Chen. Their gazes were filled with excitement. They were filled with anticipation for Xiao Chen to display his might and defeat the great Jin nation's genius swordsman once again. "Senior brother Xiao Chen, do your best." His father was rude. "Teach his son a lesson and beat him up until he scrammed back." "Right, that's right, scrammed back. Scrammed back. Scrammed back." Instantly, the entire mountain was filled with chants of scrammed back. The voices merged together, causing the air to tremble. As of now, Xiao Chen was like the sun in the sky in the heavenly saber pavilion. It would not be an exaggeration to say that he was the idol of all the disciples. However, the moment that Sima Hong arrived, he chased Xiao Chen out. There was no lack of hot-blooded youths among the mountain disciples. Who cared if you were a martial sage or not? This was the heavenly saber pavilion, the great Qin nation's heavenly saber pavilion. This was Xiao Chen's home ground. If they did not help Xiao Chen regain his dignity, who would? Sima Lingxuan's expression turned sullen. Even though he was only ranked third on the True Dragon ranking, no one in the great Jin nation dared to speak to him like that. He had never suffered such humiliation before. Boom. After Sima Lingxian advanced to martial monarch, his strong aura erupted together with the rage in his heart. A strong wind blew, and the clouds churned. The sword in Sima Lingxuan's hand hummed and infused with quintessence. He pointed it at Xiao Chen, and the sword chi made of quintessence shot out, tearing thin cracks in the air. Before Sima Lingxian made a move, he had already displayed his strength. When some of the supreme elders of the heavenly saber pavilion saw this, they felt fear in their hearts. Just based on the strength that Sima Lingxian had displayed, some of the inferior grade martial monarchs among them would not be a match for him. Some of the medial grade martial monarchs would not have more than a 60% chance of defeating him. No one had seen Xiao Chen make a move after he advanced to martial monarch. They could not help but feel worried for Xiao Chen. Sima Lingxian said in a cold voice, "Xiao Chen, the accumulation of my cultivation as a martial king is beyond your imagination. Back then, you defeated me in 10 moves. Today, I only need 1 move to defeat you." Xiao Chen smiled faintly and said unconcernedly, "You are wrong about one thing. It is not that you forced me to defeat you in 10 moves. Rather, it is that I am willing to defeat you in 10 moves. If I really wanted to defeat you, why would I need 10 moves? Let's see what ability you have to boast. The mandate of heaven is with me, the ruler of the world, the sword of kings." Sima Lingxian soared into the air. Winds blew behind him, and the sky changed color. It materialized a scene of all living things killing each other, 100 armies fighting, and a chaotic war between dynasties. Sima Lingxian was the one who would end this chaotic world. He had come with the mandate of heaven, using the sword of kings to command the world. He used the power of a dynasty to transform the state on his sword to resist Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen felt excited. No wonder Sima Lingxian was so confident this time. His state of kingship had improved by another level. Not only did it not stop because of his previous defeat, but it even improved further. However, this was still not enough. A dynasty would eventually fall. A true king would not use the power of a dynasty to fight an enemy. This was because he himself was an unrivaled king. There was no need for external help. If it were any other time, Xiao Chen would be interested in exchanging 100 moves with Sima Lingxian. After all, Sima Lingxian had his own unique side. If Xiao Chen fought with Sima Lingxian, he would definitely gain something. However, it was different now. There was an even more horrifying Sima Hong standing behind Sima Lingxian. As for losing without a fight, Xiao Chen had never thought about it. How could a king-grade true dragon lower its head and bend over in fear? If Sima Hong wanted to bury the heavenly saber pavilion with him, then even if Xiao Chen had to risk his life, he would make Sima Lingxian suffer a few layers of skin. He would let Sima Lingxian know what regret was. After Xiao Chen made up his mind, 2 resplendent star-like flames, one purple and one white, flashed in his eyes. Shio, shio, shio. The purple lightning origin flame and the lunar origin flame flew out and turned into 2 yin chasing each other in the air. The mental energy in Xiao Chen's sea of consciousness drained continuously. Taiji yin-yang flame diagram. When the Taiji diagram formed, Xiao Chen shouted ferociously and pushed his right hand forward. The yin and yang flames formed a beautiful Taiji diagram. They intertwined and merged, turning into an unparalleled energy of primal chaos. Who cares about the mandate of heaven, materializing the power of the dynasty, or the everlasting yin and yang? I will break it with force. The yin and yang flames actually merged. How did he think of this? How did he do it? Jiang Kai and the other elders exclaimed in shock. What exactly is that diagram? How come I have never seen it before? Unexpectedly, the 2 extreme energies of yin and yang can merge in such a strange manner. The people of the Tianwu continent had never seen the Taiji diagram before. This was an eye-opener for Shen Manjun and the others, finding it incredible. Bang! 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 The Taiji yin-yang flame diagram moved very quickly. It used absolute force to break the quintessence mysterious phenomenon of Sima Lingxian's sword strike. The new dynasty formed by the state of kingship behind Sima Lingxian fell back into the flames of war. Miserable cries resounded everywhere as the state of kingship completely crumbled. PUCI. The Taiji yin-yang flame diagram crashed into Sima Lingxian's body, and a surging energy erupted. Sima Lingxian vomited a large mouthful of blood as his body flew back uncontrollably. The energy far surpassed everyone's expectations. When it exploded, shock waves surged and clouds appeared. The horrifying energy knocked Sima Lingxian off the heaven-ascending platform. Chapter 622. Sima Lingxian tumbled down the slope. His entire body was pierced by the strange rocks and shrubs. It was a tragic sight. Sima Lingxian's internal injuries were worse than his external injuries. The purple thunder true fire and the lunar true flame burned his internal organs. The quintessence from his dantian could not protect his internal organs at all when the 2 flames spewed out. When the heavenly saber pavilion disciples on the various buildings on the heaven-ascending platform saw this scene, they could not react. They did not expect the battle to end so quickly. What was more, they did not expect the casual words they shouted at the start to turn into reality. Sima Lingxian really rolled back in a sorry state. He won. Senior brother Xiao Chen really won. He used only 1 move to send Sima Lingxian rolling back. How powerful. I did not dare to imagine it. Ha ha ha. Serves them right. How delightful. Let's see if they still dare to show off their might in our heavenly saber pavilion. After a long time, the crowd erupted in thunderous cheers, resounding endlessly. Their gazes toward Xiao Chen became even more respectful. Such an outstanding talent was a disciple of their heavenly saber pavilion. This made them feel a sense of pride that was hard to swallow. In the future, when they went out, they could say that Xiao Chen was their senior brother and that they had personally seen him fight. The disciples of the other sects in the great Qin nation would probably die of envy. Xiao Chen, you actually dared to make a move. No words could describe the rage in Sima Hong's heart. He had not expected Xiao Chen to really dare to defeat Sima Lingxian in front of him. Furthermore, Xiao Chen had defeated Sima Lingxian in one move. Even when Sima Hong wanted to save Sima Lingxian, he discovered that there was no chance. Sima Hong was a bona fide martial sage, one of the people at the top of the pyramid of the Tianwu continent. To him, Xiao Chen was like an ant, he could crush him easily. However, today, he was slapped in the face by this ant. Furthermore, it was such a heavy slap. Unforgivable, absolutely unforgivable. If he did not kill Xiao Chen, he would not be able to vent his anger. A sword appeared in Sima Hong's hand. It flashed in the air as though he teleported. Then, he sent a quintessence sword qi containing the power of the world at Xiao Chen. It's over. Sima Hong actually disregarded his status and made a move against a junior. All the elders of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion paled. They thought to themselves in a panic, how could Xiao Chen, an inferior grade martial cultivator, survive the sword strike of the martial sage? The sword energy that Sima Hong released looked ordinary and without any fancy moves. Even a medial grade martial monarch could casually send out a sword qi that could pierce space and shine with sharpness. However, this strand of sword qi, the sword qi of a martial sage, did not pierce through space. Not even a tiny crack appeared in space, giving off an inconceivable feeling. The sword qi was long and narrow, dazzling. It seemed to glide along a unique trajectory between heaven and earth. As it approached, the light on the sword qi became more and more condensed. With the support of the power of the world, the sword light was traceless. The might of the sword qi increased with every passing second. Xiao Chen's expression turned grave. He did not dare to be slow. He quickly raised his left hand, and the lunar yin-yang flame diagram on the ground appeared in front of him with a shio sound. A vast and surging mental energy poured into the Taiji diagram in Xiao Chen's sea of consciousness. The beautiful Taiji diagram instantly gave off a dazzling golden light. The 8 trigrams, yin-yang, and 4 divisions appeared as the Taiji diagram circulated. When Xiao Chen stood on the ground, he seemed to be one with the world. Bang! The sword qi that Sima Hong sent out in rage crashed into the Taiji diagram. The yin-yang flame diagram instantly exploded, and a horrifying energy spread out. The huge drill ground was blasted into pieces in an instant. Countless rocks and boulders flew up from the sky, stirring up a cloud of dust that was blown away by the wind. A strand of sword qi shot out from the dust cloud at an even faster speed at the chasing Sima Hong. Dang! Sima Hong's expression changed slightly. He held his sword horizontally and blocked with his quintessence. Bang! There was another sound that was even more horrifying than the previous one. The dust cloud spread out again, and a vast, deep pit appeared on the ground. It extended at a visible rate. All the other buildings on the heaven ascending platform collapsed. Using this strand of sword qi as a shield, Xiao Chen's figure flickered. He stood on the blue dragon image and soared into the air. His complexion was pale, and blood leaked out of a corner of his lips. Xiao Chen's complexion did not look very good. Only his eyes were filled with vigor, not showing any signs of fatigue. The instant the sword qi containing the power of the world shattered the Taiji yin-yang flame diagram, the shock wave struck Xiao Chen's body, instantly shattering the quintessence in his body. The sword qi was unblockable. It was of a much higher grade than Xiao Chen's quintessence. Just the shock wave inflicted severe damage to his internal organs. If not for Xiao Chen's strong physical body, this shock wave would have severed all the meridians and shattered all the internal organs of a regular cultivator, killing them on the spot. He is not dead. When the supreme elders of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion saw Xiao Chen leaping out of the dust cloud, they all revealed expressions of pleasant surprise. Martial sages had already comprehended the power of the world. Although it was not much, as long as a trace of the power of the world was infused into their quintessence, its might would increase by several times. Unexpectedly, with Xiao Chen's cultivation realm, he was able to receive this sword strike. Furthermore, it seemed like he could still fight and was not at the brink of death. Shen Manjuan's expression sank, Xiao Chen cannot fall here. The luck of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion is already linked to his. If he dies, the Heavenly Saber Pavilion will be destroyed. Jiang Kai, I order you to immediately gather the Divine Saber Camp and use the full strength of the sect to fight against Sima Hong. We cannot let Xiao Chen die here. Jiang Kai did not hesitate and said, Disciple obeys. After Shen Manjun spoke to Jiang Kai, she soared into the sky and flew away. She had a sullen expression as she shielded Xiao Chen. All the quintessence in her body surged wildly. Sima Hong, how old are you? Do you not care about your status at all? Unexpectedly, you made a move against a junior, Shen Manjun said expressionlessly. Sima Hong let out a long whistle, and a strong wind blew in all directions, dispersing the dust and revealing the dilapidated drill ground. Sima Hong stared at Shen Manjun and said coldly, Scram. I hate people who do not want face when I give them face. I already said it 6 days ago. As long as he loses to Ling Xian, everything will be fine. Today, this brat does not know what is good for him. Don't blame me for being merciless. There were already many cultivators in the surroundings of the Heaven Ascending platform. When they heard this, their expressions changed. Sima Hong actually ignored his status and threatened Xiao Chen to admit defeat. This was too shameless. Shen Manjun said sullenly, Have you thought of the consequences of killing someone in my Heavenly Saber Pavilion? Sima Hong laughed loudly and said, What is the Heavenly Saber Pavilion? Do you think you are one of the 10 great sects? I really do not care about you. Since you are not leaving, I will kill you first. Hu Kai. Hu Kai. A sword light surged and 2 strands of sword chi intersected, forming a cross-shaped sword light as it flashed towards Shen Manjun. A slender saber appeared in Shen Manjun's hand. She brought out her 300 years of cultivation at full power. The saber light tore space apart. The cross-shaped sword light carried the might of heaven as it surged over. It broke all the saber techniques Shen Manjun executed, forcing her back 100 steps. Shen Manjun breathed out slightly. In the end, she managed to block the sword light of a martial sage. You are like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. Sima Hong snorted coldly and appeared before Shen Manjun, who had just blocked the sword light. He brandished his sword and a chain of sword techniques spread out. Dang! 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 The sound of sabers and swords clashing resounded in the air. With every step Sima Hong took, heaven and earth seemed to take a step forward. That boundless aura was not something Shen Manjun could block, no matter how high her cultivation was. Every time Shen Manjun blocked a sword strike, she vomited a mouthful of blood. Her complexion paled even more. Scram! After 9 sword strikes, Sima Hong shouted ferociously. His sword gave off a bright light, and its might increased. The sword light shot out and knocked Shen Manjun back. Shen Manjun's figure shot back like an arrow. She could not retaliate at all as she crashed into a mountain peak. The peak exploded and rocks fell. When Xiao Chen saw Shen Manjun's death, his eyes turned completely cold. He rushed forward and hacked down with his saber. Blue Dragon goes to sea. 99 pillars of water shot out from the vast sea behind Sima Hong. The blue dragon leaped out of the water, and a 3-kilometer-long saber light flickered as it tore through the air and hacked down. Sima Hong's expression was somewhat surprised. He had not expected Xiao Chen to not flee and even dare to attack him. When the saber light arrived before him, he had no choice but to execute a screen of swords to block it. Wang! Wang! Sword chi hummed, and the power of the world surged out continuously. They intertwined and formed an indestructible screen of light. It contained the might of the world and seemed eternal and inextinguishable. Battle Sage Origins, Strength Character Formula, 33 times Combat Prowess. Xiao Chen roared wildly. He did not care about the consequences and exhausted all the quintessence in his body in that instant. The moment the might of the saber light approached Sima Hong, its might soared until it reached a frightening level. Bang! The screen of swords containing the might of the world and eternally inextinguishable shattered before this blue dragon goes to sea infused with the strength character formula. The saber light knocked Sima Hong back with a shua sound. Sima Hong's clothes were torn, and his flesh was mangled. There was no place on him that was unscathed. He appeared to be in a sorry state. When he fell from the air, he vomited 3 mouthfuls of blood. Unexpectedly, he managed to knock back an inferior-grade martial sage. Furthermore, he is so injured. The onlookers who sensed this were extremely shocked. They did not dare to imagine it. Sima Hong was a martial sage. Unexpectedly, a martial monarch's killing move knocked him back. Xiu. Sima Hong only retreated 100 meters in the air before he regained his footing. The wounds on his body healed at a visible rate. An extremely sinister look flashed in Sima Hong's eyes. Earlier, Xiao Chen managed to block his sword strike. That was already embarrassing enough. Now, Xiao Chen even injured him in front of everyone. Originally, given Sima Hong's strength, even if Xiao Chen executed the strength character formula and the blue dragon goes to sea, he would not have been able to injure Sima Hong. However, Sima Hong had misjudged. He had used only half his strength to defend against the blue dragon goes to sea. Unexpectedly, Xiao Chen was able to increase the might of the blue dragon goes to sea by 33 times in an instant. Since Sima Hong was caught off guard, he ended up in such a sorry state. Once again, he lost to Xiao Chen.